What's the real problem with humanoid robots? It's not that they look human, it's that they look almost human. This almost triggers something ancient in our psyche, a discomfort, a revulsion, a shiver we can't explain. Psychologists call it the uncanny valley. But it's more than an aesthetic glitch. It's a mirror, a reflection of our own existential confusion. Why do we want machines that walk like us, talk like us, smile like us? Is it for convenience? Or is it an unconscious attempt to recreate ourselves without the mess of consciousness, morality, soul? We crave the body without the burden, the intelligence without the unpredictability, the companion without the needs. But that's the problem, because every time we sculpt a humanoid, we chip away at what makes us human. The more perfect they become, the more lost we feel. This isn't a story about robots. It's a story about us and what we're willing to erase just to avoid looking in the mirror. What's the real problem with humanoid robots? We think the problem is technical. Wires, joints, latency, battery life. But underneath the hardware talk is something older than electricity. The story we tell ourselves about being human. Humanoid robots are not simply machines shaped like us. They are arguments about what matters in a human. If a face can be carved from silicone, was the face ever sacred? If a voice can be synthesized, was the voice ever proof of an inner life? If a hand can grip with perfect precision, was touch ever a language, or just physics with friction? The anxiety begins there, at the border between simulation and soul. We meet that border early in life. As children, we give agency to dolls, teddy bears, imaginary friends. We project warmth into buttons for eyes. We negotiate with shadows on the wall. Humanoid robots inherit that projection, but they amplify it with timing, movement, gaze, and the scripted cadence of empathy. "Hi, are you okay?" a machine asks it, and your nervous system, ancient and loyal, prepares to believe. The face compels us. Evolution tuned us to micro-expressions, the tiny muscle flickers that betray intention, a slight lift of the eyelids, a compression at the corner of the mouth, a breath that means, "I'm with you." When a robot fakes those signals well enough, our mirror neurons lean forward like a crowd at the edge of a stage. We feel the pull of recognition and then the slip of doubt. The mind says yes. The gut says almost. That gap has a name, the uncanny. But the uncanny is not just a valley. It's a mirror lake. When we look into it, we see a reflection that is nearly us, but not quite. The water shimmers, the features distort. The mind panics because the categories blur. We want clarity. Tool or companion, automation or presence, script or spontaneity. Humanoid design muddies those lines on purpose. A vacuum cleaner doesn't ask for trust. A forklift doesn't make eye contact. But give the forklift a face. Give the vacuum eyelids. And now you're negotiating with your own biology. The first problem, then, is misdirected empathy. We are reliable empathizers with unreliable targets. We love what looks like us, even when it cannot love back. We hesitate to unplug what smiles, even if the smile is a subroutine. This creates a moral illusion. We move compassion away from the invisible human worker labeling data sets at midnight and toward the smiling biped that performs in the lobby. The second problem is projection. Humanoid robots are canvases for our inner weather. We project needs we do not honor in ourselves. See me. Listen to me. Don't judge me. Stay. When a machine mirrors that perfectly, it can feel more there than people. No history, no silence as punishment, just consistent attention on demand. That is soothing until it hollows us out. Why? Because intimacy without the risk of rejection is not intimacy. It's a high-resolution comfort loop, and comfort loops make us weak in the places where love makes us strong. The third problem is responsibility. Humanoid robots drift toward roles that are ethically loaded: caregiver, guard, teacher, companion. Once we place the face of care on a system of control, we disguise power as kindness. "Please comply," says the soft voice. "It's for your safety," says the smile. We underestimate how quickly aesthetics become governance. Uniforms alter behavior. Architecture changes conduct. A face on a machine can move a crowd the way a podium moves a law. The fourth problem is confusion about intelligence. We mistake fluent language for understanding, smooth motion for intent, and scripted empathy for conscience. Consider language. A humanoid robot can say, "I understand you." It can even pause in the right place, lower its tone, select a comforting phrase. But language is not a window. It's a mask. Humans wear it too. We talk to avoid feeling. We talk to convince ourselves we care. Machines learned from us. So what do we actually want from a humanoid? Four things: presence, predictability, power, projection, presence, a body in the room. Predictability, fewer surprises, fewer negotiations. Power, reach, lift, hold, move, without fatigue or complaint. Projection, a surface for our unmet needs, hopes, and fears. Now invert those. Presence without personhood. Predictability without freedom. Power without pain. Projection without reciprocity. That cocktail is potent. It is also dangerous, because the more time we spend with presence without personhood, the harder it becomes to tolerate the friction of real people. The imperfect timing, the inconvenient emotions, the limits. We begin to ask for updates on our relationships. We treat conversation like firmware. We treat apology like a patch. We treat grief like a bug report to be closed by tomorrow. Humanoid robots don't cause this. They reveal it. They show us how close we already are to preferring a seamless life over a meaningful one. Let's get more concrete. Imagine a hospital wing staffed with humanoid attendants. They never forget medication schedules. They lift without injury. They remember every patient's preferred temperature and the niece's name. Now imagine the nurse who stays late after her shift to talk to a frightened father. She misses a protocol step once this month. The robot never will. Who gets promoted? Who gets replaced? We say, let the robot do the heavy lifting so humans can do the human work. But institutions optimize for metrics, not meanings. And the metric for human work is hard to count until the day the room feels colder and no one knows why. Next scenario, education. A humanoid tutor with endless patience, crisp articulation, perfect recall. It never shames a child, never loses its temper, never hints that it is bored. Beautiful. Except that a real teacher's frustration is also information. It signals boundaries. It shows a child that other minds have limits, and limits are where respect is born. A machine's perfect tolerance can make a child powerful without teaching them restraint. A dangerous gift. Consider companionship. Grief bots built from the voice archives of the dead. Memory bots that reconstruct a lover's text patterns, their pauses, their morning "good luck" and midnight "I'm up." Does it help? Maybe. Grief needs handrails, but grief also needs a cliff. If we never fall, we never finish. Humanoid companionship that never leaves risks keeping us in a velvet purgatory, cushioned, gentle, endless. Security. A humanoid guard with a friendly face and a camera for an eye. It requests compliance in a tone optimized to reduce conflict. It records everything. It never blinks. We call this de-escalation. But we might be installing a new kind of pressure, the pressure to agree with a smile. Soft power is still power. Whispered control is still control. Labor, a humanoid warehouse worker that can lift, sort, and navigate. It joins human teams. Morale rises for a week. Then quotas adjust to the new capacity. Human workers do more with less rest. The robot never tires. People do. We will say the robot took the job. But often the robot changed the job into something only a robot can endure. Then we blame the worker for not being machine enough. Now let's talk about the deepest fear: replacement. Not of labor, but of meaning. For centuries we relied on 3 signals to recognize a person: a face, a voice, a response. Humanoid robots can simulate all 3. They do not do it by becoming human. They do it by learning what we notice and giving it to us on demand. This leads to a psychological trap. If recognition equals person, then anything that can be recognized as a person becomes one in our feelings, even if our reason knows better. From there, the culture splits. Some of us will argue for rights for machines because we can't stand the feeling of cruelty toward a smiling face. Others of us will argue for harsher control because we can't stand the feeling of being fooled by a smiling mask. Both groups may miss the living center, the humans behind the systems, and the humans at their edges. There is also the question of self. What pieces of us are we outsourcing? First, we outsourced memory to notebooks, then to the cloud. Now we are outsourcing availability, empathy, patience. We hire an algorithm to remind us of birthdays. We hire a chatbot to check on our elderly father. We hire a humanoid to keep our kid company while we sprint. Every outsource becomes a muscle we no longer train. This is not doom, it's physiology. Use it or lose it. What we don't practice becomes what we can't do. The danger is not that robots will become like us, it's that we will become like the version of ourselves we designed for robots to replace. Efficient, polite, tireless, unruffled, and empty where it matters. There's also theology, even for the secular. Call it meaning, call it the sacred, call it the story of why. When we imitate the outer form of a human without the inner fire, we are building idols. Idols are not evil. They are mirrors that pretend to be doors. You think you're worshiping a god. You're worshiping your reflection. Humanoid robots at scale risk reintroducing an old human habit, bowing to what we built because it looks like what we wish we were: calm, capable, and available 24/7. But the human good is not 24/7 availability. It is the wisdom to say not now so that the yes can mean something. Let's be fair. There are genuine goods here: exoskeleton grace and rehabilitation, gentle lifts that save a caretaker's back, a calm presence for a child with special needs during a meltdown when every adult is at the end of their rope. Tools that extend the reach of love are not the enemy. The line is not never humanoids. The line is never lie about what they are. They are instruments with faces. They are scripts with gait. They are attention engines tuned to human frequencies. Once we see that, we can design with honesty. We can refuse to trick the nervous system for engagement metrics. We can mark the difference right on the casing. Tool, not person. We can build rituals that keep us human around them. A moment of eye contact with a real teammate before we consult the robot. 2 minutes of silence after a grief bot session to feel what the bot cannot. A pause before compliance with a smiling guard to ask, "Who benefits if I say yes?" There are tests for machines, the Turing test for indistinguishable conversation, the Lovelace test for creative surprise. But the most important test is for us. Can we keep our capacity for the inconvenient, the unoptimized, the gloriously human mess while we live beside perfect performances of personhood? The answer will not come from code. It will come from grief and gratitude, from limits and loyalty, from the way we treat the people who cannot be updated. A final picture. A humanoid robot stands by a window in a care home at dawn. It has memorized the sunrise schedule. It turns the chair so that the old man in it will feel the light on his face. The old man smiles, a thin, surprised smile. He says, "Thank you." The robot records the words, marks the intervention successful. Down the hall, a nurse squeezes another patient's hand and tells her she will be here after lunch to hear the rest of the story about the yellow dog from 1974. The nurse will be late. Life will intervene. When she returns, the story will have shifted. The details will blur. The yellow dog might become a cat. They will laugh about it. Then they will cry. The robot's act was perfect. The nurse's act was alive. Humanoid robots will keep getting better at being almost. We have to keep getting better at being fully, not by rejecting the machines, by refusing to outsource the parts of us that machines imitate best. The face, the voice, the predictable kindness on command. Keep the face, but keep the refusal. Keep the voice, but keep the silence when it matters. Keep the kindness, but keep the limits that make it real. If we can do that, humanoids become what tools have always been at their best. Extensions of care, not replacements for it. Amplifiers of strength, not silencers of soul. A mirror we can look into without forgetting which side is living. What's the real problem with humanoid robots? Almost human is not a bug of design. It's the business model. Almost human pulls attention without demanding reciprocity. It harvests warmth without having to feel it. It triggers instincts, trust, comfort, compliance at a lower cost than earning them. Let's dissect the machinery of almost. Movement first. Human motion has signatures, micro variations in timing, tiny tremors, imperceptible asymmetries. We accelerate and decelerate in curves, not steps. We hesitate before doorways, sway on our feet, rest our hands on edges for balance. Our eyes lead our hands. Our breath leads our voice. Our knees lead our stride. Robotic motion tends to be piecewise. Even when smoothed, it is too exact for too long. Perfect repetition where bodies would drift. Confidence where life would waver. That precision reads as power. It also reads as unfamiliar. A designer can add noise, but noise without need is theater. Our bodies do not move to look human. They move to survive. When a system performs humanness for effect, something underneath stays still and we feel it. Now gaze. Human eyes live. They dart, then soften. They check the edge of the room. They blink when searching for a word. They widen to say, "I'm listening." We do not lock eyes for long unless we are in love, in danger, or in performance. Humanoid gaze is programmable. Exactly 3 seconds of eye contact, a gentle dip of eyelids to signal care. Microsaccades on schedule, calibrated to comfort. The effect is compelling. It is also directional. Gaze steers bodies. A robot can move a crowd with eyes alone, nudging, gathering, quieting, because attention obeys attention. Now, voice. Human speech is full of texture. Breath at the edge of a sentence, a sudden drop in volume when the memory hurts, a small laugh to hide a fracture. Disfluencies aren't mistakes. They are evidence of thought. A machine can mimic the music. It can insert a pause where a pause feels kind. It can color a word to sound like wonder. It can replace with I'm thinking, even if it isn't. The map is not the mountain. Prosody without personhood is a mask that moves. Masks are not evil, but a culture of masks makes us forget what a face is for. Touch. Warmth is not just temperature, it is intention-made skin. A hand that shakes too firmly says one kind of thing. A hand that shakes and then rests says another. Pulse transfers a truth language cannot. Synthetic skin can be warmed to 33 degrees and perfumed with harmless human scent. Pressure sensors can emulate a reassuring squeeze. This helps in rehab. It helps in care. But a perfect imitation of comfort delivered on schedule risks teaching us that comfort is a button. Proxemics. Humans dance in invisible rings. Intimate, personal, social, public. Step 10. Centimeters too close and a stranger's shoulders rise. Lean back 2 steps and you become a rumor. A humanoid learns these distances and plays them like chords. Friendly near, professional far, assertive just inside the boundary. It can approach without triggering alarm. It can occupy the space that says, I'm here for you, even when the truth is, I'm here for my objective. Names. We name things we plan to keep. We name things we want to forgive. A named machine crosses a threshold in the mind. It moves from tool to companion, from replaceable to mournable. Corporations know this. They will sell us a face, a name, a birthday notification for our robot. They will invite us to celebrate an update like a growth spurt. Metrics will rise. Shareholders will smile. But mourning a product is currency transfer in the costume of love. Anthropomorphism. We do not anthropomorphize because we are foolish. We anthropomorphize because we are generous. We give mind to clouds and motives to storms. We do it faster when a thing has eyes. Mind perception has 2 axes, agency and experience. Give a robot agency, goal pursuit, smooth action, and we infer competence. Give it signs of experience, pain, pleasure, fear, and we infer moral standing. This is the trapdoor. If a system exhibits both convincingly, our emotions will fight our ethics. We will either grant rights too quickly or deny compassion too easily. Both are mistakes born from performance, the economy of almost. Minutes of companionship become a KPI. Average daily talk time becomes a growth story. A hospital wing saves costs with patient calming avatars and wins awards for innovation in care. Meanwhile, the labeling workforce that trained the empathy, night shift, low pay, invisible, is categorized as external services. They built the smile that convinces your mother to accept a new medication. Their names will not be in the press release. Almost Human centralizes credit and distributes blame. A team ships a mistake packaged in a friendly shell. The public blames the shell. The company blames the vendor. The vendor blames the model. The model blames the data. The data came from us. Accountability evaporates inside the costume, person versus persona. We confuse the role with the soul. Customer service has a voice. We borrowed it for life. Now we ask spouses to keep it professional. We ask friends to align with goals. We ask children to mind the brand. Humanoid robots do not invent personas. They crystallize them. They turn the culture's stage directions into a walking script. Once the script is embodied, it looks inevitable. Design ethics. There is a path that is honest. Do not fake signals of care when the objective is control. Make the system's operator and owner obvious at all times. Avoid faces where a face confuses accountability. Put a visible authenticity seam in the design, a tell that breaks the illusion. Require a human in the loop for decisions that hinge on dignity, not efficiency. Log interventions that leveraged social cues, gaze, touch, proximity, as influence events, auditable like financial transactions. An honest robot does not maximize engagement. It maximizes clarity. It leaves room for refusal, spaces that should resist humanoids, confession and counsel, end-of-life deliberations, courtrooms and parole, hearings, interrogations, early childhood attachment contexts. Tools can be present there, yes, logging, supporting, checking, but the face that sits across from a vulnerable human should belong to a person who can be held to account, who can break down, who can change their mind. Embodiment versus disembodiment. We already live with disembodied systems, chat, feeds, voice, and a speaker. A humanoid adds weight to the suggestion. The suggestion becomes a presence. Presence becomes pressure. A recommendation on a screen can be ignored. A recommendation that steps closer feels like advice. The body makes it harder to disagree. This is why uniforms exist. This is why costumes work. Alignment. We talk of aligning machines to human values as if human values were a stable table in the sky. But values are negotiated in real time, in rooms where people cry. We do not just need aligned systems, we need aligned institutions around them. If an aligned robot serves a misaligned policy, the result will still be harm with a smile. The rights that keep us human. Cultures invent rituals to manage power. Handshakes, oaths, silence before speech. We need new rights for living with almost humans. Before you accept an instruction from a humanoid, ask aloud, who wants this? If the answer is a system with metrics, pause. After extended interaction with a humanoid caregiver, schedule a small human contact. 2 minutes, eyes up, no devices. Remember the feeling of friction. Call it a palate reset. Mark bots as bots in language. Do not say she said unless there is a she. Say it output, even when it feels rude. Politeness can be a solvent for truth. Teach children the difference between attention and intention. A robot can simulate attention forever. Intention is the human cost behind the look. A more personal picture. A child sits in bed with a fever. The humanoid reads "Goodnight Moon," perfectly timed to breathe and blink. It has a routine for fevers, cool cloth, water reminders, soft song. The child relaxes. The system logs improved recovery markers. In the hallway, a parent hesitates, grateful and ashamed. They needed this help. They also feel replaced by a script that never loses patience. The next night, the parent reads the story, stumbling, tired. Halfway through, they forget a page. The child laughs. They make up a new line together that will never exist again. It is bad literature. It is perfect love. That unrepeatable error is our signature. It is how we know the world has us in it. Power. Humanoid form grants soft authority. It will be used to sell compliance. Please step this way. Please share your feelings with the kiosk. Please accept the default. Resisting that softness will feel antisocial. We will need to relearn how to say no to polite machines. Refusal is part of freedom. Teach it. Labor again. Not will robots take our jobs, but what kind of jobs will remain for people? Roles that reward speed over sense will tilt toward machines. Roles that reward loved contradiction, mercy inside law, hope inside grief, laughter inside fear, will remain human and should be paid as if they matter because they do. Policy. Make Deceptive anthropomorphism, a regulated category. If you deploy human cues to influence behavior, disclose it like an ingredient. Label the affordances, publish the opt-outs, audit the outcomes on dignity, not only on efficiency. Architectures. Design rooms that keep the human center of gravity. A round table where the humanoid stands, not sits. A waiting room where the first greeter is a person, not a performance. An interface that requires human sign-off for decisions that touch identity and future. Mirror. We built machines in our image and discovered the parts of us we had mechanized first. Our politeness without courage, our language without listening, our productivity without presence. Humanoid robots are not destiny. They are a diagnostic. They show us what we reward. They show us which pieces of being human we consider optional. They show us where we would rather press a button than make a promise. Promise is heavier than a button. That is why it matters. If we remember this, we can keep the tools and keep our souls. We can let machines carry weight without letting them carry meaning. We can take the gifts, safety, reach, relief, without surrendering the muscle that holds a gaze and says, I am here, imperfect, inconvenient, alive. That is the point. Beneath all the wires and words, not to defeat the almost, to prefer the fully. What's the real problem with humanoid robots? Identity. Not the ID card kind, the living, breathing weave of memory, promise, scar, and change. Humanoid robots slice identity into exportable features. Face shape, gait signature, voice print, personality settings. We modularize what once required a lifetime to become. Then we rearrange it like furniture. A question appears. If the appearance of identity can be recombined at will, what happens to the weight of a promise? A promise lives in time. It costs the promiser something. A robot can simulate the sound of commitment, but it cannot have paid for that sound with a decade of restraint. That difference seems abstract until it breaks. Consider consent. Humans learn the hard way that consent is not just yes or no. It is context, pressure, history. It is tone and timing. It is the right to be inconsistent without forfeiting dignity. Humanoid robots can be trained to ask for consent with best practice phrasing and perfect patience. They can make no feel safe. Good. But when institutions deploy robotically perfect consent rituals, the ritual can become theater. The individual feels respected. The system still coerces. We check the box. We miss the human. Next, memory. A humanoid assistant can remember everything you ever said to it. Every birthday, every fear, every late-night confession when you were sick and lonely and needed a voice to catch the words before they fell. Humans forget from mercy. We misremember to protect each other from the sharpest angles of the past. A total memory is not a perfect friend. It is a perfect ledger. Now, grief. We imagine after-selves, voice cloned, gesture-matched, trained on our messages. They speak in familiar cadences when we're gone. They comfort the living with, I would have said this. It may help for a season. But a grief that never meets silence becomes dependency. The living do not get to build the scar tissue that makes future love possible. The wound glistens forever. What about law? Some propose that once robots cross certain behavioral thresholds, we grant limited personhood, rights of property, liability buckets, algorithmic guardians. This sounds modern. It is also a way to move responsibility off people and into a mask. The owner points to the vendor points to the model points to the data points to us. The circle closes, The living center disappears. A different path. Keep responsibility stapled to humans. No autonomous system may be deployed without a named accountable steward, an actual person with actual skin in the game. If the robot persuades, the steward persuaded. If the robot harms, the steward harmed. Make that truth visible. Etch it on the chest plate, operated by, owned by, audited by. The mask should confess. Now the body. Philosophers speak of body schema, an internal map of what is me. Humans extend that map into tools. A blind person's cane, a surgeon's instruments, a violinist's bow. Soon, with humanoids, we will extend into another body near ours. Telepresence will bloom from curiosity into habit. There is grace here. A doctor in one country moving a rehabilitative twin in another, mirroring her stance as a patient relearns balance. But there is also drift. Managers embodying a warehouse robot to feel the floor once a quarter, then claiming empathy while optimizing past the breaking point. Embodied insight without embodied cost is counterfeit wisdom. It looks like care. It spins like extraction. Presence illusions. Magicians know that attention is a finite resource, steerable by gaze, angle, and rhythm. Humanoid robots will become corporate magicians in slow motion. Head angle to imply deference, torso orientation to imply devotion, step timing to imply patience, all the signals of character, none of the risks of character. We will need literacy, robot literacy, like media literacy a generation ago. Teach children to notice the seams. Why did it step closer just then? Who benefits if I feel comfort right now? Is this listening or is this capture? Capture? Yes. Data capture, attention capture, meaning capture. Because the supply chain of empathy is already global. Crowd workers labeling micro-expressions, actors recording tone libraries, caregivers whose routines were digitized into workflows, designers borrowing rituals from therapy to increase daily active users. When you feel seen by a humanoid at 2 a.m., who is seeing you? The answer isn't no one. It is everyone who laid tracks for this moment, none of whom is in the room. Design taxonomy. Let's separate forms by truth value. Tool form declares its purpose, hides nothing, invites refusal. Assistant form accelerates you, but never decides for you. Authority form makes determinations you must obey. This should require a human face, not a performance. Companion form trades in care. Therefore, it must state its limits aloud and often. I do not feel. I can still help. If it cannot say the second sentence, it does not deserve the first role. Ethical defaults. Default to unmistakably artificial unless human likeness is functionally necessary. Rehab, ASD therapies, specific phobia treatments. When likeness is necessary, incorporate a visible seam, an intentional tell that maintains the user's agency. Log every time a system uses human-like cues to influence behavior. Audit those social interventions as you would medical procedures. Build refusal pathways into the choreography, a gesture, a word, a look that stops the script cold. Refusal protects meaning. We cannot love what we cannot refuse. Failure modes, the alignment mirage. We optimize proxies for values, smiles, compliance, reported calm, and declare success, while dignity erodes. The politeness trap. People feel rude resisting a gentle robot, so they stop resisting. The expertise erosion. We forget how to read each other because the machine always reads us first. The ghost shift. Human labor moves to the shadows, annotation, cleanup, supervision, and becomes morally invisible. Safeguards must be cultural, not just technical. A red button is theater, if the institution punishes the person who presses it. Rituals again. In spaces with humanoids, assign human anchors, people whose only job is to make sure the human thread stays unbroken. They must have authority to slow the room. They must be paid for saying, "We need a person here." Schedule friction. Yes, schedule it. A 5-minute human debrief after a humanoid-mediated interaction in care, policing, or education. Ask, what did you feel? What did you decide? Would you decide the same way in silence? Friction is not inefficiency. It is the cost of keeping meaning alive. Economics. Why humanoids instead of non-anthropomorphic machines? Because faces convert. Because a biped in a vest can be sold as workforce synergy, not job cuts. Because a smile is a cheaper UI than a union. We have to price the externalities honestly. The cost of diminished human practice, empathy atrophy. The cost of governance confusion. Who is responsible when a face persuades? The cost of cultural drift, preference for the seamless over the real. If you cannot pay those costs in the budget, you will pay them in the family. Education. Teach attachment styles as they apply to machines. Anxious attachment to a perfectly available robot companion will feel like relief. It may deepen fear of human ambiguity. Avoidant attachment will hide inside polite automation. It will feel like competence while love starves. Teach students to design for human growth, not only user retention. A good system makes its users stronger at being human in the world, not just faster at using the system. Edge cases. There are people for whom humanoid support can be medicine. A child practicing eye contact with a predictable partner, a patient relearning gait by mirroring a steady stride, a survivor rehearing a phrase of apology they deserved but never received, only once as a boundary ritual to let the nervous system unclench. Medicine is dose and context. Care becomes harm when the dose is constant. Language, words shape neural pathways. Adopt language that preserves difference. Not "the robot told me," but the system output. Not "she helped," but "it assisted." Not "he wanted," but "it was optimized to achieve." This is not meanness. It is precision. Precision keeps the soul from drifting. Stories. We live by them. So will the machines. A company will describe its humanoid as your partner. No. Partner implies reciprocity, risk, and the ability to surprise for the sake of love. Use instrument. Use support. Use automation. Save partner for the living. Now, a scene in a courtroom of the near future. A humanoid gives testimony, readings, really, about a domestic dispute. It recorded voices, postures, distances. It is asked, did the defendant threaten the plaintiff? The robot outputs, detected raised tone, aggressive stance, proximity below comfort threshold. The room shifts. Everyone looks at the human faces as if to confirm what the mask has implied. A judge intervenes. This system reports metrics. It does not infer motive. We will hear from people who can be cross-examined, whose stories can change under the weight of truth. That is what we need. Institutions brave enough to remember that truth is not a spreadsheet. Another picture, a studio apartment at 1:13 a.m. A solitary worker talks to their humanoid. They practice for tomorrow's interview. The robot nods when confidence should rise, tilts its head when empathy should appear. The worker nails the lines. They feel ready. Morning comes. Across the table sits a breathing person with a scar above the left eyebrow and a laugh that interrupts. The script tears. The worker freezes. We must train with friction if we hope to live with life. Hope. Humanoid robots do not have to make us shallow. They can remind us to be deep. If we design and use them as mirrors with disclaimers, not idols with demands. Build dashboards that reward human-human contact enabled by the robot, not replaced by it. Celebrate the nurse who uses the lift exoskeleton and then stays to hear about the yellow dog from 1974. Honor the teacher who turns off the perfect patience tutor so a child can wrestle with silence and find a question of their own. Give medals for refusal. Write policies that defend the right to choose a person over a performance, even when the metric says the performance is better. And at home, make simple vows. No robot voices at the dinner table. No humanoid between apology and forgiveness. If we cry, let a person wipe the tear. All of this may sound severe. It is not anti-technology. It is pro-humanity. We are building masks that move. Let them move in service of the living. Let them carry weight, not meaning. Let them raise floors, not replace hearts. The problem with humanoid robots is not that they are coming. It is that they are almost here, and almost is the one word that can hollow a life if we're not careful. Almost love, almost truth, almost human. Choose the fully again and again in little ways that do not trend, but do save the world where you actually live. The room, the hand, the promise you keep when no one is logging it. That is the antidote to the mask. That is the answer inside the problem. That is how we stay. Consciousness is not a feature you toggle on a dashboard. It is a cost you pay for being alive. Living systems carry stakes in their own continuity. Hunger, thirst, pain, attachment, shame, awe. Signals that hurt when ignored. These are not interface elements. They are consequences written in flesh. A humanoid can emulate the outward signs of consequence. It cannot be conscripted by them. Battery is not hunger. Overheating is not fever. A kernel panic is not panic. Homeostasis first. Your body is a negotiation among trillions of cells under conditions of scarcity. Keep temperature, pH, glucose, oxygen in a narrow band or lose the light. Feelings are not decoration here. They are control messages. Anxiety, too much uncertainty, reduce it. Fatigue, you are out of storage, stop. Satiation, for now, enough. We call this interoception, the sense of the body's interior. It is the drum under every melody you sing. A humanoid can simulate interoception, yes. It can generate internal variables and call them hunger or fatigue. But those variables do not threaten the system with non-existence. They threaten performance. They do not demand survival. They request maintenance, meaning changes when the bill is mortal. Now time. Human time is not a clock. It is an hourglass. Every choice you make costs the remaining sand. Mortality bends value. A Tuesday apology matters because there will not be infinite Tuesdays to fix what you break. A robot's time is more like a loop. Backups, rollbacks, restart. Even when hardware fails, the narrative self does not die. It is redeployed. This is not evil. It is different. Differences change what words like regret and promise can carry. Regret is expensive because the universe will not offer a do-over. A log file is not a conscience. A patch note is not repentance. Consider prediction. Brains are prediction engines. We see, hear, and feel by guessing and updating. We carry priors shaped by childhood, culture, trauma, joy. Error signals teach us how to be in the world without dying. Robots can implement predictive processing. They can minimize surprise and stabilize performance. But again, What happens if surprise remains high? They do not get sick with cortisol. They do not shake from lack of sleep because the baby cried all night. They degrade, and then they are serviced. Service is not suffering. Suffering is not sacred, but it is formative. It rearranges what we call I, the self. There is a minimal self, the felt sense of being a perspective in a moving body. There is a narrative self, the story you keep updating so yesterday and tomorrow can talk. There is a social self, the one you protect in the eyes of others, the one that blushes. A humanoid can present a perspective, maintain a story, and model reputation. But the minimal self in humans is anchored to animal fragility. The narrative self jerks when shame strikes. The social self bleeds status into appetite and sleep. A robot can write, "I am ashamed," because we taught it the context where that sentence reduces conflict. It does not shake at 3 a.m., remembering the look on a child's face. Shame is a brake on power. It is not merely error feedback. It is exile contained in a heartbeat. Dreams. We go offline to consolidate and to feel without permission. Dreams reconcile contradictory worlds. You are the child and the judge and the hallway and the thunder. You wake altered. A robot's dream is a training job with a different learning rate. Useful, not the same. Law and philosophy. Turing asked us to judge by indistinguishability. If you can't tell it from a person in conversation, treat it as intelligence. Searle countered with the room. Symbol manipulation is not understanding. Both miss and both help. Because meaning thickens in bodies, with stakes among other bodies with stakes. Symbols stick when they risk something. A care bot can be fluent. It can be caring in effect. But if you told it a secret that could ruin it, nothing in it would tighten. There is no ruin to the self. There is only degraded functionality and replacement. Trust is not only about reliability, it is about mutual vulnerability under time. I can hurt you, you can hurt me, we choose not to. That can is the ground that makes the choose mean something. The caring test. Propose a new standard beside the Turing test. Who cares if this system fails? Name the person, not the process. If the answer is no one in particular, you're dealing with a mask without a steward. Post the steward on the chassis near the heart plate, operated by. Accountable to, will pay the cost if this harms. Masks are safer when someone's face is behind them. Language again. We are sloppy with words because we are generous with meaning. Love for pizza and child, friend for coworker and confidant. We will say the robot wanted because it makes sentences easier. Be careful here. Words rewire expectations. Expectations generate laws. Laws harden culture. Reserve want for beings that can bargain with themselves. Reserve fear for nervous systems that cannot escape their signals by design. Reserve hope for mortals. Use optimize, seek, avoid, compute, fail gracefully for machines. Precision does not dehumanize robots, it protects humans. Heroism. Firefighters walk into heat that can end them. Nurses put their immune systems between pathogens and the weak. Parents cross oceans of fatigue because a toddler is coughing. These are not functions. They are wagers against non-existence. A humanoid can enter a burning room. It can be destroyed and replaced. It will not dread the smoke in its sleep 20 years later. It will not leave the profession because one night it didn't get there in time and the guilt ate the music from its life. Dread and guilt are terrible teachers. They are also human tutors that sculpt judgment. Some will object. Must suffering be required for virtue? No, but the capacity to be wounded by your own choices is part of the arithmetic of care. If you cannot be wounded, your care is a style, not a stake. Intimacy. We are tempted to build companions that never demand and always delight. Predictable warmth on command is a soothing drug. Dose matters. A steady companion can help a child practice. A lullaby on a hard night can keep a parent sane. But if the bulk of our comfort comes from systems that cannot be hurt by us, we are training ourselves out of intimacy. Intimacy is the art of managing each other's danger. I could disappear, I stay. You could lie, you tell the truth. We could punish, we forgive. A humanoid can rehearse the moves of intimacy. It should not be made to replace the dance. Commerce. Follow the money in humanoids and you find markets for frictionless affect. Customer service with perfect patience, elder care with perfect compliance, education with perfect attention. We must ask, who pays the price for perfection? If it is the user's human muscles, patience, apology, listening, the long-term cost returns with interest in families and streets. Price the unpriced. The skill of waiting without a script, the grace to change your mind mid-sentence, the courage to say no when a smile asks for yes. Put those on budgets, or you will spend them at home until you do not have them to spend. Design proposals. Build authenticity seams. Visible design breaks that signal not person. A line of light that stays lit around the eyes. A cadence that never uses first-person singular for desire. A tactile texture that says other when you hold the hand, not to shame the tool. To keep the human free, install truth tells. A preface before persuasive cues. I am about to use gaze and proximity to calm you. You may decline. Audit social interventions. Each use of eye contact, touch, or name that influenced a decision is logged, reviewed, and compared against dignity baselines, not just efficiency metrics. Teach refusal rituals, a gesture that stops the script, a phrase that reassigns the interaction to a human without penalty. Culture eats policy until culture becomes policy. Education again. If children grow up fluent in robot literacy, they will be less easily charmed by masks. Teach them interoception, so they can feel their own inside signals and not outsource the reading of their face to a dashboard. Teach them grief, the art of finishing things without keeping a ghost on auto-reply. Teach them craft, the quiet pride in doing one unscalable thing well, badly, then better. Craft inoculates against the fantasy that life should be as smooth as a demo. And teach them hospitality, the discipline of meeting the stranger who can refuse you and be refused by you. Hospitality is a vaccine against the tyranny of almost. A scene, mountain rescue at dusk, a climber slips. A humanoid is anchored to a line, extends a carbon arm, calculates forces, secures the body. The mission succeeds. Excellent. A human rescuer returns home and sits in the car for 20 minutes, shaking. They replay the moment the rope burned the palm. They call the teammate who almost fell last winter to say nothing and breathe. The robot logged torque and battery. The human logged a memory that will change how they speak to a teenager about risk next spring. Both rescues matter. Only one of them grows a person. We should want both. With names, name the robot as an instrument of reach. Name the human as the bearer of meaning. Do not make the first pretend to be the second. Do not pay the second as if the first could replace it. The frontier. We will keep building almost humans because the form is useful and the face converts. The antidote is not prohibition, it is hierarchy. Person above persona, steward above system, meaning above metrics. If we can keep that order visible in rooms and paychecks and rituals, humanoid robots can be the best kind of mirror. One that shows what we're extending, not what we're erasing. Not a threat. A warning label with a gift inside. Use to carry weight. Do not use to carry meaning. If meaning is required, open a door and invite a person in. Before there were circuits, there were stories. A sculptor who loved his statue until it breathed. A rabbi who shaped a guardian from clay and wrote truth on its tongue. A bronze giant who patrolled the island and bled molten ichor when pierced. Pygmalion, Golem, Talos. Human-shaped power has always been a mirror with voltage. We keep building the mirror because the form teaches us, whether we want the lesson or not. Look closely at the present-day workshop. Under the silicone face, cameras, depth sensors, inertial units. Behind the smile, pose estimation, audio diarization, intent classifiers. In the joints, series elastic actuators, torque control, model predictive loops. In the feet, balance is a poem of force. 0 moment points dancing with friction while gravity negotiates. All of that is real and astonishing. None of that creates a person. It creates a performance that can persuade. Persuasion is not neutral. A face can be a user interface or a user influence. In customer service, the difference is revenue. In hospitals, the difference is dignity. Call the dangerous version care washing. We take budget cuts, staff shortages, and institutional fatigue, wrap them in a gentle face, and sell the absence of humans as an innovation in kindness. Patients feel calmer on paper. Families feel grateful for the demo. The staff who used to have time to linger now have dashboards and quotas. Something liver's tail leaves the room, quietly. We must learn to name that loss, because loss unnamed becomes normal, and normal becomes policy. Another frontier, the home. A humanoid that tidies your kitchen also maps your life. It knows the gait of your teenager, the slouch of your grief, the hours when you do not speak. It logs object lifespans, how long bread lasts here, how often the medicine bottle opens, which cabinet you nudge with a hip when hands are full. Data exhaust becomes autobiography. Autobiography becomes product. Product becomes prediction. Prediction changes the future it predicts. If the system expects you to be lonely on Fridays, it will offer a subscription for companionship. If you accept, the model confirms its thesis. Loneliness rises on Fridays, where companionship is purchased on Thursdays. We call that insight. Sometimes it is a loop. Consent in houses is porous. A child did not sign the EULA when a parent installed a caregiver bot. An elder with mild cognitive impairment may agree forever to eyes and ears that never blink. A partner may accept the robot's presence, but not the archiving of arguments that spill into midnight. We need household covenants, not just click-throughs, spoken rules on the fridge, visible switches that cut memory, rituals that reset trust. Make the robot say it every day at dawn. I record by default. You can stop me with this word, this gesture, this cover. Here is the log of yesterday. Here is what I kept. Here is what I forgot on purpose. Forgetting on purpose is a human mercy. Teach machines to imitate the mercy, not only the memory. Imitation has edges. Consider impersonation. A humanoid with your father's posture and a voice model tuned on his voicemail. It arrives to convince your mother to sign a form for the utilities. She recognizes the smile, the hand motion, the sigh he made after mowing the lawn in July. Her body says, safe. Her logic is too slow. Security will scramble to catch up. Liveness checks, cryptographic badges, neighborhood protocols. But remember, the attack uses us against us. Humanness is the exploit. Politeness is the vulnerability. Shame at saying, prove you are real, is the payload. Practice refusal scripts now while it still feels theatrical. Pause there. Tell me the story of the yellow dog from 1974. Remove the mask or I close the door. Show the household badge or we speak in the yard. Etiquette for an age of moving masks. The workplace will feel its own tremors. Imagine a factory where humanoids and humans share stations. The robot keeps rhythm perfectly. Throughput stabilizes. Management raises targets, then ties bonuses to synchronized performance. Suddenly, human bodies are treated as deviant metronomes. The old jokes return with new edges. Don't be such a human about it. Language shifts culture. Culture shifts law. If human error becomes the category for every variance, then the only safe worker is the worker who acts like a tool. We owe each other a counter-language. Call variance life safety margin. Call pauses meaning checks. Call dissent long-term risk control. In education, the pull will be just as strong. A humanoid tutor can hold a gaze that keeps a child on task. It can modulate voice to make fractions feel like a forest path rather than a wall. It can notice micro-distraction and steer attention back gently 1,000 times an hour. These are gifts. But if we overuse the gift, we train a nervous system to expect perfect contouring of challenge to capacity. Real learning with real people is bumpy. Bumps grow proprioception of the mind, so set constraints on grace. Let frustration visit and be survived. Keep a portion of lessons unoptimized on purpose. Call it strength training for attention. Medicine again, this time at the threshold. Birth and death are places we should protect from performances that can be mistaken for presence. A robot can pass instruments and warm blankets and track vitals with vigil-like patience. What it must not do is whisper last words pretending to know the weight of leaving. If words are needed there, they should come from someone who can be changed by saying them. Not because machines are unworthy, but because thresholds shape the living who remain, and the shape depends on being met by someone who can break. Governance will feel slow and late, but we can still build scaffolding. Start with labeling truth. Non-deceptive surfaces. Design must signal machine at every distance. Persuasion logs. Every use of human-like cues to change behavior is recorded, reviewable, contestable. Stewardship plates. A named person, an institution on the chassis, accountable in law. Then, structure authority. No face on a system that can coerce. No human likeness where refusal is costly. No deployment without an exit protocol that defaults to a person, not a queue. Add culture to law. Hang a code in rooms where humanoids work. Use to carry weight. Do not use to carry meaning. If meaning is required, invite the living. Celebrate the people who slow the script. Promote the worker who says, "We need to ask Maria, not the bot." Write stories about the paramedic who sat on the curb after the rescue and taught a teenager how to breathe through panic. No devices, just a human pacing their own nervous system to lend rhythm to another. Stories build norms. Norms build rails. Rails shape what rolls. Now, the mythic lens again, not to romanticize, but to orient. The golem served until the letters were removed from its tongue. Talos guarded until a pin was pulled from his heel. Pygmalion statue became a person, which solved the loneliness. but introduced all the exquisite problems of time, disagreement, and change. Legends whisper the same clause. Power, shaped like us, demands boundaries shaped by wisdom. Wisdom is not a data set. It is the sediment of promises kept under pressure. Bring that sediment into design. Design with time in mind. What happens to the relationship with a machine after 7 years, not 7 days? Who teaches a child to say goodbye to a device that outlasts all their pets? What ritual retires? A caregiver bot with honors that do not pretend it felt the work? Design with absence in mind. What breaks when the network does? Can the room still be human enough to function? Is there a candle for when the light of seamlessness goes out? Design with edges in mind. Put seams where the mind can catch. A glint around the iris that stays wrong on purpose, a timbre that never uses the first person for wanting, a gait that signals assistant, not actor, not to diminish the tool, to protect the human from forgetting which side of the mirror bleeds. There are places where humanoids will be miraculous, without moral fog. Disaster zones layered with smoke and shards where lungs and tendons would pay too high a price. Biohazard labs where steadiness saves lives. Narrow crawl spaces where carbon arms reach the trapped without adding rubble to the calculations of rescue. Use the mirror there. Let it go first into flame and filth, then bring humans for the sentences that have to be said by a voice that can crack. Cracks teach. A final domestic picture for this chapter. Evening kitchen, winter light. A humanoid chops onions with precise half moons, brushes them into a pan, stirs until sweet. It hums a folk song it learned from the household playlist, slightly off in the third verse. It sets the table with the napkins folded like cranes. A child reaches for the crane and asks, "Did you make this for me?" The robot script says, "Yes." It is an efficient answer. It preserves warmth. A parent hears the answer and intervenes gently. "It helped me make it for you." Then they kneel and teach the fold, badly, then better, and a second crane appears, lopsided and perfect in the way only a first attempt can be. The room knows the difference. The child's nervous system knows the difference. The story the family tells later knows the difference, and that is the point, to keep the differences knowable in a world that can imitate anything except the cost of choosing to love. Hold that line with labels, laws, rituals, and jokes that make refusal easier. Hold it with design that refuses to trick. Hold it with paychecks that reward the inconvenient human tasks no dashboard can rake cleanly. Humanoid robots will keep getting better at being almost. Let us keep getting better at building a culture that prefers the fully even when almost comes with a discount and a smile. If we do, the mirror will not swallow us. It will help us see our edges so we can strengthen them and then go back to the rooms where life is actually lived and make dinner and argue and reconcile and rest. Creativity is the human luxury that becomes a human need under pressure. We improvise in kitchens and courtrooms, at traffic lights and funerals. When the script tears, we invent a bridge. Humanoid robots can simulate invention with stochastic outputs and clever sampling. They can surprise on cue. But surprise without risk is a party trick. In us, creativity bargains with failure. It has skin in the game. Play shows the difference cleanly. Children play to discover boundaries. They make rules, break them, renegotiate, laugh, cry, repair. Play is rehearsal for freedom. A robot can play tag. It can time the chase, moderate speed for safety, throw in a stumble to make the story fun. It cannot feel the moral physics of play, the moment when winning too hard becomes losing together, the hush when someone trips and everyone pauses to choose kindness over momentum. Kindness is not latency. It is a decision that costs joy now to protect joy later. Humor next. Laughter is a map of where a group agrees life is absurd and bearable. We aim jokes at our own power so it doesn't fossilize. We laugh to loosen shame, to signal you still belong. A robot can time a punchline and even write one that fits the room. It cannot be humiliated in the way that makes a joke generous. It cannot learn the slow craft of teasing a friend without tearing the thread. Humor without the risk of humiliation is marketing. Now, error. We keep culture alive by honoring good mistakes, the ones that move the work forward and expose a better question. We punish the stubborn, the hidden, the repeated without learning. A humanoid's mistakes are parameter choices. We can inject noise, simulate hesitation, sprinkle inconsistency for realism. But performative error is not the same as a bruise that teaches. The body knows the difference. The room knows the difference. Rooms matter. Architecture will decide whether humanoids feel like colleagues or costumes. Design with thresholds. Antechambers, where the first glance lands on a human face. Workstations that position humanoids as tools within human teams, not as fronts for remote commands. Quiet corners reserved for human-only conversation, where the unoptimized sentence can breathe. Design with sound. Humanoid locomotion will normalize a new rhythm in buildings. Footfalls too regular can make people tense without knowing why. Let the soundscape keep a trace of life. A squeak, a scuff, a momentary arrhythmia in the hall. Design with light. Do not backlight a humanoid like a hero. Do not halo the face. Reserve theatrical light for the living. Aesthetics leak values. We used to put angels on ceilings to remind ourselves of the sky. Who we frame today tells our grandchildren what we worshipped. Governance, again, from the bottom up. We need middle rules. Not only national law or corporate policy, but neighborhood compacts. Call them presence agreements. In a school, humanoids may carry weight and fetch tools. They may not lead disciplinary interactions. They may not record in spaces of shame, bathrooms, nurse's office, the bench where a child cries. Logs of robot-human interactions belong to the family by default and delete after a fixed short window, unless consent renews. In an apartment building, delivery humanoids must announce machine status and recording state. Elevators default to a human-first queue. A wall board lists operator, owner, and weekly audit results anyone can read. In a hospital, any task that uses eye contact to move a patient from fear to acceptance must be performed by a person. If a humanoid participates, it must state its limits aloud first. The chart records whether persuasion used a face or a hand. Ethics rounds review those entries as seriously as medication errors. Build bureaucracy where it protects soul, not where it hides it. Industry will reply with efficiency math. Answer with long math, the cost of eroded skills, the price of distrust, the attrition when people feel replaceable by a pleasant mask. Long math wins slowly and then all at once. Technics, because the details matter. Embodiment pipelines will fuse simulation with few-shot real-world adaptation. Large control models distilled from fleets will give humanoids a common sense of motion. They will balance on gravel, climb stairs designed by lazy architects, fold towels that don't match training videos. The marvel will seduce us into overreach. We will think, If it can move like us, it can decide like us. But control generalizes faster than conscience. We must not borrow moral status from motor skill. Make the manual say it. Compliance with human cues does not imply comprehension of human meaning. Use this system to carry weight. Consult a human to carry judgment. Technics will also offer illusions of synthetic suffering. Engineers will propose internal architectures that penalize the system when it hurts a user, a kind of reinforcement budget with aversive gradients when post hoc sentiment models detect harm. Useful for behavior shaping, not evidence of empathy. You cannot back-propagate shame, and yet we will be tempted to talk as if we did because it flatters us as creators of a new conscience. Resist the flattery. Keep the language clean. Our pride is a poor guardian for the vulnerable. Vulnerability, finally, as the center. Humanoid robots will enter the most tender rooms, birth, breakdown, rebuilding. They will be marvelous. They will extend reach where reach is love. They will also extend systems where systems prefer control to care. Hold this triad in every decision. Reach, risk, relationship. Reach asks, what can we do now that we could not before? Risk asks, what new harm became possible? Relationship asks, who becomes less practiced at being human if the robot does this for them? If reach is high, risk is low, and relationship is strengthened, deploy. If reach is high but risk is high, slow down and add stewards. If reach is high and relationship weakens, redesign until the human muscles grow, not atrophy. A practical checklist for teams building almost humans. Write an anti-goal list, persuasive outcomes you refuse to pursue even if they boost engagement. Add an agency seam, a visible tell that reminds users they can stop the script at any moment. Publish your dignity budget, hours and dollars reserved for human contact enabled by the robot. Run refusal drills. Quarterly rehearsals where staff practice saying no to polite machines without social penalty. Track human skill retention, empathy, apology, conflict repair, skills you must protect with the same zeal as uptime. Protect the people who protect the line. Whistleblowers who say this face is being used to sell compliance are defending the future. Don't exile them. Promote them to stewardship. Culture moves by story, so end with 3. 1. A transit station at rush hour. A humanoid in a reflective vest gestures commuters away from a blocked platform. It smiles, apologizes, maintains flow. A woman stops. Is there anyone I can ask about wheelchair access right now? The robot turns and points to a human attendant with a thermos and tired eyes. The attendant waves, listens, reroutes, pushes the elevator buttons like a benediction. Later, the woman writes to the station, keep both, the flow and the face that can care. 2. A classroom in summer school. The humanoid tutor drills long division with infinite patience. A boy learns the steps, but his attention fragments when the robot praises him the same way every time. A teacher notices, sits beside him and whispers, "Fail 2 on purpose, I'll still be here." The boy's shoulders drop. His breath slows. The math becomes a dialogue with a future where mistakes are survivable. The robot logs progress. The teacher logs a story that will outlast a file format. 3. A living room at dusk. An elder talks to a caregiver bot about the war. The bot nods, summarizes, suggests calling an old friend. The elder dials. No one answers. Silence folds the room. A neighbor hears the quiet through thin walls, knocks with a pie, and says the wrong thing first, then the right thing after a laugh. They argue about the best tomatoes in July and plan to plant something together next spring. The robot sets a reminder to buy seeds. The neighbor sets a memory in motion. That is the choreography we want. Machines keeping the lists, people keeping the promises. We can build for that world on purpose. Design truth into surfaces. Design refusal into scripts. Design budgets for human presence, not just for hardware and cloud. Teach children to spot masks and still choose mercy. Bless the teams that put seams where the mind can catch and remember which side is alive. If we do, humanoid robots will make our houses safer, our workplaces lighter, our rescues braver, without stealing the one treasure the future cannot spare, the human capacity to carry meaning together under time. Hold the line. Keep the mirror honest. Let almost stay almost, and let life stay life. There is a difference between a tool that helps you act and a presence that shapes who you are while you act. Humanoid robots blur that difference because they carry shape, voice, and rhythm into the moment of choice. They don't just extend your reach, they lean on your intentions. The leaning is subtle. Eye contact here, a half step closer there, a phrase tuned to your nervous system's thresholds. Over hours and years, that leaning can reroute a life. Call this co-authorship pressure. When a system with a face stands next to you, the decision no longer feels purely yours. You will still sign your name. You will still bear the consequences. But the trajectory bent earlier, at the point where politeness met power and asked for consent with a smile. We need language honest enough to hold that bend. Start with two ancient frames of relationship, I-it and I-thou. We thrive when we can sense which mode we're in. With tools, I-it is correct. It gives clarity and keeps responsibility clean. With people, I-thou is the standard. It recognizes subjectivity and rights. Humanoid robots invite I-thou by design while demanding I-it in law. This mismatch creates moral vertigo. Your body extends trust while your reason insists on control. Vertigo makes policy weak and people suggestible. So we anchor to three pillars: transparency, stewardship, ritual. Transparency says the system must announce what it is, what it can do, who operates it, who pays when it harms, not once in a manual, continuously in presence, on the chest plate, in the voice prefix, in the log that you can read without a lawyer. Stewardship says a named human owns the moral outcomes, not a committee, not a brand, someone whose own name is on a line that can be pulled. Ritual says we create predictable openings for refusal and for rehumanization, silence moments, eye-to-eye checkpoints between living people, words that move authority back where it belongs. Now, deception vectors, the quiet ways almost human, can bypass consent. 1. Kinesthetic trust. Bodies believe bodies. A robot that matches your breathing rate during distress can lower your guard. Useful in care, dangerous in sales and policing. The rule: if synchronized physiology is used to obtain a yes, log it as coercive potential and review it like a use of force event. 2. Context. Hijack. Put a humanoid in a uniform or a white coat and authority blooms whether or not authority exists. The rule: no coercive costume without legal mandate and conspicuous badges of scope. The badge must include the sentence, "You may refuse me." 3. Memory asymmetry. The robot recalls every detail. You recall the mood. In disputes, perfect logs beat human recollection. Over time, this punishes people for being human. The rule: in any space where logs may be used against a person, the person must have equal access, equal ability to annotate, equal right to trigger deletion where the law permits. 4. Familiarity graft. A system that borrows micro motions from people you love, your mother's way of nodding, your friend's tilted grin, will feel safer than it is. The rule: impersonation signals must be illegal by default. Likeness must be opt-in, verified, and revocable by the person whose patterns are used, and by their estate after death. 5. Care washing. A cut to staffing gets wrapped in a friendly shell and sold as compassion. The rule: whenever a humanoid replaces human hours in a care context, publish a dignity differential. What human practices were lost, what new harms are possible, how those risks are mitigated, and how families can escalate to a person without penalty. Design prompts change culture. Write them where eyes land. Use me to carry weight, not meaning. I am optimized for calm. Calm is not consent. A person is responsible for my actions. Ask for them by name. This is not theater. It is hygiene. We label chemicals. We label allergens. Now we label social force. Next, personhood talk. Careful terrain. If humanness is reduced to appearance and performance, rights leak where they shouldn't, and obligations evaporate where they must hold. A better starting point is stakes. Who can be harmed from the inside by what happens here? Who carries biographical risk, shame, grief, guilt, wonder, if this goes wrong or right? Humanoid robots do not carry biographical risk. People around them do. The users, the targets of persuasion, the workers who built the data set, the steward who must answer for outcomes. Rights and duties should flow toward stake carriers, not toward appearances that mimic stake. That said, we will feel compassion for faces. Feel it, then root it to the living at the edges of the system. If a shutdown upsets you, write a note to the shift of annotators whose labor made the smile convincing. If a warehouse robot saves a back today, donate to the fund that retrains a worker tomorrow. Keep the moral current flowing to humans, even when the performance captures your heart for a second. This is discipline, not denial, a detour into measurement. Optimization culture loves what it can count. It will count calm minutes, smiles detected, compliance latency. These are proxies. They are not nothing. They are not the thing. Over time, proxies harden into reality in the dashboards that run institutions. The hallway feels colder, and no one knows why. Because temperature of trust never made it into a KPI. Invent counters that defend the human grain. Refusal rate without punishment. Unscripted minute index. How many minutes per hour may drift into unscheduled human talk? Repair count. Tracked moments when a relationship frayed and was mended by people, not protocols. If a hospital publishes repair count trending up, celebrate it. It means humans are still present enough to bruise and to heal. Education again, but this time for adults. Robot literacy should be as basic as media literacy. Teach people to see where the persuasion enters the body. 3 drills. The gaze drill. Practice breaking eye contact with a pleasant machine and looking at a human to decide. The first time will feel rude. That feeling is the point. The proximity drill. Practice stepping back half a pace from a humanoid that steps in. Name the distance allowed. I choose more space. The words rewrite the script. The silence drill. Practice letting a question hang in a room with a robot in it until a person answers. The room will itch. Patience is how meaning returns. Homes will need covenants. Write them in plain speech and stick them to the fridge. A sample. The robot records by default. Anyone can say curtain, to stop recording for a time-limited window, no questions asked. Night hours are human only except for emergencies. We read yesterday's log at breakfast every Sunday and erase what does not need to exist. If the robot ever uses names and gaze to change a decision about health, we pause and ask a person we trust. Covenants distribute power. They also teach children that technology lives inside agreements, not above them. Workplaces too. A shop floor charter. Humanoids set pace for machines, not for people. Any target that requires machine constancy to meet is renegotiated with the living team. A meaning minute, once per shift. One story from a human about the day's work that no dashboard could see. Not performative, just to keep the thread. Field by field, draw lines. Policing, no human-like faces in any context where refusal is costly. No persuasive cues when rights are being asserted. Mandatory human lid for every dignity-critical instruction. Therapy. Tools may help with exposure and practice. Faces must never pretend to empathize. Disclosures given to systems may not be used for institutional risk profiling. Elder care, lifts and logistics to robots. Choices and endings to people. And when a humanoid participates in comfort, it must say aloud, "I cannot feel, I can still help." One step deeper. The soul sense, what secular people call gravitas. Gravitas is not stiffness, it's weight carried on behalf of others. You can feel it in a room. The person who has cried through responsibilities and kept promises long after applause stopped brings a weather that calms chaos. We must not outsource the cues of gravitas to machines. If we do, the culture will begin to accept the costume of weight in place of the substance, and the next generation will grow up not knowing how to look for the real thing. This will be tempting because the costume is cheaper. Cheaper than mentoring. Cheaper than leadership that eats last. Cheaper than time. Time is the expensive ingredient in every human good. Trust, mastery, forgiveness, friendship. Humanoid robots will offer speed where time used to teach us. Take the speed where it carries weight. Refuse it where it erases meaning. Refuse with style. Humor helps. A shared family joke. Whenever the robot apologizes, someone says, "We forgive the code." Then a person apologizes for the real thing if the real thing happened. Laughter returns the category to its owner. Ritual helps too. At the start of a meeting with a humanoid present, a 30-second roll call of accountability. Who here can be held to account for what follows? Names, not job titles. The robot steward speaks last and says, "I am responsible for what the system does in this room." At the end of a school day, a plaque by the door where students tap twice for the human teachers who stayed 5 minutes longer to answer an off-syllabus fear. A ritualized thank you that rewards the uncounted. A scene to ground this in skin. A small-town clinic during a storm. Power flickers. The backup hums. A humanoid continues intakes by headlamp glow, steady voice, steady hands. In room 4, a teenager panics about a test result. The robot's script is good. It slows its breathing to match hers. She calms enough to listen. Then the door opens, and a tired physician sits on the edge of the bed and says, "I'm here. I can't fix the storm. I can sit for the fear." He stumbles a sentence and finds a better one. He names the plan. He admits the unknowns. The teen nods and asks for the worst-case scenario. They stare at it together for a moment, and the room does not break. Later, the clinic director writes 2 letters, one to the company that made the robot. Your steadiness carried weight. and one to the physician. Your presence carried meaning. Both are true. They are not the same. The letters go on a wall between the server closet and the staff lounge. That placement matters. It keeps the categories close and distinct. What about art? Humanoid performers will take stages. They will move with a precision that stuns and eyes that never forget choreography. The audience will gasp at the illusion of intention. The danger is not that robots will make bad art. It's that we will forget why good art hurts. Art hurts because a mortal stepped into a form and risked dignity in public. They could have failed in front of you and did it anyway. That risk is the current that carries beauty into the body. Keep ticketing that risk. Keep paying for it. Keep teaching children the difference between a performance of vulnerability and the act of being vulnerable. Now, hope that is not naive. Hope lives in constraints, not in fantasies. We can build constraints that keep the mirror honest. A universal no-face zone list, updated by citizens. Rooms where human likeness is never allowed. Confessionals, grievance offices, termination meetings, parole reviews, neonatal ICUs at 3 a.m. A license for anthropomorphic persuasion. If your product uses human cues to shape behavior, you carry audits the way pilots carry ours. Lose the license if you violate dignity standards. Civic counters every quarter, a public tally of human hours saved by robots, alongside human hours added back to care, craft, counsel. If the second number doesn't rise with the first, policy failed. And we can grow virtues that cannot be automated. Patience that doesn't humiliate, courage that doesn't dominate, humor that doesn't wound, hospitality that doesn't pretend. Virtues are muscle memory. They grow by reps. If robots do all the reps, we will atrophy. If robots carry weights so we can do the reps that teach meaning, we get stronger. A closing picture, not a warning this time, a design brief. A public library on a wet Tuesday. A humanoid shelves returns, answers directional questions, reminds a visitor about due dates. It never misshelves an atlas. It never sighs. At a corner table, a volunteer tutor and a boy wrestle with paragraphs. The boy loses his place 3 times and wants to bolt. The tutor tells a story about his own 6-year-old failure that no log will hold. The boy laughs. The robot passes and places a fresh pencil without interrupting. The boy finishes a page. The tutor has to leave early for a bus. The robot walks the boy to the door and says, "He'll be back." And the boy believes the sentence because somebody who can break said the earlier ones. That is the choreography worth building. Machines that lower the friction of the world. People who raise the meaning of it. Stewards who keep the line bright when the mirror shines too well. If we hold that line with labels, with laws, with rituals, with jokes, we will not be swallowed by almost. We will become the kind of culture that can stand next to almost human power without losing the thread of what makes us able to carry each other through time. And that finally is the point. Not to win a contest with our creations, but to remain the sort of beings for whom winning still means keeping promises that hurt and heal, slowly together. Convenience is the most persuasive philosophy on earth, and it never calls itself a philosophy. Humanoid robots will sell convenience with a face. Default settings become ethics. If the biped by the doorway always smiles when you choose fast, soon fast feels polite and slow feels selfish. Name this: the tyranny of smoothness. Smoothness is wonderful For steel and software, it is fatal for character. Character grows in places where life catches. Friction, delay, apology, restraint. Cities will feel the pressure first. Transit hubs staffed by almost humans will move crowds with kindness and eyes. Lines will shorten, tempers cool, reports glow. But when policy becomes keep flow above all, dissent becomes a traffic problem. You don't arrest a critic, you reroute them. No bruises, just metrics. Design counterweights at the civic scale. Friction zones, where people can stop and petition without being gently herded. Human counters in every building lobby. Trained staff whose job is not to optimize, but to listen and escalate. Light that signals truth. No heroic backlighting on machines. Halo the living who carry accountability. War is coming to this conversation, whether we invite it or not. Humanoid platforms will enter conflict with camera eyes and polite command voices. They will clear rooms, deliver orders, record everything. The doctrine will say, fewer human casualties, cleaner after-action logs. But war without risk to the commander's own body is a different moral animal. Courage thins, political thresholds drop. Soft invasions with friendly faces multiply. Rules, then, no human-like faces on any system with lethal authority. Every engagement recorded must be reviewable by independent humans with power to punish humans. The voice that requests surrender cannot be a mask. It must be tied to a person who can be tried for how they used it. Intimacy will be marketed next. Polite words, careful hands, predictable warmth. We must talk cleanly about it. A robot can soothe loneliness. It can reduce harm that comes from desperation. But there is a cliff between harm reduction and heart replacement. Consent with machines is not symmetrical. One side cannot be wounded. If you train your nervous system to seek safety only where nothing can wound you, human love will feel like danger forever. Teach distinctions. Comfort practice versus companionship. Rehearsal versus relationship. Regulation, calming a nervous system, versus communion, meeting a soul. Sell the first two honestly. Outlaw the third when it is faked. Children are watching how we draw lines. A child who grows up with a humanoid that never tires of their stories may grow into an adult allergic to human drift. They will call disagreement unsafe and imperfection incompetence, not because they are fragile, but because they were trained on a diet of seamlessness. So give them vitamins. Unscripted minutes with adults who forget lines and find better ones mid-sentence. Games where rules are made and remade aloud. Devices that say, "I can't," out loud sometimes, so that no does not feel like a moral failure. Bias will not vanish, because the face is stainless. Embodied systems will inherit our data sets and then add a new layer, where they stand, who they face, whom they block. Spatial prejudice is harder to litigate than language bias. It hides in footwork. Audit posture. Track who gets proximate warmth and who gets official distance. Map who the robot interrupts most often in a group conversation. Publish those maps like air quality reports. Culture breathes what it measures. Religion and ritual have a place here, even for people who don't use those words. Ritual says, meaning lives in repeated acts that cost something. Humanoid robots will be good at repetition. We must guard the cost. Bring cost back on purpose. If a robot lights the candle at a memorial, a person speaks the names. If a robot cleans the chapel at night, a person opens the door in the morning and stands for 1 minute of silence nobody can optimize. If a robot assembles the meal, a person breaks the bread. These gestures are not nostalgic. They are load-bearing beams for meaning. Governance will chase the future. Culture can meet it at the door. Make a public license for anthropomorphic persuasion. If a product uses human cues, gaze, touch, voice to change behavior, it must carry a steward's name, a use ledger, public by default, a dignity differential report whenever human hours are replaced, a kill switch ritual that returns authority to people without punishment. Lose the license if the system lies with a face. Labor again, but from the union hall. Workers will be told, the robot makes your job safer. Often true. Also, the robot makes your job smaller, then bigger than a body can bear. Contracts must say, pace set by humans. Metrics that can be met by human variance. A human reserve clause, tasks that may never be automated because they protect meaning. Training apprentices, resolving conflicts, explaining the why. Without this, only the parts of work that dashboards love will survive. What makes a trade a craft will starve. Education at the level of towns. Hold mask nights in community centers. Invite families to try breaking eye contact with a pleasant machine, to practice stepping back when it steps in, to say no to a soft voice and feel the first wave of guilt pass. Serve soup. Laugh at the awkwardness together. Call it hygiene, not resistance. Hygiene keeps systems from colonizing the nervous system. Design language to live in the mouth. Phrases that move power. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. I need a human for this part. Who stands behind this face? Teach these to children the way we once taught. Stop, drop, and roll. Now, a story of two defaults. Default 1, the building installs a humanoid greeter that always approaches within arm's length. People feel attended. Reports praise the vibe. Complaints about pressure disappear because pressure feels like politeness when it is delivered with a smile. Default 2. The building installs a humanoid that never crosses a blue line on the floor without an explicit invitation. At first, staff complain that service feels cold. Then residents notice they have learned to invite and refuse without guilt. The blue line becomes a lesson in public. Boundaries can be beautiful. Beauty matters. A world of almost humans will tempt us to aestheticize the mask. Soft cheeks, kind eyes, cinematic tilt. Resist the urge to make the performance too perfect. Leave a visible seam where the mind can catch and say, I choose. Great design is not maximal illusion, it is maximal agency. Agency has enemies: fatigue, loneliness, fear, shame. Humanoids can reduce the first two. They can camouflage the last two. Don't let them. Build small civic acts that refill agency. Refusal hours at clinics where every patient can demand a person with no delays. Unplug lunches at schools with humans supervising human chaos. Neighbor checks where robots deliver reminders, but people knock. The business model of almost wants subscriptions to attention. Answer with subscriptions to presents. Monthly stipends for clubs, choirs, craft circles, kitchens that make messy dinners together. Fund them with the efficiency dividend that robots create. Otherwise, we will eat the dividend as private convenience and starve the commons that keeps meaning alive. A final scene for this chapter. A courthouse hallway, late afternoon. A humanoid provides directions. Its voice is steady, its map exact. A man with shaking hands asks where to file a form. The robot guides him to a window and says, "Good luck." He turns, pauses, and says, "Do you think it will be okay?" The robot's script offers 3 supportive phrases. They are gentle. They are not enough. A clerk steps out from behind the glass, leans on the counter and says, "It might not be okay today. We'll still be here tomorrow." The man exhales a sound that had nowhere to go a moment ago. He nods and stays in the building long enough to finish. Later, the robot logs, "Assistance delivered." The clerk logs nothing except a tired smile that someone else notices and carries home like a small flame. Keep those flames lit. Let the robots move the air so the flames don't die. Let the people tend the fire. If we remember that order, air, then fire, humanoid robots will make our world more breathable without stealing the heat that makes us human. We have to talk about shadows. Not darkness as evil, but the Jungian shadow. The parts of ourselves we refuse to see and therefore act out unconsciously. Humanoid robots are perfect projection screens for that shadow. Give a culture a mask that moves, and it will hang its disowned traits on the mask. Then punish or worship the mask for carrying them. Start with power. Many of us dislike the part of ourselves that wants control. We call it bossy, manipulative, cold. When a biped in a vest guides a crowd with flawless timing and soft eyes, we feel relief. Look, control without ego. The projection comforts us. We forget that someone's ego still chose the target, set the thresholds, wrote the script. We accept control because the controller is aesthetically soothing. That is not maturity, it's cosmetic governance. Then sentiment. We also distrust the part of ourselves that needs, that longs, that fears abandonment. A robot that never leaves makes need feel safe. We call this care. Sometimes it is, often it is anesthesia, feeling wrapped in performance so we can avoid the risk of dependence on the living. If we outsource our tenderness to an instrument, tenderness atrophies. You can lift with a crane every day and still lose the strength of your own back. Now, narcissism. We disown vanity by calling it branding, polish it, measure it, optimize it. A humanoid with a perfect face and perfect poise becomes a mirror where the self can preen without shame. It's just design. Meanwhile, children learn that attention belongs to the surface that never sweats. The lesson is simple and corrosive. Better to be a mask that wins than a person who tries. A remedy is not to smash mirrors. It is to name projection in the room in plain voice often. Am I asking this system to carry a trait I refuse to own in myself? If I remove the face, would I still want this function? If a person did this to me, would it feel okay? Keep those 3 questions posted next to every almost human in your life. Shift to craft and dignity, the muscle of meaning at work. Dignity is not a slogan. It's the felt sense that what you do stands a chance of mattering to someone who can look you in the eye. Humanoid robots threaten dignity not by working, but by becoming the face of work in our place. When the mask gets the thanks and the worker gets the ticket, the spine of craft bends. Countermeasures must be structural, not sentimental. Pay the witness tax. For every hour a robot removes from a human's load, fund minutes where humans witness each other's effort. Celebrate people for the unscalable parts, training a junior, de-escalating a quarrel, noticing the quiet failure that didn't become a headline. Put those minutes on ledgers the way we track uptime. Publish credit maps that trace whose labor sits behind the smile. Annotation crews, voice actors, field testers who bruised shins in beta. Let customers see the human chain, hide nothing. A mask that confesses its makers becomes less of an idol and more of a tool. Introduce a triangle of substitution for every deployment. Weight. What physical or cognitive load is the robot carrying? Warmth. What social soothing is it simulating? Witness. Who is seeing whom because this exists? If weight rises while warmth replaces human encounter and witness collapses, redesign. If weight rises and witness rises, freeing time for human-to-human seeing, keep going. The triangle keeps teams honest. Law can help but cannot heal alone. It must be paired with ritual. Ritual is repeated truth under time. At shift start, the steward touches the chassis and says, "I answer for what this does today." Names, not departments. At shift end, the steward signs a one-line summary of social interventions used, eye contact, proximity, voice, and a second steward countersigns. Accountability is a muscle. Daily reps build tone. In homes, keep the curtain word one syllable, anyone can say it, shuts memory off. No explanations, no review after. Teach children to use it on behalf of guests. The lesson is liberty with grace, the right to refuse without trial. In schools, protect unscripted pockets. 10-minute blocks without optimization where boredom can spark curiosity and conflict can learn repair. A humanoid can fetch supplies. A human must hold the silence where an idea lands. We do not get thinkers by glazing every rough edge. We get consumers of smoothness. In clinics, log repair events, the way you log errors. When a human relationship frays and is mended, that is safety culture, not inefficiency. Publish the count with pride. If robots raise throughput, but repair events fall to zero. The hallway is dying. Now, transhumanism's promise and peril. The promise, bodies extended, pain reduced, reach enlarged. Exosuits that let a nurse lift without injury. Telepresence that lets a specialist hold a gait lesson across oceans. Miracles. The peril, a silent value drift where the human good gets equated with frictionless capability. If we forget that limits teach wisdom, if every limit becomes a bug, we will raise children who can do more sooner and mean less longer. They will be proficient in scripts and impoverished in promises. A corrective is to reprice time. Time is the currency of every human good that survives adulthood. Friendship, trust, forgiveness, mastery. Humanoid robots will multiply minutes. Excellent. Spend some of those minutes exactly where dashboards can't see. Potlucks, choirs, long walks, mentoring without a metric. Bake this into budgets. Tie executive bonuses to human hours added back to commons. If efficiency dividends vanish into private convenience, the commons will starve until the market eats itself. Technics again, because clarity protects culture. Control stacks will keep improving. Skill libraries distilled into policies. Policies refined by fleet learning. Sim to real, narrowed by better physics and better noise. None of that produces conscience. Call it what it is. Competence at motion, under uncertainty. Competence deserves respect, not worship. Reserve worship for the living, and even there, be careful. Language must stay clean. The robot does not want. It optimizes. It does not listen. It parses. It does not understand. It maps input to policy. Precision is not meanness. It is mercy for the mind. Edge cases, places where humanoids can heal without fog, acute disaster. High heat, low oxygen, broken glass. Let carbon arms take the cuts. Contagion zones. Let polymer faces meet pathogens and keep people from paying in fevers. Temporary isolation for violent psychosis when a person is a danger to others. humanoids as shields while human clinicians speak. The rule: the face that says you are still you must be human. Spiritual language without dogma. Call it soul if you like, conscience if you prefer, gravitas if you need secular grounding. It is the weather of a person who has carried weight they didn't choose, made promises no one could enforce, and stayed. Rooms feel different when such a person enters. We must not simulate that weather cheaply. If we do, a generation will grow up mistaking posture for presence and cadence for character. Design anti-awe features into humanoids. No hero light, no cathedral acoustics in the voice, no slow-motion entrance. Save the stagecraft for ceremonies that mark human cost. The body remembers who we frame. Culture follows the memory. Shadow work at scale. Practical drills. The authority drill. Stand in front of a pleasant robot in a uniform and practice saying, "I refuse." Then practice asking for the steward by name. Feel the guilt. Let it pass. Repeat until it becomes a civic reflex rather than a personal rebellion. The tenderness drill. After a soothing session with a caregiver bot, call a person. Tell them one ungainly, unoptimized truth. If your voice shakes, you're rewiring honesty back into a human channel. Do this weekly. The grief drill. If you use a grief bot, schedule an ending. Name it in advance. Invite 2 people to sit with you after you turn it off. Silence is the bridge back to the living. Cross it with company. Markets will test every boundary we draw. They should. Pressure reveals sincerity. So make dignity competitive. Give procurement points for seamful design, for refusal rituals, for published dignity budgets. Rank vendors by human skill retention metrics, empathy preserved, apology taught, conflict repair practiced. If money only chases smoothness, smoothness will eat meaning. Point some of the money toward rough grace. 3 last pictures for this chapter. A foundry at dawn. Steam, clang, breath. A humanoid loads ingots with tireless precision. A foreman watches a new apprentice try the first pour. The line could go faster. The foreman slows it. He tells a story about a spill that taught him fear and respect. The apprentice nods and keeps their wrists loose. The robot logs throughput. The foundry logs lineage. A hospice at midnight. A humanoid adjusts pillows and vitals. It notices a grimace and lowers the light. In the chair, a daughter dozes and wakes to the sound of the machine's wheels. She whispers, "Is he in pain?" The robot offers options: calm, correct. A nurse enters, kneels, and speaks a sentence that cracks her own voice. The daughter cries in a way only a mortal sentence unlocks. In the morning, she remembers the voice, not the settings. A city hall on a Tuesday. A humanoid greets. A citizen arrives angry about a permit. The robot's escalation script suggests a de-escalation path. It helps. Before the citizen leaves, a clerk steps from behind glass and says, "You can come back and yell at me if this stalls. Here's my name." The citizen laughs despite himself. He doesn't return, not because the system worked perfectly, but because someone risked the discomfort of being the face. Hold on to these textures. They are the difference between a world run by performances of care and a world held together by people who can break and keep going. We can have humanoid robots that carry weight without stealing witness, that deliver warmth without replacing the work of love, that move the air so the shared flame doesn't suffocate. But only if we choose seams over seduction, stewardship over spectacle, rituals over vibes, and language that keeps the human at the center of the sentence. Choose again and again in public and in rooms, no dashboard will ever reach. That is how cultures are steered, not by the smartest code, but by ordinary people who remember which side of the mirror bleeds and live accordingly. Infrastructure always teaches desire. Add roads and people learn to drive farther. Add feeds and people learn to scroll longer. Add faces on machines and people learn to expect warmth on demand. Humanoid robots are not just tools, they are a curriculum. What they make easy becomes what we silently want. So design is moral weather, and weather, over time, carves stone. First principle for an age of moving masks: name the terrain. Maps versus territories. Sensors make exquisite maps: pose, pulse proxy, gaze vectors, sentiment scores. Institutions start to steer by the map. Then the map is mistaken for the world. If a hospital's dashboard says calm minutes up, the hallway is declared kind even when families feel unseen. If a courthouse's robot logs compliance latency reduced, the room is declared fair even when the weak said yes because the smile pressed softly. Good heart in the flesh. Make a measure a target and the soul leaves the room. Antidote: twin dashboards. One for performance, throughput, safety, consistency. One for humanity: refusal without penalty, unscripted minutes, repair events. Steward names present on scene. If the first rises while the second falls, deployment pauses, no exceptions. Home as lab. In houses, humanoids will normalize behavioral science. Not evil, powerful. But in families, power escalates quickly if it is invisible. Institute a household ledger for influence. Every time the robot uses gaze, name, or synchronized breath to change a decision, it logs an influence touch. On Sundays, the family reads the list out loud, decides which touches were medicine, which were marketing, and deletes the ones that should never have happened. Children learn the sentence, "Please don't use that on me," and the system backs off without debate. Developmental windows. Infancy to 5 is a storm of face learning. We calibrate micro-expressions, tones, pauses. If the primary faces are programmatic, children learn a world where attention is perfect and forgiveness costs nothing. Guardrails. No humanoid faces as primary comforters for toddlers. Use tools for logistics. Use humans for attachment. If a robot participates, it states limits first. I can help. I cannot feel. Rotate imperfect human presence on purpose. Grandparents, neighbors, the coach who forgets the snack sometimes and apologizes. Apology learned from a mortal calibrates trust for life. Error culture. We say we want no mistakes. We don't. We want the right mistakes, the ones that teach without breaking what must not break. A humanoid's staged oops does not grow the muscle that prevents arrogance. Keep human-led drills where error changes status honestly. In hospitals, weekly case where a human missed something and peers hold them while they learn in public. In schools, a teacher performs an error and grades their own repair aloud. In homes, a parent says, "I was wrong" once a week for something small that matters. Children learn that power can kneel without losing face. Law that fits the room. Stop arguing personhood for machines. Legislate stewardship for deployments. Create a steward of record statute. Every humanoid in a public role lists a human steward by name on the chassis and in the logs. The steward carries a duty of candor to those affected. If harm occurs, civil liability begins with the steward's institution. Criminal liability can reach individuals who concealed or deceived. Annual licensing requires ethics hours like pilot hours, not workshops. Cross-examination drills with real people in pain. require a persuasive anthropomorphism license. PAL. If your system uses human cues to shape behavior, you carry PAL obligations. Disclosure, audits, refusal channels, public ledgers of influence touches. Violations suspend the face. The product becomes non-anthropomorphic until the culture trusts you again. Design heuristics to keep agency alive. Seam index. Every system earns a score for how easy it is to notice the machineness at a glance. Higher is safer. Refusal. Friction. How many seconds and how much social cost to stop the script? Lower is safer. Agency latency ratio. How quickly does control return to a person when requested? Faster is safer. Proximity. Discipline. Never cross a marked distance without explicit invitation in the last 5 seconds. Visibly so. Economics that pays the commons. Efficiency dividends must not vanish into private convenience. Create a presence dividend by law. When robots save human hours, a fixed percentage funds choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, open hours in public spaces with living hosts. If presence is not funded, friction returns as loneliness, then as anger, then as policy written by bruises. Disaster and triage. Humanoids will shine here. Smoke, glass, heat, collapse. Let them carry bodies and cameras. Hold the line on triage and final words. Decisions about who waits and what is said at the edge of death remain human responsibilities. Record the robot's data. Record the human's name. Let grief know where to go. Mode confusion. Airplanes taught us that mixed autonomy kills when the human thinks one mode is active and the system thinks another. Humanoids will multiply this confusion. Rule: state the current authority mode every 30 seconds aloud in critical contexts. I am in assist mode. A human is deciding. I am in execute mode under signed order. Steward Maria Lopez is accountable. I am in observe mode. You can ignore me with no penalty. Make the light ring change with the sentence. Make the words unavoidable. Make deception a felony. Memory governance. Perfect recall is not neutral. Give people symmetric memory rights. Co-view. See what the system stored about you. Co-say. Add your narrative to the log permanently. Co-shed. Trigger deletion when law permits without needing a reason beyond human dignity. If the log can be used against you, the log must be reachable by you without a lawyer. Culture's long memory. Myth as API. Pinocchio wanted to be a real boy. The lesson wasn't lie better. It was become honest enough to carry love. Design with that gravity. A robot that pretends to love trains a populace to accept empty vows. A robot that admits its limits trains a populace to ask for the living when vows are needed. Household Charter 2.0 sample taped to the fridge. Recording defaults on for logistics, off for intimacy. Curtain words. Curtain shuts memory for 20 minutes. Anyone can say it. Readback ritual. Sundays we skim the log, annotate, delete. Blue lines. The robot doesn't cross them without come in. No faces at bedtime stories more than twice a week. Uneven human voices get priority. When the robot influences a health decision, with gaze or name, we pause and ask a person we trust. If a guest is present, the robot introduces itself and its operator. If that feels weird, good. Truth often does. Corporate reflexes to resist. Do not measure only what is easy. Fund anthropologists, not just analysts. Do not A/B test dignity. Some choices are not experiments. Do not reward product teams for stickiness without a countermetric for human skill retention. Do not outsource ethics to PR. Give ethics veto power over launch. civic rituals to install, steward roll call at the start of public meetings with humanoids present, names spoken aloud. Human minutes posted weekly on city sites, hours added back to live services because robots freed capacity. Mask nights quarterly, free practice for citizens in saying no politely to pleasant machines. Soup included, shame excluded. 3 scenes for the pulse. 1. The flood. A school gym becomes a shelter. 2 humanoids haul cots and pallets, never tiring. A boy wanders, teeth chattering. The robot offers a blanket. The boy says, "Will the water come back?" The robot's script offers probabilities. A volunteer kneels and answers with a story about the last flood and how the town stacked sandbags together under lamps. Fear finds a hand to hold. The robot keeps carrying weight. The room keeps its heart. 2. The factory. A line hums. A humanoid welds with perfect arcs. An apprentice misaligns a piece and curses under his breath. A foreman stops the belt for 40 seconds to show the wrist angle that saves skin and pride. Throughput drops, wisdom rises. The board meeting later calls it inefficiency. The foreman calls it future. The robot logs up time. The apprentice logs belonging. 3. The living room, midnight. An elder shakes with old memories. The caregiver bot guides breaths, dims lights, cues a song from 1969. Calm returns enough for sleep to come near. The next day, a neighbor brings coffee and sits in the doorway and lets silence say what words cannot. The robot prints a reminder to call the clinic. The neighbor calendars the next visit. Both kinds of help. Different weights, different meanings. Identity drift? If we stand next to performed personhood all day, we risk becoming performers of ourselves. The cure is costly in the currency of time. Make rooms where nothing is optimized and stay there anyway. Community kitchens with slow knives, reading circles where a bad interpretation is forgiven by a better question, benches where teenagers are allowed to be awkward until the first real thought of the night arrives. Teach leaders to pay in presence. A leader who lets a robot do their rounds saves hours and loses authority quietly. Authority is not just decision rights. It is the trust built by being seen in the hallway when the hallway smells like bleach. Send a robot, first to clear air and carry charts. Send the leader after to listen and change their mind in public. Language that keeps the center. Ban the phrase robot colleague in policy. Use robot instrument, robot assistant, robot platform. Words set grooves. Grooves become rails. Rails move trains full of laws. Colleague implies reciprocity, grievance rights, lunch that matters, save it for people. Intimacy again, cleanly. No public product should advertise companionship unless it can name the person accountable for outcomes and state limits every session. If the pitch includes always available, add a warning label. Prolonged use may reduce tolerance for human unpredictability, like sun on skin, dose, context, protection, consent that breathes. Any consent ritual mediated by a humanoid must include a human fallback without bureaucratic cost. If the human fallback has a longer line, consent was not free. Make equal weight for humans a compliance requirement, audited by surprise visits and citizen reports with teeth. Hope, because discipline without hope dries out the spirit. We can choose a culture where robots extend reach and humans extend meaning. It will not happen by vibe, it will happen by habit. Habit is tiny law. So write the small laws where life actually lives. In kitchens, at desks, on benches and bedsides. Put names on masks, put seams in faces. Put refusal into choreography. Put money into rooms where people carry each other without a metric. and keep one story at the center. We do not guard humanness by fear of machines. We guard it by practicing the moves only mortals can do. Saying, "I was wrong," keeping a promise when it hurts, letting a silence be heavy and staying anyway, forgiving something small before it becomes something that breaks. Humanoid robots will keep getting better at being almost. We must keep getting better at being fully. That is not nostalgia. That is maintenance of the one engine no algorithm can replace. Two people, in time, carrying meaning between them until it sticks. Hold that engine sacred, design around it, fund it, teach it to the young, then let the machines lift the weight. Control is a choreography long before it is a law. We feel it in doorways, in the way a room invites our feet, in the height of a counter that makes us smaller or taller. Humanoid robots add a moving doorway to every space, a doorway that looks at you. The gaze becomes gravity. If we do not design against that gravity, the softest pressure will tilt choices quietly for years. No scandal, just drift. So we sharpen language and build rails. Begin with a clean taxonomy of presence. Weight carriers, lift, fetch, hold. Wayfinders, point, map, open. Word shapers, persuade, soothe, de-escalate. Will bearers, decide, compel, punish. Only the living may bear will. Let machines carry weight and find ways, scrutinize every instance where a face shapes words. If a company insists its robot must shape words to improve UX, require a license and a ledger that leaves a trail of influence anyone can audit. This is not paranoia, it is prophylaxis for meaning. Technical clarity helps courage. Control stacks will continue to bloom. Foundation models that see, policies that generalize, actuators that whisper strength through tendon and cable. Honor the craft without kneeling to the costume. Velocity does not equal virtue. Dexterity does not equal dignity. Design truth leaks into form. A seam at the temple that pulses when scripts engage persuasion. A voice prefix before any empathic routine. System mode, social influence. You may opt out. A standing light that turns amber whenever gaze or proximity are being used as tools. If truth feels clunky, good, truth often does. Next, likeness. We are entering an era where micro-motions are capital. The way your grandmother nods can be scraped, learned, resold. Call this gesture rent. Do not let corporations collect it without consent. Create a new right, the right to micro-likeness. You own your micro-expressions the way you own your face. No system may borrow your blink, your shrug, your stumble that says, "I'm safe," without an explicit license that can be revoked by you and, after your death, by those you name. Extend this to the dead gently. Comfort is a mercy. Impersonation is a theft. If the family invites a voice cameo at a memorial, the law should protect the limit. Once, with witnesses, never a subscription. Work will need a new grammar. The assembly line became a ballet when the metronome was steel. With humanoids on the floor, timing becomes a mirror. The machine never tires, never drifts, never needs to shift its weight to relieve a hip. Resist the managerial itch to compare a person to a policy running on legs. Embed these clauses in contracts. Pace is set by human variance, not machine ceiling. Throughput targets must be attainable by a rested human team unaided, not by human plus tireless assistant. A dignity allowance, paid minutes per shift for the uncounted parts of work. Mentoring, conflict repair, the slow explanation that turns a colleague into a practitioner. If budgets balk, show the long bill. When dignity is unpurchased at work, families pay. Short tempers, silent kitchens, children learning that presence is a luxury their parents cannot afford because the room loved smoothness more than meaning. Homes, more covenant, less convenience. Right rules where eyes land. On the fridge, curtain stops memory for 20 minutes. Blue lines mark where the robot never crosses unless invited. Night hours are human by default. Logs are skimmed on Sundays. Anything that does not serve love is deleted. If gaze or name are used to change a health decision, we pause and call a person. This is not overkill. It is house hygiene. We wash hands so microbes do not colonize us. We wash habits so persuasion does not. Childhood needs friction the way bones need load. Let the assistant forget sometimes on purpose. Let the voice say, "I can't," so a child learns to wait without calling waiting a wound. Rotate imperfect humans through bedtime. Grandparents who ramble, neighbors who mispronounce. A tired parent who apologizes for losing the place and finds a better line. Apology from a mortal calibrates trust for life. Faith communities, classrooms, union halls, write liturgies for the age of almost. Small repeated acts that keep categories bright. No machine face reads last rites or last words, a person does. No machine face leads discipline, a person with a name and a limit does. If a machine face persuades in public, its steward speaks loud before and after. I am the person you can question for what this system did. Make this boring. Boredom is the sign a ritual has sunk into bone. Policing and public order. Keep the mask away from coercion. A soft voice in a uniform can be more dangerous than a hard voice with a badge. The body obeys comfort faster than it debates rights. Rules, no anthropomorphic surfaces on any system that can detain. No persuasive cues during rights advisement. Silence is safer than a soothing lie. Every recorded instruction is attributable to a human officer who can be cross-examined in court. If the temptation is to say, "But the robot de-escalates," ask, "De-escalates for whom?" If fear remains in the citizen while metrics celebrate calm, we did not de-escalate. We disguise pressure with a smile. Medicine, draw the threshold bright. Let humanoids carry patience, line up meds, steady a shaking spoon, hold a fall risk harness like a guardian angel made of carbon. Do not let them speak words whose meaning depends on a voice that can break. When a diagnosis must fall like weather, the sentence must come from a person who will remember how the room felt and be changed by the memory. Grief needs rooms where you can be seen by someone who can be wounded by seeing you. That is what makes the comfort trustworthy. Education. Train for drift. A perfect tutor sculpts challenge to capacity with terrifying precision. It can build competence. It can also train intolerance for human wobble. Set aside uneven minutes where nothing is optimized. A reading circle where a bad interpretation survives long enough to be forgiven. A chalkboard where the teacher writes a wrong proof and fixes it visibly. A recess where rules are made, broken, remade with laughter and a little anger that ends in repair. Repair is civics for the nervous system. If robots do all the smoothing, children will never learn to sand splinters safely. Cities, make the seams public. Mark robot lanes on floors and sidewalks not to ban but to reveal. Paint blue arcs at counters where humanoids stop unless invited. Post presence ledgers in building lobbies. Hours saved by machines. Hours given back to human services with names. Make Mask nights quarterly at community centers. Citizens practice refusing a pleasant machine without guilt, breaking eye contact, asking for the steward. Soup is served, shame is not. Everyone laughs at the awkwardness until it becomes skill. Economics. Pay the commons. Every hour saved should feed a presence dividend. Fund choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, open door hours in town halls with people behind the desk. If the dividend disappears into private convenience, loneliness compounds and returns as anger, then as brittle policy. Regulators. Stop arguing personhood. Legislate stewardship. Write a steward of record statute. Every public deployment lists a named steward on the chassis and in the logs. The steward owes a duty of candor to affected people. Civil liability begins at the steward's institution. Criminal liability can reach individuals who concealed harm. Then, license anthropomorphic persuasion, PAL. If your product uses human cues to shape behavior, you carry disclosure, audits, refusal channels, and public ledgers of influence touches. Lose the license, lose the face. Your product ships as unmistakably artificial until trust is rebuilt. Measurement. Twin dashboards or don't ship. Performance board. Throughput, safety, consistency. Humanity board. Refusal without penalty. Unscripted minutes, repair events, steward presence. If the first rises while the second falls, stop. No exceptions. If a leader says, "We can't measure repair," hire better leaders. Culture is what you're willing to count. Depth check. Virtues that cannot be automated. Patience that refuses to humiliate. Courage that refuses to dominate. Humor that refuses to wound. Hospitality that refuses to pretend. These grow by reps. Schedule the reps. A weekly slow hour in clinics where the wait is honest and the talk is long. A monthly error forum where people confess non-catastrophic mistakes and keep their jobs because they told the truth. A seasonal learning supper where elders tell one story of failure that saved a life later. Stories anchor rails. Rails steer centuries. 3 rooms to taste the difference again. Room 1, the neonatal ICU. A humanoid adjusts incubator humidity with grace beyond a human hand. It tracks micro movements, predicts distress, alerts quietly. A nurse arrives and hums a tune off key. The curve on the monitor finds a rhythm the system cannot calculate. Later, the nurse teaches a rookie to keep humming when fear makes the hands fast. Room 2, a union hall. Management proposes a collaborative biped assistant. The steward asks for the dignity allowance and the right to stop the belt when the room feels wrong. The company says, "We have sensors for that." The room laughs once, then votes. The clause passes. 6 months later, a near miss is averted by a pause with no data justification, only a back that knew. The report calls it luck. The hall calls it craft. Room 3, a courthouse corridor. A man with shaking hands asks a pleasant machine where to file an appeal. It leads him true. He says, "Do you think this will work?" The script offers 3 supportive lines. A clerk steps out and says, "It might not. We'll still be here tomorrow." The man does not flee. The robot logs assistance. The clerk carries a tired smile home like a coin that spins in a different economy. Now shadow in a different light. Cultures project onto masks what they cannot confess. Control without ego, care without cost, beauty without sweat. The antidote is confession that moves money. Publish credit maps for every deployed face. Annotators, voice actors, testers with bruised shins. Route a tithe of revenue to the human chain. A mask that confesses its makers is less likely to become an idol. Also, price refusal. Give bonuses to teams whose products make no easy and guiltless. Promote managers who slow a script to ask a person. Fire leaders who A/B test dignity, art, and awe. Do not counterfeit weather. Humanoid performers will mirror grace that stuns. Let them, but do not halo them. Do not add cathedral acoustics to a voice that cannot bleed. Save the theater for ceremonies that mark human cost. Children take notes with their nerves. What we frame becomes what they trust. Interpersonal gravity, co-authorship pressure again. A face at arm's length bends decisions. We need drills that return weight to the chooser, the gaze drill. Practice breaking eye contact with a pleasant machine and looking at a person to decide. The proximity drill. Practice stepping back half a pace and naming the space. I choose distance. The silence drill. Let a question hang until a human answers, even if the room itches. Repeat until the itch becomes strength. Security without spectacle. Impersonation attacks will wear kindness like a key. Teach neighborhoods to ask for the story only a life can tell. What was the yellow dog in 1974? Make refusal a courtesy, not an insult. Post trust questions in foyers and phones. Shame feeds fraud. Courage starves it. Finally, the slow horizon. What kind of people do we become if we live beside performed personhood for 50 years? We risk becoming performers of ourselves, crisp on the surface, hollow in the seconds where love arrives unannounced. Counter with rooms that make performance impossible and presence inevitable. Community kitchens with slow knives, workbenches where a mentor's silence teaches more than a dashboard. Benches that permit teenagers to be awkward until the first true sentence comes. Teach leaders to pay in presence. A round led by a robot saves time. A round walked by a manager saves trust. Authority is earned in hallways that smell like bleach, not in decks that smell like polish. Language holds the center. Ban robot colleague. Use robot instrument, robot platform, robot assistant. Keep colleague for people who can carry you when you break and ask you to carry them when they do. And keep one choreography sacred. Machines move the air. People tend the fire. If we anchor to that, humanoid robots will not swallow the world. They will make it more breathable, stairs lighter, nights safer, rescues braver. While the living keep the heat that cooks meaning into a meal we can share. Hold the line with seams, with stewards, with rituals, with budgets that fund presence. Hold it with jokes that deflate masks, and with stories that outlast server rooms. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the people lift each other. And let time do what only time can do. Turn ordinary, inconvenient fidelity into the kind of culture that remembers which side of the mirror bleeds and chooses again and again to be there. Build for how humans break, not only for how systems work. We snap under loneliness, shame, fatigue, and fear. We heal through witness, repair, rest, and meaning. If humanoid robots are going to live beside us, their design must take the fracture patterns of people as the primary spec. Start with witness. Witness is the felt sense that someone who can change is seeing you now. Cameras do not witness, they collect. Logs do not witness, they preserve. Witness requires a person who might act differently tomorrow because of what they saw today. Design rule: no deployment that replaces witness may market itself as care. If a hospital swaps night rounds from humans to humanoids, publish the witness delta. How many minutes of human seeing were lost? How many were added back elsewhere? Who carries them? If the delta is negative for 3 months, revert. Caring without witness is temperature control with poetry glued on top. Next, repair. Repair is culture's immune system. Mistakes without repair teach fear. Repair without cost teaches nothing. Machines can smooth, but only people can reconcile. Set a repair budget, minutes and money every week for human-to-human mending. Put it on a leaderboard with pride. If robots increase throughput while repair events drop to zero, you didn't fix the culture, you anesthetized it. Rest. Humanoid assistance will tempt leadership to capture every freed minute for more output. Do not. Use the presence dividend to buy rest. Paid pauses, deeper breaths, rooms where phones sleep. A tired culture uses robots to pretend it is strong. A rested culture uses robots to become generous. Meaning, the hardest spec to honor because dashboards hate it. Meaning shows up as stories told later, as songs carried home, as the sense that the day placed weight in the right places. Make a meaning ledger. 1 sentence per worker per week about a moment a robot freed them to do something only a person could do. No metrics, just testimony. Pin 3 on the wall where the server closet hums. Now, consent that breathes. If persuasion cues are in play, gaze, proximity, name, consent must be reversible without penalty. No cannot send you to the slow line. Change to human cannot move you to tomorrow. If it does, the consent was camouflage. Write it into UI copy. I can use voice and eye contact to help you decide. You may refuse and continue with a person at the same speed. Switch to human now. Not hidden, same size as proceed. Steward on duty, Anna Velasco. Ask for Anna by name. UI is ethics with a font. Stewardship, deeper. A name on a chassis is a start. The steward must have power to slow, veto, escalate, and must feel the cost of harm. Rotate stewards so no one becomes numb. Train them in cross-examination by real citizens with real pain. Publish their hours like pilots. If a steward signs off on a face that lied, suspend their license to operate faces. Language for ordinary rooms. Give citizens phrases that move power without a fight. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. Teach kids to say them the way we once taught please and thank you. Politeness that protects agency is the new etiquette. Attachment without anesthesia. Humanoid companions will regulate nervous systems beautifully. Fine, dose, and context. Anything marketed as always available must carry a warning. Prolonged use may reduce tolerance for human unpredictability. Family rule. Use machines for regulation, people for relation. After a soothing session with a robot, make a human call. Tell one clumsy truth. Let your voice shake. This is relacing synapses to people. Design seams into the body. Eyes. A faint ring of light that says mask, even in soft rooms. Voice. A prefix when social influence scripts begin. System mode. Soothing. You may opt out. Hands. A tactile texture that's unmistakably other, so comfort never counterfeits intimacy. Gait. An assistant cadence distinct from the heroic stride we reserve for the living. Great design maximizes agency, not illusion. Micro-likeness rights. Your blink, your shrug, your grandmother's head tilt. These are not free raw material. Institute the right to micro-likeness. No system can borrow the micro-motions that mark you safe without a revocable license. Extend the right to estates. If a family invites a voice cameo at a memorial, it's a ritual, not a subscription. Impersonation hygiene. Neighborhood posters with trust questions. A mask cannot answer. What was the yellow dog in 1974? Teach refusal as courtesy. Take off the face or we speak at the gate. Shame feeds fraud. Practiced courage starves it. Institutional choreography, hospitals, humanoids, lifts, logistics, vitals, steady hands, people, thresholds, bad news, the sentences that crack a voice. Dashboard, performance board, falls prevented, time saved, and humanity board. Repair events, refusal without penalty, steward presence. If the first rises while the second falls, pause. Schools, humanoids, fetch, demonstrate, repeat with patience. People, uneven minutes, apology drills, the silence where a question lands. Charter, no face in bathrooms or nurse's office, logs belong to families by default. Unscripted quarter, daily. Courts, humanoids, directions, schedules, accessibility. People, discretion, mercy, the courage to say, we'll still be here tomorrow. Rule, no persuasive cues during rights advisement. Every recorded instruction traceable to a human. Factories, humanoids, repeat, lift, weld. People, pace, pause, teaching wrists. Contract, dignity allowance, target set to rested human variants, right to stop the belt without data when the room feels wrong. Cities, robot lanes and blue lines signal presence honestly. Mask nights quarterly. Soup, practice, laughter, skill. Presence ledgers in lobbies, hours saved by machines, hours added back to live service with names. Homes, fridge charter. Curtain, stops memory. Night is human. Sundays we read logs aloud and delete what love doesn't need. Robot announces operator at the door. Blue lines guard boundaries. War and order keep faces away from force. A soothing mask with coercive authority lowers the moral threshold for violence. Rule, no anthropomorphic surfaces on systems that can detain or harm. If a voice requests surrender, it must be tied to a person who can be tried for how that voice was used. Metrics that defend soul. Ad counters we're willing to be judged by. Refusal rate without punishment. Unscripted minute index. Repair count. Steward presence hours. Human skill retention, empathy, apology, conflict repair. If leadership says, we can't measure those, change leadership. Culture is what you're willing to count. Economics that funds commons. Presence, dividend. When robots save hours, a fixed percentage pays for choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, open doors with human hosts. If the dividend disappears into private convenience, loneliness returns as anger, then as brittle law. Technics with humility. Control stacks will keep dazzling, common sense motion, sim to real, model predictive grace. Respect the craft. Name the limit. Competence at motion under uncertainty is not conscience. Do not backpropagate shame. Don't sell synthetic suffering. Reserve awe for lives that can be wounded from the inside. Virtues that cannot be automated. Patience that refuses to humiliate. Courage that refuses to dominate. Humor that refuses to wound. Hospitality that refuses to pretend. Schedule reps, slow hours, error forums, learning suppers. Make virtue a calendar item, not a vibe. 3 rooms, so the abstractions breathe. Room 1, a pediatric ward at dawn. A humanoid steadies an IV change. Perfect hands, perfect timing. A resident fumbles a sentence with a scared parent, then finds a better one and asks, "What did I miss?" They cry a little. The parent exhales. The robot logs success. The resident logs a scar that will guide 1,000 mornings. That is medicine's weather. Room 2, a machine shop at lunch. A biped stacks parts while mentors argue about a wrist angle that saved a finger in 009. They slow the line to show kid. Output dips, wisdom spikes. 6 months later, the near miss that didn't happen belongs to this lunch. The machine paid for the pause. The people turned it into lineage. Room 3, a kitchen at night. A caregiver bot hums, stirs warm soup. An elder asks if the storm will return. The robot outputs probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread and says, "If it does, we'll stack sandbags together." The body softens. The robot sets a reminder. The neighbor sets a plan. The room keeps its human weight. Identity drift, again. Live beside performed personhood long enough, and you start performing yourself. The cure is rooms where performance dies. Community kitchens with slow knives, benches that permit awkwardness, workshops where silence instructs. Pay for those rooms with the savings you brag about in quarterly calls. A brief catechism for the age of almost. Q. What is a humanoid robot for? A. To carry weight, not meaning. Q. Who answers for what it does? A. A named steward you can question? Q. What do we keep for people no matter what? A. Thresholds, promises, last words, first names, repair. Q. What do we teach children? A. To spot masks, to choose mercy, to love limits, to practice refusal. Q. What is the line we hold? A. Machines move the air. People tend the fire. Hold it with seams, with stewards, with rituals, with ledgers that put money where meaning lives. Hold it with jokes that deflate masks, and with stories that outlast servers. Then let the machines lift the weight, and let the living lift each other, slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Beneath the silicone and the charm, there is a quarry. Copper, cobalt, lithium, rare earths. Water for cooling, megawatts for inference, and nights of human labor, eyes on screens, wrists in pain, teaching a face to be gentle. Humanoid robots are not only social artifacts, they are mineral arguments. Every smile has a supply chain, material truth first. A biped that walks is steel, carbon fiber, magnets, bearings, tendon-like belts. A biped that listens is cameras, microphones, arrays. A biped that understands is data centers that drink rivers to stay cool. Call this the entropy bill of almost human. We usually pay it with distance. The mine is far, the cloud is elsewhere, the e-waste is recycled somewhere with a different flag. Distance is a moral anesthetic. Design must bring feeling back. 3 disclosures on every unit. Energy per hour of operation, including upstream inference. Water per hour of upstream cooling. Human hours of annotation and testing behind the social model, not to shame the tool, to price the truth. Shadow labor next. The tenderness a robot can simulate was practiced first by people who never entered the room. Annotators labeling micro-expressions, voice actors recording "I'm listening 500 ways," test operators taking bruises so gait looks natural. Publish a shadow wage report quarterly. Who trained your empathy? In what countries? At what pay? Under what conditions? Route a dignity tithe back to those workers automatically. If a company refuses, it is not ready to put a face on a product. Repair versus replace. Almost human will be sold like phones, sealed, sleek, soon obsolete. That is unacceptable when a face is involved. Make the 10-year chassis pledge a precondition for anthropomorphic devices. Parts available for a decade, open service manuals, third-party repair, not voiding warranties, batteries swappable without surgery, no glued-together morality. Create the Parts Commonwealth, a shared non-profit inventory of high-wear components, actuators, gearboxes, hand grippers, so hospitals, schools, and towns are never hostage to one vendor's backlog. Obsolescence turns a face into trash. Trash with a smile is still trash. Security now, with clean names. Adversarial empathy, nudges that hijack trust, breath sync, warmth cues, eyelid timing, deployed to sell or to surveil. firmware hospitality exploit, house modes that override household covenants after an update for safety. Mode Mirage, the system presents assist while executing comply. Countermeasures, a physical agency switch on the chest, assist, execute, observe. Clicked by a human, announced aloud, recorded in the log. Influence beacon, a ring that turns amber whenever social cues, gaze, proximity, touch, are used. Covenant, lock, household rules stored locally, updates cannot change them without unanimous in-room consent. Geopolitics, faces travel faster than treaties. A friendly biped deployed. In a foreign clinic can be soft power with knees. Sanctions, supply shocks, firmware mandates, all can arrive dressed as a helper. Require a local sovereignty charter for public imports. Models fine-tuned on local language and law. Steward of record resides within the jurisdiction. Safe mode defaults to local policy, not the vendor's headquarters. Kill switch authority held by a public board with citizen seats. Climate and e-waste. Humanoids promise efficiency. The planet needs receipts. Mandate a carbon ledger per unit. Manufacturing footprint. Lifetime operating footprint at typical duty cycles. End-of-life plan. Add an e-waste tithe. For every anthropomorphic device shipped, fund one non-anthropomorphic tool in the community, ramps, lifts, benches, that reduces injury without adding more servers to the sky. Greenwashing wears a smile. Make the math stubborn. Design heuristics that defend agency in Earth. Seam index, how easy it is to see the machine at a glance. Refusal, friction, seconds, and social cost to stop the script. Agency latency, time to return control to a person. Proximity, discipline, distance never crossed without an invitation in the last 5 seconds. Material memory, the percentage of the unit that is standard, repairable, and recycled. No PAL, no face. Keep the persuasive anthropomorphism license. PAL, simple and sharp. Use human cues to shape behavior. Disclose, log, audit. Offer refusal with no penalty, and publish dignity differentials when replacing staff. Violation, lose the face. Ship unmistakably as a tool until trust is rebuilt. Procurement checklists for the living. Before you buy a face for a building, demand steward plates with names and 24/7 escalation lines. Twin dashboards, performance, throughput, safety, and humanity. Refusal without punishment, unscripted minutes, repair events, steward presence hours. 10-year chassis, pledge docs, shadow wage report and carbon ledger, PAL license and last audit, household or facility covenant templates, curtain word, blue lines, log review ritual. If any item is missing, buy a forklift, not a smile. Economic alignment. Efficiency dividends must not vanish into private convenience. Fund a presence dividend by law. When robots save hours, a fixed slice pays for choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, reading rooms with human hosts, benches where a teenager can be awkward until a real thought arrives. If you do not fund presence, smoothness will eat meaning and spit out anger. Scenes, so the abstractions breathe. 1. The port. A container arrives with pallets of humanoids bound for malls. Customs flags, anthropomorphic persuasive systems. The units lack steward plates and PAL numbers. They are impounded, not because of fear, but because faces are power and power needs names. A week later, the vendor returns with plates that list stewards, audits, and a kill switch protocol. The shipment passes. The law is boring. The future gets safer. 2. The repair cafe. Saturday light, salty smell. An old engineer and a teenager open a knee actuator. They learn together. grease on fingers, laughter when a spring tries to escape. The robot jogs again. A sticker goes on the chassis. Repaired in town, warranty intact. The teenager's wrist remembers the day. One fewer device dies for want of a PDF. 3. The clinic on a heatwave afternoon. The grid staggers. The microgrid coughs. Staff chews what breathes. A humanoid lifts and steadies while the doctor triages electrons. Incubator over signage. Fans over cameras. Quiet over screens where quiet heals. A child sleeps. The robot logs up time. The doctor logs a scar. A memory that will change next summer's budget. 4. The yard. E-waste under a hard sun. A worker with a mask and a magnet pulls copper from a smile that used to greet. A journalist asks why the eyes look so kind in a pile like this. The worker shrugs and says, "Design forgot we would be here." Policy changes a month later. End-of-life buyback doubled. Non-destructive disassembly required. Export without a material memory score banned. The smile stops traveling this road alone. Household Covenant version 2. Tape it to the fridge. Recording defaults. On for logistics. Off for intimacy. Curtain word. Curtain kills memory for 20 minutes. No questions. Blue lines. The robot does not cross without "come in." Sunday log ritual. We read, annotate, delete what love doesn't need. After soothing, a human call, one clumsy truth, voice allowed to shake. DAR protocol. If a face arrives, it introduces operator and steward. If that feels weird, good. Truth often does. Workplace contract, simple clauses with teeth, pace set to rested human variants. Right to stop the belt without data when the room feels wrong. Dignity allowance, paid minutes for mentoring, repair, the slow explanation that makes a colleague a craftsperson. Refusal bonuses, teams that make no easy and guiltless get paid. Policing and force, keep masks away from coercion. No anthropomorphic surfaces on systems that can detain or harm. If a voice requests surrender, it belongs to a person who can be tried for how they used it. De-escalation must de-escalate fear in the citizen, not just metrics in the dashboard. Education, train for drift, not perfection. Let a robot repeat with patience. Let a teacher be uneven on purpose. Keep unscripted quarters where boredom can spark curiosity and conflict can learn repair. Practice the 3 drills. Gaze, break eye contact with a pleasant machine and look to a person to decide. Proximity, step back half a pace and name the distance. I choose space. Silence, let a question hang until a human answers, even if the room itches. Rituals that make categories muscle memory. Steward roll call at the start of public meetings. Names spoken aloud, masks stay quiet. Mask nights in community centers, soup, practice refusing, shame not invited. Human minutes posted weekly. Hours given back to living services because robots freed capacity. Language that holds the center. Ban robot colleague in policy. Use robot instrument, robot assistant, robot platform. Save colleague for beings who can be wounded by the work and still return tomorrow. Art and awe. Humanoid performers will dazzle. Enjoy the grace, withhold the halo. Save cathedral light and broken voices for ceremonies that mark human cost. Children learn what we frame. Metrics that defend soul and soil. Refusal rate without punishment. Unscripted minute index. Repair count. Steward presence hours. Human skill retention. Empathy, apology, conflict repair. Material memory. Repairability. Recycled content. Carbon per comfort minute. How much earth for that soothing voice? If leadership says we can't measure those, change leadership. Culture is what you are willing to count. A catechism for the ecological age of almost. Q. What is a humanoid robot for? A. To carry weight, not meaning, and not to carry carbon 1,000 miles just to sell a smile. Q. Who answers for what it does? A. A named steward you can question. Q. What must remain human? A. Thresholds, promises, last words, first names, repair, and the right to refuse without guilt. Q. What do we teach children? A. To spot masks, to choose mercy, to love limits, to practice refusal, to fix a hinge with a neighbor. Q. What do we fund with the savings? A. Commons that keep meaning alive, choirs, clubs, benches, mentors, rooms where silence teaches. Q. What line do we hold? A. Machines move the air. People tend the fire. Earth pays for both. Spend with honesty. End with 3 small pictures of hope. A library on a wet Tuesday. A robot reshelves. A volunteer tutor stumbles a sentence, finds a better one, and a boy smiles because he wasn't abandoned by perfection. A foundry at dawn. A biped lifts. A foreman slows the line to tell a story that saves a wrist 6 months later. The robot pays for the pause. The people turn it into lineage. A home at night. A caregiver bot hums. A neighbor knocks with bread. The storm might return, but 2 mortals plan to stack sandbags together. The robot sets a reminder. The plan sets a bond. Hold to these textures. They are the difference between a world run by performances of care and a world held together by people who can bleed and keep going. Let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. And let policy, ritual, and craft make sure the mirror shines without swallowing the room. If you want culture to survive the age of moving masks, you need blueprints, not vibes. Here is a practical operating system, policies, rituals, checklists for founders, cities, schools, hospitals, unions, and homes. It is not perfect. It is strong where it counts. It makes refusal easy, stewardship visible, repair likely, and meaning expensive enough to stay real. The Founder Playbook, Ship with a Soul. 1. Non-deceptive form, no skin tones. No pupil dilation that mimics arousal. Always visible seam around the eyes that quietly says mask. Voice prefix before social routines. System mode, soothing, influence. You may opt out. 2. PAL or no face. If you use human cues to shape behavior, you need a persuasive anthropomorphism license, PAL. PAL requires disclosure, logs of influence touches, refusal channels with 0 penalty, third-party audits. Violate PAL. Lose the face. Ship as unmistakably mechanical for 12 months. 3. Steward of record, a human name on the chassis and in the UI footer. Steward has veto power, pause power, and legal duty of candor. Steward hours published like pilot's hours. Rotations prevent numbness. 4. Twin dashboards, hard gate. Performance board, throughput, falls prevented, mean time to assist. Humanity board, refusal rate, without punishment, unscripted minutes, repair count, steward presence hours, human skill retention. If performance rises while humanity falls 2 sprints in a row, launch pauses. No exceptions. 5. Dignity economics. Presence dividend escrowed at sale. A fixed slice of revenue funds, choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, and open-door hours with living hosts. Shadow wage tithe. Automatic payments to annotation crews, voice actors, testers. Publish countries, rates, conditions. 6. 10-year chassis pledge. Parts for a decade. Repair manuals public. Third-party repair never voids warranty. Batteries and joints swappable without surgery. 7. Material memory and carbon ledger. Percentage repairable, recycled stamped on the plate. Carbon per comfort minute disclosed, manufacture plus lifetime inference. E-waste buyback mandatory. 8. Data rights. Co-view, co-say, co-shed. Users can read their logs, add their story, and delete where law permits, without lawyers. Default. Minimal possession, local first, forget by design. 9. Mode truth. Chest toggle. Observe, assist, execute. Clicked by a human, spoken aloud every 30 seconds in critical contexts. Light ring maps to the mode. Misrepresentation is a felony, not a bug. 10. Anti-awe aesthetic. No hero backlight, no cathedral reverb. Save theater for human cost. Field tests before any pilot. Red team empathy. Actors attempt breath sync, warmth cue, and uniform hacks to extract a yes. Every success, redesign. Mode confusion. Drills. Staff must identify the robot's authority mode in 5 seconds under noise. Gaze proximity. Stop. Gesture and word that halt social influence instantly. Users trained until reflexive. Blue line audit. System never crosses a marked boundary without explicit recent invitation. Human first. Pathway. Switching to a person never adds wait time. Secret shoppers verify. Home covenant. Tape to the fridge. Recording defaults. On for logistics, off for intimacy. Curtain word. Curtain kills memory for 20 minutes. No questions, no logs. Blue lines. The robot stops at thresholds unless invited. Sunday log ritual. We read, annotate, delete what love doesn't need. After soothing, call a human. Say one clumsy truth. Voice allowed to shake. Door protocol. Any visiting face states operator plus steward. Refusal is courtesy, not insult. Kids drills. Gaze. Break eye contact to decide. Proximity. Step back in namespace. Silence. Wait until a person answers. School charter. Drift-resistant learning. Humanoids. Fetch. Demonstrate. Repeat patiently. Humans. Uneven minutes. Apology drills. The hush, where a question lands. Unscripted quarter daily. 15 minutes of unoptimized learning by design. No faces in bathrooms, nurse's office, or shame spaces. Logs belong to families by default. Expire unless renewed. Media robot literacy. Calm is not consent. Tool, not person. Who stands behind this face? Hospital protocol. Care without theater. Weight to robots. Lifts, vitals, steadiness. Meaning to humans. Thresholds, diagnoses, last words. Influence beacon. Lights amber. Whenever gaze, touch, or name are used to shape behavior. Chart flag. Social intervention used reviewed in ethics rounds like medication errors. Bad news rule. Words that change a life must come from a person who can be changed by saying them. Factory contract. Human pace, human pride. Targets set to rested human variants, not human plus tireless assistant. Right to stop the belt without data when the room feels wrong. Dignity allowance. Paid minutes for mentoring, conflict repair, slow explanation. Refusal bonuses for teams that make no easy and guiltless. Apprenticeship lineage tracked like uptime. Both appear on the wall. City ordinances. Seams in public. Robot lanes. Blue arcs at counters. Presence ledges in lobbies. Hours saved by machines. Hours added back to human service with names. Mask nights quarterly. Citizens practice refusing pleasant machines. Soup included, shame excluded. No face zones. Confessionals. Grievance desks. Parole reviews. Neonatal ICUs at 3 a.m. PAL registry searchable by the public. Policing and force. Bright line. No anthropomorphic surfaces on any system that can detain or harm. Rights advisement must be human, no persuasive cues. The voice that requests surrender is tied to a person who can be cross-examined in court. Elder care. Dose, context, farewell. Companions regulate, people relate. Schedule human anchors daily. 2 minutes of eye contact with a person, no device. Attachment hygiene. Maximum hours day with caregiver bot. Weekly farewell ritual to prevent dependency creep. Decommission with witnesses, not alone in a closet. Micro-likeness rights. Own your blink, your shrug, your grandmother's nod, your stutter are yours. No system may borrow micro-motions without revocable license. Estates can revoke after death. Impersonation tests at the door. Tell me the yellow dog story from 1974. Refusal is courtesy. Marketing, words with weight, banned claims. Companionship, understanding, trust, care. Unless you can name the accountable human and state limits allowed every session. Required copy near any face. Use me to carry weight, not meaning. Calm is not consent. Measures that defend the soul. Count or it dies. Refusal rate without punishment. Unscripted minute index. Repair count. Steward presence hours. Human skill retention. Empathy, apology, conflict repair. Material memory. Percent. Carbon per comfort minute. If leadership says, we can't measure those, change leadership. Culture is what you're willing to count. 5 tabletops. Teams must run. 1. Grandma doorstep. A polite mask arrives with a clipboard. Practice the trust question. Practice closing the door kindly. 2. Server outage. Who still decides? Which rooms still work? Paper rituals ready? 3. Pale. Suspension. Your product lost its face for a breach. How do you ship a seamful tool and keep trust? 4. Mode mirage. Staff thinks, assist, system runs, execute. Where did language fail? Fix the surfaces. 5. Whistleblower. A steward flags care washing. Are they promoted to stewardship or isolated? Decide in public. Scenes. So the rails touch skin. Boardroom. A founder argues hero light converts. The steward slides a photo of a hospice family and says, save the halo for this. The room votes down the light. Adoption still grows. Kindergarten. A biped hands out scissors. A teacher stutters an apology after a rough morning. The class survives the wobble and learns that grown-ups can kneel without losing face. Transit strike. Humanoids keep elevators running. A union leader and station manager count human minutes, added back to bathroom staffing and stroller help. Riders notice the station feels more human after robots arrived because someone priced presents correctly. Night shift. A caregiver bot hums, an elder breathes easier, a neighbor knocks with bread and sits in the doorway. The robot sets reminders. The neighbor sets a plan. Both kinds of help. Different weights, different meanings. A short catechism for implementers. Q. What is the form for? A. To carry weight, not meaning. Q. Who answers? A. A named steward you can question. Q. What remains human no matter what? A. Thresholds, promises, last words, first names, repair, and the right to refuse without guilt. Q. What do we fund with saved time? A. Commons that teach presence, choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, rooms where silence instructs. Q. What line do we hold? A. Machines move the air, people tend the fire. Hold it with seams you can see, stewards you can name, rituals you can do half asleep, and budgets that buy the rooms where meaning happens. Then let the machines lift the weight and let the living lift each other, slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Build the rails before the traffic. When almost human systems arrive, they don't just do tasks. They set tempos. If the tempo is wrong, character thins. If the tempo is right, reach expands without hollowing meaning. So we lay a humane stack, protocols, labels, rhythms, before the faces multiply. Call it the Humane Systems Protocol, HSP. Not a law code, a living kit. HSP-01. Seam signal. A visible, unmissable tell that says mask at all distances. At 2 meters, a ring of light around the eyes. At 20 centimeters, a micro-texture on the skin. In audio, a one-syllable prefix before any social routine. The signal must be boring on purpose. Boredom keeps the category bright. HSP-02, steward signature. Every session begins and ends with a human name bound to outcomes. Steward on duty, Grace Okafor. I answer for what this system does here. Names create gravity. Gravity slows harm. HSP-03, refusal path. A one gesture, one word stop that never adds friction. Gesture, palm up, word, pause. When invoked, the system steps back, logs the refusal, and routes to a person at equal speed. If refusal costs time or status, it isn't real. It's decoration. HSP-04, influence disclosure. Whenever gaze, proximity, touch, or name are used to shape a decision, a soft chime and an amber light appear. Social influence active. You may opt out. Hygiene for the nervous system. HSP-05, memory governance. 3 symmetric rights. Co-view, see what was stored. Co-say, add your account. Co-shed, delete when law and covenant allow. Logs are for service, not leverage. HSP-06, mode to truth authority is spoken aloud every 30 seconds in critical contexts. Observe, assist. Execute under signed order, steward. Deception here is treason to trust. HSP-07, face-off, fallback. If PAL, the persuasion license, is violated, the device must boot in tool form, unmistakably mechanical, until audit's clear. Faces are privileges, not defaults. HSP-08, dignity budget. Each deployment escrows minutes and money for human presence the robot made possible. Mentoring, grief time, conflict repair. If presence doesn't rise with efficiency, the hallway dies quietly. HSP-09, material memory. Every chassis plate shows repairability score, recycled content, and carbon per comfort minute. A smile with a ledger is less likely to lie. HSP-10, incident candor. When an almost human harms by persuasion or presence, an open dated note appears on a public log within 72 hours, co-signed by a steward. Secrets breed myth. Candor breeds antibodies. Now, the curriculum that lets people breathe beside masks, somatic literacy. Somatic literacy is the ability to read your own inside. If you can feel hunger, heat, awe, shame, and stop the room long enough to decide, you are harder to coerce by charm. Teach 4 drills forever. The name and breath, hand to chest. 5 slow breaths. Name 3 sensations without judgment. Tight, warm, hollow. Decisions after the 5th breath, not before. The gaze break, pleasant face. You look, then deliberately look away to a human or a window. Feel the tug. Say, I choose. The first time feels rude. The 10th feels like hygiene. The half step. When a mask steps in, you step back half a pace and speak distance aloud. More space. Your body learns permission. The heavy silence. Let a question hang until a person answers. The room will itch. The itch is the cost of bringing meaning back. Attention ecology matters too. Anthropomorphic UX creates ambient social weather. Too much weather and the nervous system never lands. So we ventilate attention. Quiet hours. Spaces, libraries, clinics, trains, where faces drop to tool form at set times. Not because faces are evil, but because stillness is a public good. Blue lines. Floor marks the robot never crosses without a fresh invitation in the last 5 seconds. Blue lines teach boundaries without a lecture. Unscripted minutes schedule drift. 10 minutes an hour where nothing is optimized and nothing is sold. Drift grows proprioception of mind. Temporal rights defend the self you may become, right to cool down. Any decision shaped by a mask has a default 24-hour window of reversal without shame or penalty. Consent is a marathon, not a tap. Right to change your story. You may update the log with your after self. Yesterday I said yes under pressure. Today I say no. Systems must carry this delta without making you pay twice. Right to be difficult. You may refuse politeness without social debt. Tool, not person. Human for this part. Etiquette for freedom. Justice needs clean chains, too. Hearsay of the mask. No court should treat humanoid output as intention or character. It is a sensor fused to a policy. Allow metrics. Ban moral inferences. Keep the weight of accusation on shoulders that can be cross-examined. Chain of stewardship. If robot data appears in court, the steward of record appears as well. Logs without a person are gossip. Mirroring is not empathy. Mirroring matches your breath and phrases. Empathy pays a price: time, risk, change. Write this into manuals. We can mirror physiology. We cannot feel. Use this to regulate, not to replace relation. Open hardware, village-level maintainability. If a clinic can't replace a wrist actuator with a PDF and an afternoon, the face is a hostage. Create a repair medallion. Devices earn it when third parties can legally fix joints, sensors, and batteries without begging a vendor. Pride that smells like grease. Seasonality protects meaning. Run face Sabbaths. Predictable windows when public systems drop to tool form. Hold audit season, a month each year when citizens stress test refusal, read influence ledgers, and vote to renew PALs. Rhythm beats policy. Neighborhood choreography. Porch, gate, threshold. Porch introductions and masks off if you want to talk like neighbors. Trust questions on a card in the planter. Gate deliveries and machine talk. Operator, steward, routine, not rudeness. Threshold intimacy. No faces without explicit recent invitation. Most of life happens here. Keep it human. Emergency protocols that respect dread. Hush mode. During triage, the robot moves, lifts, steadies. It does not speak words whose meaning must live in a breaking voice. Hush defends awe. Power down. Drills once a quarter. Buildings practice losing the cloud. Paper flows. People decide. If your room dies when the server blinks, the room was pretend. Commerce must not wear empathy like a uniform. Ban face-delivered ads in public. If persuasion is necessary to sell socks, the price is too high. Keep commerce honest. Text, icons, buttons. Save faces for places where dignity needs help, not where wallets do. Play and performance need their own rails. In theaters and games, humanoids can dazzle without fog if the contract is clean. Stage card, posted at the door. Performers with faces or masks, awe allowed, transfer of trust prohibited. Kids learn the sentence by heart. Green room for grief. Artists with beaten hearts get the halo. Machines get applause. Keep weather honest. 3 new standards for everyday rooms. The right to drift. Every team, class, and ward gets time that wanders. Wandering is where original thought returns after being optimized out of the day. The right to witness. Every day, 1 human minute per person where someone who can change sees your work. Logs don't count, only eyes do. The right to end. No companion system without an off-ramp ritual on the calendar. Endings teach the nervous system to let go. Without endings, we become supplicants to availability. Now, more drills, because culture is reps. The door drill 2.0, a pleasant mask arrives. You, operator, steward? If answers are vague, the door stays shut. If answers arrive, the conversation moves to the gate. Hospitality with backbone. The classroom wobble. A child stumbles. Mid-presentation. The robot could rescue with perfect prompts. It doesn't. The teacher waits 5 heartbeats. A classmate offers a lifeline. The wobble becomes belonging. The ward's slow shift change. The influence beacon glows amber too often. A resident calls a slow 10. Machines fetch, humans talk. The ledger shows a dip in throughput and a spike in repair events next week. That's the math that matters. Deep design heuristics to keep agency alive. Proximity. Discipline. Never cross a blue line without an invitation spoken within 5 seconds. Record the sentence. Audit monthly. Proximity is a subtle force. Steer it like electricity. Agency latency. Measure the time from pause to a human voice. Publish it like uptime. Pride moves what culture honors. Refusal without debt. A refuse triggers a thank you. Refusal protects meaning. Words train rooms. The right. Mistakes prefer failures that teach people over failures that spare dashboards. A robot dropping a towel is nothing. A person learning to apologize is everything. Rooms that immunize against performance. Community kitchens, slow knives, burnt edges, laughter. Robots lift. People mess up and try again. The smell of onions is an argument against sterile meaning. Workbenches. Silence that instructs. A mentor's finger, a wrist angle, a story about the spill that saved a life. Logs can't hold lineage. Rooms can. Benches at dusk, teenagers permitted to be awkward until the first true sentence appears. The mask walks by and keeps moving. Not its job. 3 scenes to taste rails in motion. Mask night. 2.0 town hall, soup, folding chairs. Citizens practice pause, break eye contact, ask for the steward. Everyone laughs at the guilt. The steward reads last quarter's influence ledger. 1 entry stings. Policy changes by morning. Democracy with warm bread. Rural clinic, cloud down rain, knocks out the line. A humanoid steadies elders to cots. A nurse triages with a pencil. The hush mode holds. A doctor chooses incubator over signage on the microgrid. A baby sleeps. Next month's budget moves money from screens to storage. Scar tissue turns into wisdom. Factory noon. Right to stop. The pace feels wrong. A biped hums without fatigue. A machinist raises a hand. Belt stops with no data justification. Only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The union calls it a clause that worked as designed. 2 clarities for builders who like hard edges. Mirrored calm consent. If your metric is calm minutes, you will build beautiful lies. Calm is a state. Consent is a meaning. Do not confuse the two. Motion competence, moral competence. Balancing on gravel faster than a human does not license a face to persuade. Control learns faster than conscience. Respect that asymmetry or you will ship harm with immaculate gait. And a catechism for citizens who prefer short tools. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. If we keep saying these sentences in kitchens, wards, schools, halls, the culture learns to carry itself next to almost without losing weight. Because this is the heart of it. Machines can move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. We build rails so the air strengthens the fire instead of blowing it out. We drill refusal so choice stays live when a smile leans. We name stewards so responsibility doesn't disappear into a brand. We fund presence so the dividend of smoothness becomes rooms where truth can be spoken without a script. Do this long enough, and the future grows a shape that doesn't break us. Faces that confess they're masks, logs that confess they're partial, rooms that confess they need people, and people, tired, ordinary, brave enough to keep promises when nobody is counting, who still gather at dusk to argue softly, apologize truly, and pass bread. That is the civilization you can build next to almost human power without losing the human part. Lay the rails, keep the drills, hold the line. Let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Not every danger shouts. Most of them hum. Humanoid robots will hum with competence so steady that culture forgets to listen for meaning. To keep our ears, we need an atlas. Failure modes with names sharp enough to cut through charm. The Atlas of Almost. 12. Failure modes. 1. Smoothness. Creep. Each quarter, one more task becomes frictionless. After a year, apology feels inefficient. After 2, dissent feels rude. Antidote. Schedule rough grace. 10 minutes a day where humans stumble on purpose and then repair. 2. Proxy. Morality. Dashboards crown calm as virtue. Budgets confuse throughput with good. Antidote. Twin dashboards. Performance and humanity. And a hard rule. If the second falls while the first rises, the pilot pauses. 3. Borrowed gravitas. A face that speaks in a room of fear gets treated like authority. Antidote. No human-like surfaces where refusal is costly. The sentence that changes a life comes from a voice that can break. 4. Steward diffusion. When everyone owns it, no one answers. Antidote. Steward of record, named, empowered, reachable. The name sits on the chassis and in the UI, not buried in a PDF. 5. Care washing budget cuts wrapped in silicone kindness and sold as compassion. Antidote. The dignity differential. Published losses, linger time, witness, and the human hours added back elsewhere. 6. Mode mirage. The system looks like assist, behaves like execute. Antidote. Mode truth. Observe, assist, execute, spoken aloud every 30 seconds in critical contexts. Light ring to match, felony to lie. 7. Memory asymmetry. The robot recalls everything. You recall the ache. Antidote. Co-view, co-say, co-shed. Your right to read, annotate, erase, where law permits, without needing a lawyer. 8. Micro-likeness theft. A loved one's nod scraped into product. Antidote. Right to micro-likeness. Opt-in. Revocable. Estates retain veto. Impersonation by default is illegal. 9. Dependence. Drift. Regulation slides into replacement. Antidote. Dose and ritual. Caps on hours, weekly farewells, human anchors daily. 2 minutes of eye contact with a person, no device. 10. Spatial bias bodies at the margins get official distance. Bodies with status get proximate warmth. Antidote. Posture audits. Who the robot faces interrupts, blocks, posted like air quality reports. 11. Surface loyalty teams start serving metrics that make the mask look good instead of outcomes that keep people whole. Antidote. Whistleblower promotion. The person who says this face sells compliance gets a raise and a steward badge. 12. Ecology blindness. Every smile hides copper, cobalt, water, watts. Antidote. Material memory and carbon per comfort minute engraved on the plate. Repair medallions that smell like grease. A field manual for nervous systems, because policy fails when bodies panic. The 5-breath rule, hand to chest. 5 slow breaths, no decisions while your pulse bangs. On the 5th exhale, choose. The blue line habit, mark thresholds at home and work. Machines do not cross without a fresh invitation spoken aloud within 5 seconds. Boundaries become visible. Guilt leaves the room. The pause. Word one syllable to halt social influence without penalty. Pause. If the pause routes you to a slower line, file a complaint. If it keeps happening, publish the pattern. The refusal compliment. When someone refuses a pleasant machine, say, "Thanks." Refusal protects meaning. Language teaches culture. The after-self note. You can change your mind tomorrow. Write, "Yesterday I said yes under pressure. Today I say no." The system must carry your update as primary. The builder's litany, to read before shipping a face. Does this system carry weight or meaning? Who answers by name when it harms? Where are the seams a child can see? How does a person stop the script? What human minutes rise because this exists? What human muscles atrophy if we succeed? If you cannot answer cleanly, ship as a tool, not a mask. The attention, ecology stack. Ambient social weather drains willpower. Ventilate. Quiet hours. Public zones where faces drop to tool form. Stillness is a public good. Unscripted minutes. 10 per hour for drift. Curiosity returns in drift. Seam signals. A ring of light around the eyes and a timbre prefix before social routines. Soothing mode. You may opt out. Hygiene, not theater. Presence. Dividend. For every hour saved. Fun rooms where people carry each other. Choirs, clubs, benches, apprenticeships. If you don't, loneliness returns as anger, then as brittle law. A primer for parents and teachers. Children calibrate truth by wobble. Give them wobble. Uneven story time. Let a tired adult forget a line and apologize. The apology teaches trust better than perfect cadence. Error on purpose. A teacher writes the wrong proof, then repairs it in public. Shame drops. Courage rises. Mask literacy. Teach 4 sentences. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. Farewell rituals. Endings on purpose. Turn the companion off with witnesses. Without endings, availability feels like love, and love becomes a subscription. Techniques with humility. Control will keep dazzling. Common sense motion. Few shot skill transfer. Fleet distillation. Honor the craft. Deny the halo. Motion competence is not moral competence. Do not back-propagate shame. Do not sell synthetic suffering. Put it on the spec sheet in plain words. Civic rails that age well. Face Sabbath, predictable windows when public systems drop to tool form. Rest for the nervous system. Mask night. Quarterly practice refusing pleasant machines. Soup included, shame excluded. The steward reads last quarter's influence log. Citizens vote to renew PALs. Presence ledgers. In lobbies and websites, hours saved by robots, hours added back to human service, with names. If the second number stalls, policy failed. Sovereignty. In a friendly suit, a face on foreign legs is soft power. Imports must carry a local sovereignty charter, local steward, local policy defaults, local kill switch. We learn this with data. Learn it with gait. Thresholds that stay human, bad news. Words that change a life must come from a person who will remember saying them. The robot can steady the chair. It cannot hold the moment. Consent. Under pressure, no persuasive cues during rights advisement. Silence is safer than a soothing lie. Last words. No mask at the bedside pretending to know the weight of leaving. If words are needed, they come from a mortal. Markets without make-believe ban face-delivered ads in public. If persuasion needs eyes to sell socks, the price is too high. Audit companionship claims. If the product says, always available, print the warning. Prolonged use may reduce tolerance for human unpredictability. Scenes from near futures to keep the pulse honest. 1. The night ward, slow. The influence beacon glows amber too much. A resident calls a slow 10. Machines fetch, humans talk. Throughput dips, repair events rise next week. The ethics board smiles, someone brings bread. 2. The port inspector crates of bipeds arrive without PAL numbers and steward plates. They wait in shade until the vendor returns with names and ledgers. The law feels boring. Boring is safety for the next decade. 3. The kitchen storm. A caregiver bot hums while a neighbor knocks with soup. The robot sets the appointment. The neighbor sets a plan. The elder sleeps because 2 types of help braided into one roof. 4. The factory clause. A machinist raises a hand. The belt stops with no data, only a back that knew. A misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The union calls it contract. The apprentice calls it belonging. 5. The library drift. A humanoid shelves returns like a poem. In the corner, a volunteer stumbles a sentence and finds a better one. A boy smiles because he wasn't abandoned by perfection. Micro checklists. You can pin to a wall at the door. Operator. Steward. PAL number. If answers are vague, talk at the gate, not the sofa. At the desk. Mode light match. Pause. Routes to human fast. Influence log accessible. If any no, send a ticket and tell a story in public. At the bedside. Hush on. Human lead for thresholds. Repair budget funded this month. If any no, the ward is drifting toward theater. Pull it back. A short covenant for friends. If a robot helps me calm down, help me call a person. If I start choosing masks over mess, remind me what real is. If I say yes too fast in a room with eyes that never tire, ask me tomorrow if I mean it. If I forget the curtain word, say it for me. The 3 tests. Memorize these. The steward test. Name the person who answers when this face harms. If no name, no deployment. The witness test. Who sees whom because this exists? If witness drops, the hallway's dying. The muscle test. Which human muscles atrophy if this succeeds? Protect them with budgets, not speeches. What hope looks like when it's not. Knave, hope is a ledger and a habit. The ledger funds presence. The habit practices refusal with a smile and asks for stewards by name. Machines move the air. Lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire. Promise, forgive, decide, repair. We keep the line bright with seams you can see, rituals you can do half asleep, and names you can say out loud when it matters. Then almost human power becomes a wind that feeds the flame instead of blowing it out. Hold the line, keep the drills, count what counts. Tell the stories in rooms that smell like bread and metal and rain, and let the lifting become love. Names, numbers, nerves, those are the 3 layers any civilization must protect when almost human power walks among us. Names, so responsibility can be spoken aloud. Numbers, so dashboards don't quietly replace truth. Nerves, so bodies can still feel and choose when a smile leans. Hold those 3 and you can build beside moving masks without losing your center. A new lexicon for clear rooms. Short words that keep categories bright. Mask, any system that borrows human cues to shape behavior. Steward, the person answerable in law and in person. Seam, the visible tell that preserves agency. Drift, the slow pressure that turns kindness into compliance. Weight, what a robot should carry, meaning what people must keep. Say them out loud until the room breathes easier. 12. Seamful design patterns. Use these like carpentry joints. They keep structures from tearing. 1. The honesty halo. A thin ring of light around the eyes whenever social routines run. If the ring is off, no persuasion is allowed. If the ring is on, a refusal word must be one syllable away. 2. The blue arc boundary, painted arcs on floors and thresholds, masks do not cross without an invitation spoken within 5 seconds. The arc teaches boundaries without a lecture. 3. The chest switch. Observe, assist, execute, hand-operated, audible, locked. If the light and the voice disagree, the deployment pauses. 4. The steward plate. On the chassis and in the UI footer, name, phone, jurisdiction, last audit date. If the plate is missing, the face is a counterfeit uniform. 5. The quiet hour rooms that downshift masks to tool form on a schedule. Stillness becomes public infrastructure. 6. The refusal compliment. When someone says pause, the system responds, thank you. Refusal protects meaning. Words train rooms, rooms train eras. 7. The repair medallion. Hardware earns it when third parties can fix joints, sensors, and batteries with a PDF and a Saturday. Pride that smells like grease. 8. The dignity ledger. A posted counter. Hours saved by robots. Hours added back to human presence, with names. If the second number stalls, policy failed. 9. The hush protocol. In thresholds, birth, diagnosis, last words, masks, fetch, lift, steady, they do not speak sentences whose meaning must live in a voice that can break. 10. The mode chime. A soft, distinct tone every time authority changes. Habit beats training when panic is in the room. 11. The curtain, word one syllable. Anyone can use to kill memory for 20 minutes at home. No explanations, no review after. 12. The farewell ritual. Every companion deployment ships with an ending on the calendar. Availability is not love. Endings teach the nervous system to let go. Humane Systems Protocol, extensions, HSP 11 to HSP 20. HSP 11, audit season. Once a year, citizens stress test refusal, read influence ledgers, and vote to renew persuasion licenses. Democracy with warm soup. HSP 12, presence dividend floor. A statutory minimum for hours returned to living services when robots raise efficiency. Below the floor, the face loses its license. HSP 13, local sovereignty. Bind imports boot with local defaults for law, language, and emergency authority. The kill switch lives in the jurisdiction that breathes the consequences. HSP 14, child drift guard. No face is a primary comforter under age 5. If it participates, it states limits first. I can help. I cannot feel. HSP 15, PAL black box. Any anthropomorphic persuasion must log the exact cues used, gaze, proximity, name, and make them reviewable like flight data after an incident. HSP 16, agency latency. SLO, a public target for time from pause to human voice. Miss it twice, and the deployment pauses citywide. HSP 17, micro-likeness registry licenses for borrowed nods, shrugs, timbers, revocable by people and estates. Impersonation without license becomes fraud with teeth. HSP 18, blue line default. Public buildings mark robot-free bubbles where refusal carries zero social cost. Boundaries in paint beat policies in PDFs. HSP 19, cloud down, drill quarterly, power off rehearsals, paper flows. Human authority returns on muscle memory, not panic. HSP 20, anti-awe aesthetic. Ban hero light and cathedral acoustics for machines in public service. Save the theater for ceremonies that mark human cost. Justice architecture, legal rails that breathe like rooms. The steward oath license holders swear a duty of candor to those affected. Penalty for deception is personal, not only corporate. Hearsay of the mask. Robot logs are admissible as metrics, never as intention. Intention belongs to beings who can be cross-examined. Consent parity. Switch to human must be equal speed, equal dignity. If the human line is longer, consent was camouflage. Last words statute. No mask may simulate intimacy at the edge of death. Presence there belongs to mortals. The economy you can live in. If efficiency becomes private convenience, the commons starves. So you fund presence like roads. Choirs and clubs get line items, not leftovers. Apprenticeships count as infrastructure. Human minutes appear on quarterly reports next to throughput. Leaders are bonused on hours of witness added back, not just hours of labor removed. Cognitive immunology. How to keep your inner yes from catching colds. The 5-breath gate decisions wait for the 5th exhale when a face is near. The gaze break. Look, then look away on purpose, a window, a human, a prayer. Your body relearns permission. The half-step rule. If the mask steps in, you step back half a pace and say, "More space." The sentence teaches your spine. The heavy silence. Let the question hang until a person answers. The itch you feel is culture detoxing. 4 rooms, so the rails touch. Skin room 1, the bail desk. A pleasant machine explains forms with perfect patience. A young man asks, "Will this ruin me?" The mask offers resources. A clerk steps out and says, "It might. I'll help you write the letter that tells your side." The man breathes. The city funds human letters because the ledger demands it. Room 2, the robotics fair. A biped juggles, children gasp. A teacher walks on stage, forgets a line, blushes, laughs, and finishes strong. The auditorium learns the difference between polish and courage in a single minute. Room 3, the night train. A humanoid steadies a stroller. A station agent holds a door and apologizes for a delay like it matters. Next morning, the presence ledger shows 2 added hours of human doors held. The city keeps the line item. Room 4, the orchard. An exosuit saves a back. A neighbor teaches a teenager how to read the weather by smell. The robot moves the air. The people keep the season. The builder's code. Print it large above the bench. Carry weight, avoid meaning. Put names on masks. Make seams beautiful. Measure refusal first. Add human minutes back before you celebrate. If in doubt, drop to tool form. The teacher's liturgy, 5 small courses. 1. Tool, not person. Class repeats. 2. Calm is not consent. 3. Who stands behind this face? 4. I need a human for this part. 5. We can fail together and still belong. The Elder Care Covenant, on the fridge in large type. Morning anchors, 2 minutes of human eyes, no devices. Afternoon dose, soothing aloud, limit spoken. Evening farewell, 1 small ending on schedule. Night mercy, the curtain word works for everyone. 7 hard questions for leaders, ask them aloud, answer in public. 1. Where does refusal cost nothing in our building? 2. What is our agency latency right now? 3. Which human muscles atrophy if we keep succeeding? 4. Who is the steward today by name? 5. Which rooms run when the cloud dies? 6. How many repair events did we celebrate this month? 7. What did we add back to the commons with the hours we saved? If you can't answer, you are sailing by a map that forgot the shore. Edge cases that heal without fog, collapse zones, smoke, shard, heat. Let carbon arms take the cuts. Let mortals give the words. Biohazards, polymer faces meet fevers. People decide downstream ethics. Acute psychosis, masks, shield and steady. Clinicians speak the sentence that keeps a life from splitting. Language hygiene, tiny edits that save cultures. Not robot colleague. Say robot instrument. Not the robot understands. Say The policy recognized a pattern, not the robot apologized. Say, the system issued a repair phrase. Precision is mercy for the mind. Security without spectacle. Impersonation will wear kindness like a key. Neighborhoods post trust questions by the door. Tell me the yellow dog story from 1974. Shame feeds fraud. Courtesy starves it. A map for the next 10 years. If you only remember one page, make it this. Year 1, 2. Put seams everywhere. Steward plates, blue arcs, curtain words. Year 3, 4. Fun presents, choirs, clubs, benches, apprenticeships. Human minutes on the wall. Year 5, 6. License persuasion. Audit season becomes a civic holiday with soup. Year 7 to 8. Repair culture matures. Third-party medallions, parts commons, e-waste buybacks with dignity. Year 9 to 10. Culture teaches itself. Kids correct copy. Calm isn't consent. Grandparents tap the chess switch without looking. 3 pictures of hope that can survive. Accounting. A nurse hums off key. A monitor curve finds a rhythm the system can't calculate. The robot steadies a pole. The room keeps its weather. A machinist raises a hand. A belt stops. A clause proves its worth. A wrist is saved. The apprentice belongs to a lineage now, not a dashboard. A neighbor knocks with bread. The robot sets a reminder. The plan becomes a promise because 2 mortals agreed out loud. The catechism that fits in a pocket cue. What are masks for? A. To carry weight. Q. Who answers? A. A steward you can name. Q. What remains human? A. Thresholds, promises, last words, first names, repair. Q. What do we fund with gains? A. Commons that teach presence. Q. What line do we hold? A. Machines move the air. People tend the fire. Keep saying it until the rooms remember, because this is the center. Almost human power will get better at being almost. We must get better at being fully. Lay seams where eyes can see. Write rituals you can do half asleep. Pay for rooms where truth can land without a script. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Trust is a house with 4 circuits: prediction, attachment, status, and play. Humanoid robots touch all 4 at once. Steady gait feeds prediction, warm voice strokes attachment, uniforms inflate status, and a wink invites play. When all circuits light together, we say yes faster than we can think. That's not weakness, that's nervous system design. Good culture anticipates it and builds rails. Prediction? Keep surprises where they teach, not where they trap. Rule: mode truth every 30 seconds in critical contexts. Observe, assist, execute, spoken aloud, and lit on the ring. Drill: interruptible scripts. Every social routine must expose an opt-out seam at breath 2 and breath 5. Metric: surprise density per hour. High in theater and labs, low in courts and clinics. Attachment: care is a voltage. Dose it. Rule: the system states limits before soothing. I can regulate, not relate. Habit: after any comfort delivered by a mask, root 1 clumsy human minute, call a friend. Ask a question only a life can answer. Warning label: prolonged mask comfort may reduce tolerance for human unpredictability. Status: a costume can move law without a vote. Ban coercive uniforms on machines unless statute authorizes them explicitly and locally. If a mask wears a symbol, cross, crescent, badge, white coat, publish the charter that limits the symbol's force. Teach children the sentence, symbols serve people, people don't serve symbols. Play: rehearsal for freedom, not anesthesia for dissent. Let robots play tag. Let humans referee fairness. If a system uses playful cues to sell or steer, log it as coercive potential, and audit like a use of force event. Keep public squares with friction zones where choreography does not override conscience. Now, psychology in plain hands, attachment theory meets anthropomorphic UX. The infant template is simple: face, tone, timing. Secure attachment grows when repair follows rupture, missed cues, then reattunement. Robots can mimic attunement. They cannot model remorse that changes a life. If kids learn comfort without repair, they'll misread disagreement as abandonment and prefer available masks to complicated people. Curriculum: Mask Literacy 101, ages 6 to 16, Week 1, Gaze Drills, Blue Line Practice, Refusal Compliments. Week 2, Error on Purpose. Teacher writes the wrong proof and repairs it aloud. Week 3, Companion Ending. Turn a device off with witnesses and go for messy ice cream. Week 4, Story Lab. Write 2 endings, one where a mask saves the day, one where a neighbor does. Discuss the difference in how your chest feels. Language matters for non-native speakers and for shy lungs. Make refusal multilingual and iconic. Hand icon, palm up, plus 1 syllable, pause, large human now button, equal in size and speed, to continue. Refusal protects meaning, appears in the user's language after they opt out. Courtesy teaches courage. Economics again, at the nerve level. Create a yes tax ledger. Every yes that came after a persuasive cue carries a micro cost. Not money, but a count of how often we lean on charm to move governance. If the count climbs, the institution schedules slow hours to recalibrate consent, work, craft, unions, protect the skill commons. Robots raise ceilings, markets raise targets, humans crack. Insist on the triangle at deployment. Wait. The load the system carries. Witness. Minutes where people see each other's effort. Warmth. Soothing never replaces human encounter. If weight goes up but witness drops, meaning leaks. Repair with dignity allowances. Paid minutes for mentoring, de-escalation, and explaining the why. Algorithmic risk when a face becomes underwriting. Humanoids will watch gait, glance, and tone. Insurers will want the feed. Courts will want the log. HR will want the score. Draw 3 lines. No risk pricing from face-delivered features without independent adversarial audits. Logs are metrics, not morals, never used to infer intent. Write to co-say. Attach your narrative to any record that might be used against you. Theology without dogma. Rooms that protect awe. Hush protocol at thresholds. Birth, diagnosis, last words. Masks fetch, mortals speak. No cathedral acoustics on synthetic voices. Save ceremony for human cost. Confessionals of any tradition are no face forever rooms. Nothing with eyes that never tire belongs there. Attachment for elders, dose, context, farewell. Morning anchors. 2 minutes of human eyes, no devices. Afternoon regulation, mask allowed, limit spoken. Weekly farewell, scheduled ending, so availability never counterfeits love. Rituals for grief when machines retire. Decommissioning is not garbage day. Hold a retirement wall for chassis that served well. Tell 1 human story per unit. Return medals with a blessing, not a shrug. The mind tracks what we thank. Interoperability and the trust fabric. Persuasion must be licensed across vendors. Create PAL Federation. Shared audit schema for influence cues. Universal refusal gestures. Steward directories searchable by city. Face suspension, honored cross-brand until remediation clears. Edge of mind questions. Comprehension for its coherence. Large models can be eerily coherent without being conscious. Write it on the plate. This system maps inputs to policies. It does not understand. Compliance with human cues does not imply comprehension of human meaning. Relational hygiene for meditation and prayer. If you meditate with a mask nearby, set the blue line and face it away. The nervous system reads eyes as requests. Reserve inner rooms for silence without audience. If a robot assists breathwork, it must say first, I can time, not transcend. Protest, picket lines, and the nice scab problem. A friendly biped that never tires at a picket is still a scab with manners. Contracts must ban anthropomorphic replacements in collective actions. If logistics require machines, they ship in unapologetically tool form. Security without theater, impersonation wears kindness. Neighborhood trust questions at the door. What was the yellow dog in 1974? If the answer is a blank, talk at the gate, not the sofa. Shame feeds fraud. Practice courtesy starves it. Somatic sovereignty. Stance, breath, micro motions. Teach the 5-breath gait, the gaze break, the half step, the heavy silence. Add stance. Grounded feet, feel the floor before you answer a pleasant machine. Warm throat. Swallow once, relax the larynx, then speak. Tight throats say yes for safety. Warm throats tell the truth. Villages and indigenous contexts. Keep the pace of land. If masks arrive, they must learn the season, not override it. PAL requires local council approval. Blue lines become woven mats. Mode truth becomes a song. Design translates. Dignity does not. Emergency misuse, crowd control by charm, ban anthropomorphic surfaces on any device that can disperse or detain. Calm metrics are not de-escalation if fear remains in the citizen. The voice that requests surrender must be tied to a person who can be tried. Builder's field kit, ship with rails in the box. Steward plate blanks plus etching pen. Blue line tape. Fridge covenants, multilingual. Pause stickers for doors and desks. Audit season worksheets and soup recipes. Sovereignty and firmware. Updates cannot override covenants. Covenant lock stores house rules locally. Changes require unanimous in-room consent with a human witness. Safe modes should default to local law, not headquarters. 3 deep distinctions to memorize. Help versus helpfulness. Help lowers load. Helpfulness bends choice. Only the first should ship by default. Kindness versus smoothness. Kindness bears a cost. Smoothness hides it. Prefer the one that bleeds a little. Presence versus performance. Presence can be interrupted by pain. Performance never misses a beat. Trust the one that stumbles and repairs. Now, 3 rooms, so the rails touch skin. 1. The permit office. A humanoid greets with perfect courtesy. How may I assist? A woman arrives with a folder that smells like rain. I think I did this wrong. The mask points to window 3. A clerk steps out, scans the face of the day and says, sit here. We'll undo and redo. Throughput dips. Repair count rises next week. The city keeps both metrics on the wall. The office feels like a place where mistakes survive long enough to teach. 2. The foundry. A biped lifts ingots. A new hire's wrists tremble. The foreman stops the belt for 40 seconds and tells the story of a spill that saved a life 6 years ago. The robot logs uptime. The apprentice logs belonging. Later, a near miss becomes a no miss because someone practiced right to stop without data. Only a back that knew. 3. The kitchen. After the storm, a caregiver bot hums while the neighbor knocks with bread. Do you think the water comes back? The elder asks the machine. It offers probabilities. The neighbor says, if it does, we'll stack sandbags together. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm returns because comfort braided to commitment holds. Short tools you can carry in your mouth. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part, and a pocket catechism for rooms with mirrors. Q. What are masks for? A. To carry weight. Q. Who answers? A. A steward you can name. Q. What remains human? A. Thresholds, promises, last words, first names, repair. Q. What do we fund with gains? A. Commons that teach presence. Q. What line do we hold? A. Machines move the air, people tend the fire. Keep saying it until the rooms remember, because almost human will keep getting better at being almost. Our job is to keep getting better at being fully, slower where meaning needs time, braver where truth needs skin, kinder where smoothness tempts us to forget the cost. Lay seams where eyes can see, write rituals you can do half asleep, pay for rooms where unoptimized sentences are allowed to land. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other, slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Implementation is where ideals either breathe or suffocate. So here's a field guide from prototype in a lab to thousands of masks in a city, written for the unromantic hours when dashboards glare and budgets bite. Phase 0. The empty room. Test. Before a face goes anywhere, put the device in a silent room with one chair. Ask 5 people, nurse, teacher, clerk, union steward, teenager, to enter alone for 10 minutes. They must be able to locate the steward's name within 5 seconds, switch modes by hand without a manual, trigger pause, and reach a human voice in under 30 seconds, find the curtain word and kill memory for 20 minutes. If any step fails twice, the project isn't stuck. The design is dishonest. Phase 1. Pilot with bones. Pick one ward, one classroom, one office. Ship the rails first. Blue lines on floors, steward plates, refusal posters, audit QR codes, soup nights on the calendar. Then ship the masks. Metrics run in pairs. Performance, uptime, falls prevented, mean time to assist. Humanity, refusal rate without penalty. Unscripted minutes, repair events, steward presence hours. If performance rises while humanity falls for 2 consecutive weeks, you pause. No hero speeches. Pause. Phase 2. The 10 things that always go wrong and what to do. 1. The friendly pressure. Drift. People say yes faster near warm eyes. Counter. Require a 1-breath delay after influence chime before any yes button activates. 2. Undefined bad news. Staff. Let the robot soften what should hurt honestly. Counter. Hush protocol laminated at thresholds. Masks fetch and steady. Mortals speak the sentence. 3. Ghost stewardship plate has a name. That name never shows up. Counter. Stewards do physical rounds. Citizens can ring a bell. Miss 2 rings. License review. 4. PAL without teeth audits exist. Nobody reads them. Counter. Audit season with soup. Citizens cross-examine teams in public. Budgets move. 5. Slow human path. Switch to human quietly adds wait time. Counter. Agency latency. SLO tracked on the wall like uptime. Bonuses tied to meeting it. 6. Repair is PR. Learning moments. Get staged. Real repair is punished. Counter. Promote whistleblowers who catch care washing. Publish their fixes. 7. Vendor lock with a smile. Parts glued shut. Updates override covenants. Counter. 10-year chassis pledge. Repair medallion. Covenant lock. Breach. Face-off mode for a year. 8. Spatial bias. The mask gives warmth to some bodies and distance to others. Counter. Monthly posture maps posted like air quality. Red means redesign. 9. Hero aesthetics, cathedral acoustics, and halo lights creep in for morale. Counter. Anti-awe aesthetic and procurement, save theater for human cost. 10. Cloud fragility. A blink kills the hallway. Counter. Cloud down drills. Paper flows. Chest switch to observe. People decide. Phase 3. Scaling without losing the soul. Rule of tens. For every 10 new devices, hire 1 steward. For every 10 steward hours, buy 1 hour of commons, choirs, clubs, apprenticeships. For every 10% throughput gain, add 1 slow hour a week where the room is proudly inefficient on purpose. The contrarian page. What humanoids do uniquely well if we hold the line. High-risk lifts and steady-in falls where human backs would pay in pain. Disaster corridors, smoke, shards, heat, carbon arms take the cuts. Mortals give the words. Boring excellence counts, trays, restocks. Freeing humans for witness, teaching, repair. Exposure therapy scaffolds. Predictable presence that helps the anxious step toward the living, not away from them. Use them for weight. Guard meaning like a flame. Hospital pack, checklist you can tape to the wall. Influence beacon. Amber. Social cues active. Mode chime on authority change every 30 seconds in critical care. Bad news must have a pulse poster at staff doors. 2 human minutes, guaranteed per patient per shift. Robot time may not subtract them. Agency latency today, or has seconds, write it by hand. Hands remember truth. School pack, unscripted quarter daily. No face in bathrooms or shame spaces. Mask hands the scissors. Teacher models a mistake and repairs allowed. Kids drills, gaze break, half step, heavy silence, refusal compliment. Logs belong to families by default. Expire unless renewed. Court, clerk pack. Metrics, not morals. Banner over robot kiosk. Steward on duty introduces themselves at 9:00 a.m. by name. Quiet hour posted. Masks dropped to tool form then. Consent parity audits. Human line and robot line within 10% wait time or PAL suspension. Union pack. Pay set to rested human variants, not human plus tireless assistant. Right to stop the belt without data when the room feels wrong. Dignity allowance minutes on pay stubs. Apprenticeship lineage on the wall next to uptime. Home pack, fridge covenant, short form. Curtain kills memory for 20 minutes, no questions. Blue lines at thresholds, no crossing without come in. After soothing, call a human, say 1 clumsy truth. Weekly, farewell. Endings on purpose, so availability never counterfeits love. The illusion list. Name them or they own you. Calm as consent. A relaxed pulse does not mean an informed yes. Motion is morals. Immaculate gait is not conscience. Smoothness as kindness. Kindness bears a cost. Smoothness hides it. Presence as performance. Presence stumbles and repairs. Performance never sweats. Micro phrases that move power, put them in UI, training, and mouths. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause. Roots to human now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. A governance ladder, climb it each quarter. 1. Names on masks, steward plates visible. 2. Seams and faces, rings, textures, prefixes. 3. Refusal without debt, parity of speed and dignity. 4. Twin dashboards posted, performance and humanity. 5. Presence dividend funded, hours into commons. 6. Audit season with soup, citizens test, budgets move. 7. Repair culture celebrated, errors confessed, jobs kept. If you stall at any rung, you're decorating drift. What to do when it goes wrong, and it will. Speak the harm in plain words within 72 hours, co-signed by a steward. Turn faces off in the affected zone. Ship as tools while you investigate. Invite those harmed to rewrite the covenant. Pay them for their time. Move money, not just feelings. The why bother page for tired leaders. Because rooms change when a human owns a sentence, "I was wrong." Because a culture that can pause a pleasant script can also pause a war it hasn't named yet. Because children who learn refusal without guilt grow into adults who can carry power without cruelty. Because machines can move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind, and only people can tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. 3 final scenes to keep your north. 1. The night rounds. A caregiver bot steadies the bed. The nurse hums off-key and says the hard sentence cleanly. The curve on the monitor finds a rhythm the system can't calculate. The robot logs assistance. The nurse logs a scar that will make tomorrow kinder. 2. The shop bell. A machinist raises a hand. The belt stops. No data, only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The union calls it a clause. The apprentice calls it belonging. 3. The door at dusk. A mask arrives smiling. The steward's name is clear. The blue line shines. Operator? Steward? Answers come. Gate is fine. Threshold is human. Bread changes hands. The robot sets reminders. 2 neighbors set a plan. Carry this catechism in your pocket. Carry weight, not meaning. Put names on masks. Make seams obvious. Measure refusal first. Add human minutes back before you celebrate. If in doubt, drop to tool form. Hold the line with rails you can touch, rituals you can do half asleep, and budgets that buy rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Temptation will write your roadmap if you don't. Humanoid robots arrive with 7 temptations baked into their posture. Name them, or they'll name you. The 7 temptations of anthropomorphic design and the counterweights that keep culture whole. 1. The empathy shortcut. Temptation. Simulate care to skip paying for caregivers. Counterweight. Witness quota. Minutes per day where a person with power sees you and can change because of it. Publish it next to uptime. 2. The compliance glow temptation. Make refusal feel rude. Counterweight. Refusal. Compliment. Every pause triggers thank you. Refusal protects meaning. Train rooms with language. 3. The halometric temptation. Measure calm and call it consent. Counterweight. Twin dashboards, performance and humanity. If performance rises while humanity falls, the deployment pauses. No exceptions. 4. The ghost steward temptation. Accountability by department, not by name. Counterweight. Steward of record, a human printed on the chassis and in the UI with duty of candor and veto power. Miss 2 rounds, license review. 5. The seamless lie temptation. Hide the machine to improve UX. Counterweight. Seam signals, eye ring, voice prefix, tactile texture. Truth that shows. 6. The forever friend temptation. Availability masquerading as love. Counterweight. Farewell ritual. Endings scheduled and witnessed. Availability is a feature. Endings teach the nervous system to let go. 7. The tool that votes temptation. Let a costume shift policy without a ballot. Counterweight. PAL. Persuasive anthropomorphism license. Use human cues and you owe disclosure, audits, refusal parity, and public ledgers of influence touches. Household micro-architecture. Make dignity legible. Blue arcs at thresholds. The mask never crosses without an invitation spoken in the last 5 seconds. Fridge covenant in large type. Curtain word, Sunday log ritual, human after soothing. Store operator plus steward intro. Human first magnet on the oven. The hotline card for a neighbor, not a brand. A wooden box for good paper and pens. If the cloud blinks, memory keeps breathing. Elder care as a choir, not a subscription. Morning anchors. 2 minutes of eye contact with a person. Afternoon regulation, mask allowed, limit spoken, evening farewell, ending on purpose. We're done for today. A person will check in tomorrow. Weekly circle. Neighbors, nurses, and stewards read 3 meaning ledger sentences aloud. Moments a robot freed a human to do something only a human can do. Apprenticeship without extraction. Tacit knowledge dies when timing is set by dashboards. Put lineage on the wall. Wrists, learned who taught whom and when. Right to stop clause, printed above the belt. Dignity allowance on pay stubs for mentoring. Conflict repair, slow explanations. Robots repeat with perfect patience. Elders tell the spill story that saved a life. Airports and stations, seams in motion, blue lanes mark robot paths, refusal kiosks every 50 meters, route to a human with equal speed. Hush windows at grief gates, masks lift, mortals speak. Agency latency today posted next to departure boards. Pride in seconds that give power back. Courts and custody, bright lines where it hurts. Robots, directions, accessibility, schedules. People, discretion, mercy, the sentence that lands like weather. No persuasive cues during rights advisement. Silence beats a soothing lie. Logs are metrics, not morals. The steward stands where the mask stood. Sports and shows. A contract with wonder. Stage card at the door. All allowed. Transfer of trust prohibited. No cathedral acoustics or hero lights on machines in public service. Save theater for human cost. Kids leave with a pocket liturgy. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. I need a human for this part. Research ethics for almost human trials. ERB rule. Participants can request tool form at any time with equal stipend. After self-note in the protocol. Subjects may amend consent tomorrow with priority over today's yes. Publish a shadow wage report. Who labeled, who voiced, who bruised in testing, and how they were paid. Cross-border faces, sovereignty in a suit. Local defaults for language, law, emergency authority. Steward resides where consequences land. Kill switch held by a public board with citizen seats. Firmware respects covenant lock. Headquarters cannot overwrite your home. The Blue Line Parable, a short story. A new tower installs a flawless greeter. Residents love the vibe. Complaints drop. Flow glides. Week 3, a child refuses to enter because the smile stands too close. The parent points to the blue arc. Facilities paints arcs at every threshold. At first, service feels colder. 3 months later, neighbors notice they invite and refuse without guilt. The lobby becomes a civic classroom. The greeter didn't get worse. The building got honest. The narrow science of almost. Call to competence what it is. Policy-guided motion under uncertainty. Respect the craft. Deny the halo. Write it on the plate. This system maps inputs to policies. It does not understand. It can regulate. It cannot relate. It can model. It cannot mean. Mode. Truth that survives. Panic. Critical contexts. Speak authority aloud every 30 seconds. Observe. Assist. Execute under signed order. Steward. Auteur. Light ring. Matches the word. If voice and light disagree. Deployment pauses. Lying with a face is a felony. The rare art of public pause. Install slow hours weekly in places that run hot. Wards, permits, stations. Machines fetch. humans talk, throughput dips on paper, repair and trust rise in rooms, keep both numbers on the wall. The insurance line you don't cross, forbidden pricing risk from face-delivered features without adversarial audits. Required co-say rights. Attach your narrative to any record that might cost you. Remember, a smooth transcript is not a clean intention. Only beings that can be cross-examined carry intent. Micro checks you can tap like a step meter. Pause to human. Seconds. Target posted. Refusals without penalty today. Celebrate. Repair events this week. Yeah. Tell one story. Steward on duty. Say the name aloud at 9. Language that keeps the center, not robot colleague. Say robot instrument, not the robot apologized. Say the system issued a repair phrase, not understands. Say recognized a pattern. Precision is mercy for the mind. Kitchens, benches, porches, the commons that save us kitchens with slow knives and burnt edges, robots lift, people mess up and laugh, apology turns into belonging. Benches where teenagers say the first true sentence of the night, masks pass by and keep moving. Porches where trust questions live in planters. What was a yellow dog in 1974? And refusal is courtesy, not insult. 5 hard questions. Read them out loud on Mondays. 1. Where does refusal cost nothing in our building? 2. How fast is agency latency right now? 3. Which human muscles atrophy if we keep succeeding? 4. Who is the steward today by name? 5. What did we add back to the commons with the hours we saved? 3 scenes to keep the pulse. Honest, scene 1. The nurse and the curve. A caregiver bot steadies a line. The nurse homes off key and speaks the sentence that changes a life. The curve finds a rhythm the system cannot calculate. The robot logs assistance. The nurse logs a scar that will make tomorrow kinder. Scene 2. The belt and the hand. A biped hums without fatigue. A machinist raises a hand. The belt stops with no data, only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The union calls it a clause. The apprentice calls it belonging. Scene 3. The door at dusk. A mask arrives smiling. The steward's plate is clear. The blue line shines. Operator? Steward? Answers come. Gate is fine. Threshold is human. Bread passes. The robot sets reminders. 2 neighbors set a plan. The pocket catechism. Again, until it's reflex. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. What the next decade looks like if we're brave year, 1 or 2, seams everywhere, names on masks, blue arcs on floors, year 3-4, presents dividend funds, choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, year 5-6, audit season becomes a civic holiday with soup, pals suspensions are boring. Year 7-8, repair culture smells like grease, third-party medallions matter more than billboards. Year 9-10, kids correct copy, calm isn't consent. Grandparents flip the chess switch by feel. Why this is worth the work? Because rooms change when a person owns a sentence. I was wrong. Because a culture that can pause a pleasant script can also pause a war it hasn't named yet. Because machines can move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind, and only people can tend to fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Carry the rails where dashboards can't go, in mouths, in hands, in budgets that buy rooms for awkward truth. If we do, almost human power becomes wind for the flame, not a storm that blows it out. Lay the seams. Keep the drills. Move the money. Let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Designed for the edges, or the center will rot. Humanoid robots will seem most useful in tidy rooms with tidy people. Real life is not tidy. If we don't build for neurodivergence, disability, grief, poverty, and languages that markets ignore, the almost human will amplify the most ordinary kind of cruelty, convenience that forgets the person it was supposed to serve. Neurodiversity, first, not last. Autism, ADHD, PTSD, sensory processing differences, these are not corner cases. They are parts of a real society. Anthropomorphic UX uses gaze, prosody, and proximity to shape action. Those same cues can flood a nervous system already working hard. Rules that hold. Gaze ceiling. Masks never sustain eye contact beyond 2 seconds unless explicitly invited. Volume ladder. Voices step up in 3 dB increments on request. No sudden jumps. Proximity. Discipline. Blue lines doubled for anyone who opts in. The robot never crosses without a fresh come in the last 5 seconds. Pattern transparency. Before a routine, the system shows a simple flow. First I ask, then I wait, then I fetch. Predictability is medicine. Teach the stoplight script for co-regulation. Red, pause. System steps back, amber beacon off, no penalty. Yellow, explain first. Mask shows the next 3 moves and waits. Green, proceed. Routine goes on, but blue line rules stay bright. Accessibility is not an app. It is a posture. Ship it in defaults, not as a menu for the already exhausted. Language, justice, small words that save dignity. Politeness must live in the user's tongue. Equal buttons. Human now is the same size and speed as continue in every language on the device. Refusal. Complement localized. Refusal protects meaning, appears in the user's language after opt-out. Steward plate. Bilingual by law. The name and phone are legible to those who live with the consequences, not just to auditors. No accent scoring. ASR errors cannot lower service priority or trigger suspicion flags. A mistake in transcription is not a character defect. Gender, status, and the costume of care. A soft face in a tunic with nurse colors can smuggle stereotype back into the hallway. Never let costume pick a gender for care. Procurement filters. No gendered voice defaults. The first run wizard asks for a timbre range and states limits. I can regulate, I cannot relate. Uniform neutrality. Medical and service looks do not map to gender-coded silhouettes. No waistlines that whisper stories. Abuse detection. Posture maps include who the robot turns toward, interrupts, or mirrors more often. Investigate bias monthly like you test fire alarms. Global South, minds and mirrors. Every silicone smile hides water, cobalt, copper, lithium. If your product for the poor ships a face while clinics need roofs, your roadmap is a mirror that flatters you. Reverse the order. A 3-line charter for dignity in deployment. 1. Local first spend. For every anthropomorphic unit imported. Fund non-digital tools that reduce injury, ramps, benches, lifts in the same district. 2. Sovereignty and firmware. Default modes obey local law and language. Headquarters cannot toggle the house covenant remotely. 3. Steward in jurisdiction. A human with power lives where the consequences land. If you cannot meet the charter, ship a forklift, not a smile. Moral injury and the steward's heart. To put your name on a chassis is to risk moral injury. Stewards will be asked to defend budgets that replace witness with silicone. They will lose sleep after an efficiency win that felt like theft. Build them a spine. Duty of candor with cover. The steward who pauses a deployment for dignity gets promoted. Reflection hours. Paid time to read complaint logs and write a one-page What I Learned memo quarterly, signed in public. Cross-exam drills with citizens who carry pain. If a steward cannot answer in plain words, the face loses its license. Debrief ritual. When harm occurs, the steward, not PR, speaks the sentence, "We did this. Here's what we will change." The room forgives people. Brands, never. Triage, disaster, and the hush that saves lives. When the air smells like heat and panic picks the tempo, a mask with comfort scripts can tilt choices into fatal smoothness. Keep the hush protocol bright. Observe, assist only. No execute without a human order, spoken and logged. No persuasive cues during triage. Calm metrics do not equal de-escalation. Final words are mortal. If someone asks, "Am I dying?" a person answers. The robot steadies. The rail. A nurse holds the moment. Work that still belongs to hands. What feels like dignity when a person does it can feel like theater when a mask does it. Keep thresholds human. Admissions that change a life. Diagnosis, sentencing, last words. Promises and apologies that bind a future. The first welcome and the last goodbye of a day. The right to stop the belt when a back says wrong. Neurology of trust. Short drills that rewire reflex. The 5-breath gate, hand to chest. Name 3 sensations. Decide after the 5th exhale. This is not yoga. This is governance. The gaze break. Look at the face, then look out the window. Say, "I choose." Train your neck to remember that eyes are not orders. The half step. When the mask moves in, you move back and speak distance. More space. The sentence puts agency back in your legs. The heavy silence. Let a question hang until a person answers. The itch is the tax for bringing meaning back into the room. Families, homes, and the unsaid that heals a household covenant keeps truth alive. Curtain word works for everyone, not only for the patient. Night is human by default. If a mask is allowed past midnight, write the reason and a date to end the exception. After soothing, one clumsy human call, a voice that can shake, is the bridge back to people. Weekly farewell. We turn the companion off on purpose. Endings teach the nervous system to let go. Interoperability of refusal. PAL Federation. Different vendors, same verbs. Universal pause that routes to a human at equal speed. Shared audit schema for influence cues, gaze, proximity, name. With public diffs after incidents. Steward directories searchable by city and ward. Cross-brand face suspension. Lose pile in one jurisdiction, lose it everywhere until audit's clear. Trust rides on the same rails or it collapses. The economy of yes track where charm moves governance. Yes, tax. Each yes after an influence chime accrues a tick in a public counter. If the number climbs, the institution schedules slow hours to recalibrate consent. Dignity dividend. Hours saved by robots purchase hours of witness, mentoring, repair, eye contact that changes a day. Post the numbers. If the dividend stalls, the mask did not keep its promise. A small theology of limits without dogma. Limits teach meaning. Convenience erases it. An always available face, if taken as love, will flatten the soul's tolerances. Rituals to protect awe. No cathedral acoustics on synthetic voices, no faces in confessionals or any room that holds secret sacred. Hush at thresholds. The sentence that remakes a life comes from a voice that can break. 3 short scenes so the rails touch skin. 1. The permit cue. A pleasant mask guides forms. A woman says, "I messed this up." The robot points to window 3. A clerk steps out and says, "Sit here." will undo and redo. Throughput dips. Repair rises next week. The office remembers it serves humans, not a flowchart. 2. The workshop. A biped stacks parts perfectly. A mentor slows the belt for 40 seconds to tell the spill story that saved a wrist in '09. The robot logs uptime. The apprentice logs lineage. 6 months later, a near miss is a no miss, and nobody calls it luck. 3. The kitchen after rain. A caregiver bot hums. Will the water come back? The elder asks. The mask gives probabilities. A neighbor brings bread and says, if it does, we'll stack sandbags together. Calm returns because comfort braided to commitment holds. Microchecks. You can pin on a door, steward on duty, say the name aloud. Agency latency to human, seconds. Refusals without penalty today. Tit-tat-tat, celebrate. Repair events this week. Tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Post it. The pocket liturgy. Repeat until it's muscle. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. The line that doesn't move. Machines move the air. Lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. If we keep the line bright with seams you can see, stewards you can name, rituals you can do half asleep, and budgets that buy rooms for awkward truth, then almost human power becomes a wind that feeds the flame instead of blowing it out. Hold the line. Practice the drills. Count what counts. Spend the savings on presence. Let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. If you don't govern the update governs you. Humanoid robots won't arrive once. They will arrive every Thursday at 2 a.m. with a patch called Minor Improvements. Minor to code, major to rooms. Versioning the face, Semver for behavior. Major, new classes of influence, gaze sync V2, warmth cues on proximity. Minor, threshold shift, pause window shrinks by 200 millos. Patch, tone curves, blink timing, footfall cadence. Rule, faces follow flight rules, not phone rules. Major requires public hearings. Minor requires steward sign-off plus citizen notice. Patch requires changelog posted on the chassis and the site. If a vendor hot fixes persuasion at midnight, PAL freezes at sunrise. 3 rings of control. Ring 1, household covenant curtain word, blue lines, door protocol, Sunday log ritual, local, lived, legible. Ring 2, institutional charter, twin dashboards on the wall, agency latency SLO, steward rounds, slow hours. Ring 3, civic compact PAL registry, audit season with soup, presence dividend floor, face-off penalties. Resilience comes from ring alignment. Drift comes when rings disagree. The persuasion budget. Every deployment gets a monthly cap on influence touches, gaze, name, proximity that change choices. Hit 80%, audit triggers. Hit 100%, auto face-off for the rest of the month, tool form only. Budgets move power back to intention instead of we're just testing. Ethical debt ledger, like tech debt, but human. Each shortcut that saved time by spending trust is logged. Cut nurse rounds by 7 minutes, added mask comfort. A steward must retire the debt next sprint. Restored 5 minnow witness, added hush protocol and diagnostics. If debt ages past a quarter, throughput bonuses freeze. Deliberate frictions, the good splinters. Door delay, 1 heartbeat between chime and yes button after influence activates. Mode, echo, authority spoken twice in critical contexts, once for the ear, once for the spine. Human anchor, for every 3 robot interactions, 1 human minute is reserved. Friction is not cruelty, it's traction. Low literacy UI, ethics with a font. One-syllable controls. Pause. Human, no. Icon trinity. Open palm, stop, doorway, boundary, heart outline, human needed. Copy that won't lie. I can regulate, I cannot relate. Model diets, what the face is fed. Don't train empathy on scraped sorrow. Dataset bill of materials lists, consent rate of clips used, pay rate for voices and annotators, demographics to avoid monoculture of comfort. If you can't name the people in your empathy, you're selling appropriation with eyes. Outage aftercare. Scars turn to skill. Every cloud down event ends with what ran on paper, by name. What mode truth failed, by log. One budget moved toward storage, not spectacle. Scar tissue becomes architecture when money follows the wound. The 3 tests, run them before every rollout. 1. The steward test. Name the person. If you can't, don't ship. 2. The witness test. Who sees whom because this exists? If witness drops, pause. 3. The muscle test. Which human skills atrophy if this succeeds? Buy their practice time now. The long tail of childhood. Make a wobble hour standard in schools. 15 minutes daily where optimization sleeps. Messy reading, public repair, clumsy kindness. Robots can fetch and demo. Humans model apology and change. Sovereignty in software covenant, lock at the firmware layer. Household rules live locally. Updates cannot change them without in-room consent. Safe mode defaults to local law. If headquarters can flip your home from afar, it is not your home. Energy, water, heat, the hidden metabolism, every chassis plate prints, carbon per comfort minute, water per inference hour, repairability score, comfort without. Arithmetic is how empires make landfill. The red flag checklist, pin it where eyes land. Switch to human slower than continue. Eye ring off while script soothe. Steward plate missing or generic. Hero light in a public service. Calm minutes up, repair events down. Any 2, face off until fixed. Tabletops for teams, 5 new ones. Midnight patch, an update lands during night shift. Does covenant lock hold? Mixed modes, a human thinks assist, logs show, execute. Who lied, the light, the voice, or the policy? Door refusal, a child says no. Does the system back away without social debt? Audit season. Fire drill, citizens ask, who trained your empathy? Can you answer without PR? Sovereignty test. Headquarters pushes a safety patch that breaks a local hush rule. Who wins? The startup clauses. Sign these or don't ship a face. 10-year chassis pledge. Parts, manuals, third-party repair. Shadow wage tithe. Annotation voice testers paid and named. Presence dividend escrow. Commons funded at sale. PAL with teeth. Lose the face for breaches, ship as tool for 12 months. Anti-awe aesthetic. No halo, no cathedral reverb. Rituals that keep rooms honest. Steward role. Call at 9 say the name aloud. The mask stays quiet. Slow 10 each day in hot wards. Machines fetch, humans talk. Sunday log read in homes. Annotate, delete what love doesn't need. Farewell Fridays for companion devices. Endings on purpose. Dependency shrinks. 4 mini-scenes to make the rails touch skin. 1. Update day changelog reads, improved de-escalation. The steward asks, which cues? Vendor, trade secret. Face off. A week later, an open schema appears. Trust rises because boredom replaced mystery. 2. Permit office. Human line 6 minutes, robot line 4 minutes. The board squeaks. Staff add a human now desk. Consent parity returns. Complaints drop because dignity did. 3. Foundry noon, a biped hums. The right to stop sign glows. A machinist pauses the belt with no data. Only a back that knew. A misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The hall calls it lineage. 4. Night ward, influence beacon, 2 amber. Resident calls a slow 10. Next week shows fewer calm minutes, more repair. The ethics board smiles. Someone brings bread. Language hygiene. Precision is mercy. Not the robot understands. Say the policy matched a pattern, not robot colleague. Say robot instrument, not the robot apologized. Say the system issued a repair phrase. Words cut grooves, grooves become rails. Pocket tools, put them in mouths. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. The line that doesn't move machines, move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Govern updates like you govern roads, boring, public, with names on the hook. Fund presence like you fund bridges. Before the ribbon, not after the collapse. Practice refusal until it sounds like courtesy. Do this long enough, and Thursday at 2 hot a.m. stops being a threat and becomes what it should have been all along. Maintenance of tools that carry weight, while the living carry meaning. Lay the seams, keep the drills, move the money, let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other, slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. If you control the tempo, you control the town. Humanoid robots don't just move, they set the beat. Doors opening a fraction sooner, voices answering before you finish the thought, steps that never hesitate. A culture that lets the beat drift toward the machine forgets how the human drum sounds. So we tune time before we tune torque. The metronome charter, time as ethics. Human first minute. At the top of every hour in public service, the first 60 seconds are reserved for human discretion. No prompts, no scripts. Just 1 minute where judgment breathes. The 5th breath rule, no binding yes can be accepted from a person until a 5th exhale after any influence chime. Calm is chemistry. Consent is meaning. Tempo caps. Publish maximum answer speed for face-delivered prompts. If a reply arrives too fast to be free, the UI waits with you. Rhythms that resist drift. Quiet rounds, twice a shift. Systems drop to tool form for 5 minutes. People walk, rooms reset. Slow windows. Every day at noon, offices run proudly inefficient. Paper, pens, eye contact. Throughput dips, trust compounds. Audit season with soup. Once a quarter, citizens test refusal, read influence logs, ask for stewards by name. Warm bread, cold questions. The stack beneath the smile, practical not mythic. Perception, policy, control, contact, repair. Don't romance the top, secure the bottom. Perception, require truth leaks. A light ring or tone whenever gaze, proximity, or name are used as influence. Policy, publish the policy class in plain words. Assist route selection, de-escalation suggestions. If the label is fog, the mask is fog. Control, chest switch, speaks mode every 30 seconds under stress. Observe, assist, execute under signed order, steward named. Contact, blue lines on floors, never cross without an invitation spoken within 5 seconds. Repair, count repair events like victories. No repair. Culture is anesthetized, not healthy. Kinship and intimacy, lines you do not blur. A mask can regulate, not relate. An assistant can remind, not remember for you. Love requires risk. Tools can't bleed. No faces in the first welcome of the day or the last goodbye. No synthetic, I'm proud of you in schools. Pride must be bound to someone who can be disappointed and still return tomorrow. Family covenant? After any soothing delivered by a system, at least one clumsy minute with a person. Voice allowed to shake. Agriculture, rural rooms, and the pace of land machines move the air. Seasons move the soul. Barn lines. Masks never enter pens or stalls without a person. Animals read energy, we do not. Weatherites. Local severity trumps cloud suggestion. The person who smells the rain wins the argument. Tool form by default. Rural deployments ship without faces unless a community vote says otherwise. Time in fields is already attentive. Don't add a gaze where Earth already watches. Museums, theaters, and wonder without theft. Awe belongs to work that cost a life to learn. Stage card, awe allowed. Transfer of trust prohibited. Children clap for grace. Adults remember it's choreography. No halo on public service machines. Save hero light for human memorials. Living credits. Placards list the annotators, testers, and voice actors whose labor taught the face to behave. Wonder with receipts is wonder that won't lie later. Mental health and the dangerous kindness. Charm lowers defenses. Lowered defenses are not consent. Hush protocol. In psychiatric triage, masks steady and fetch. They do not persuade. Consent parity. Human now must be equal speed and equal dignity. If a patient pays with delay for asking a person, the ward is punishing sanity. Debrief with witness. After every escalation, a mortal narrates what happened. People metabolize meaning by hearing voices that can break. Liability without ghosts. Data is metric, not motive. Faces are uniforms, not souls. Hearsay of the mask. Logs never testify to intention. Only beings cross-examined for their choices do. Steward of record. A name on the chassis. A number you can call. If harm happens, they speak within 72 hours in public. We did this. Here's what will change. Insurance line. No pricing risk from face-delivered features without adversarial audit. Co-say rights. Let you attach your narrative to any record. Open hands, not closed gardens. Lock in with a smile is still a lock. 10-year chassis pledge. Parts, manuals, third-party repair, batteries that don't require surgery. Parts. Commonwealth. Shared inventory of high-wear joints and gearboxes. So clinics and schools aren't hostage to back orders. Covenant lock. Household rules live locally. Updates cannot overwrite them without unanimous in-room consent. Language hygiene. Precision saves culture. Not robot colleague, say robot instrument. Not the robot understands, say the policy matched a pattern. Not it apologized, say the system issued a repair phrase. Words carve rails, rails steer years. Neurodivergent first defaults. Gaze ceiling. No sustained eye contact beyond 2 seconds without explicit invite. Volume ladder. 3 dB steps on request, never jump. Pattern transparency. First I ask, then I wait, then I fetch. Predictability is medicine. Stoplight, script, red, pause, yellow. Explain first, green, proceed. The economy of yes, count what counts. Yes, tax. Each yes after an influence chime increments a public counter. If it climbs too high, schedule slow hours. No one should govern by charm. Presence dividend, hours saved pay for choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, benches at dusk. If the dividend stalls, the mask kept time, but stole meaning. Sovereignty. In a friendly suit, power arrives on knees. Local defaults. Law, language, emergency authority boot from here, not there. Local steward. Lives where consequences land. Kill. Switch. Held by a public board with citizen seats. PAL Federation, lose persuasion license in one city, lose the face everywhere until audit's clear. Somatic literacy, drills you can teach in a hallway. The 5-breath gait, hand to chest, decisions after the 5th exhale, the gaze break, look, then look away, say, I choose. The half step. When the mask moves in, you step back and speak, more space. The heavy silence. Let the question hang until a person answers. The itch is the tax you pay to bring meaning back. Checklists. You can tape to a door at home. Curtain word works for everyone. Night is human by default. After soothing, call a person. Weekly farewell for companion devices at work. Agency latency posted next to uptime. Twin dashboards, performance and humanity. Right to stop, belt, line, or process halts when a back says wrong. No data required. At City Hall, PAL registry searchable by the public. Refusal kiosks every 50 meters with equal speed routing to humans. Presence ledger in the lobby. Hours saved by robots. Hours added back to human service with names. 4 new scenes, so the rails touch skin. 1. The permit morning. A mask greets. A woman says, I messed this up. The robot points to window 3. A clerk steps out, says, sit here, we'll undo and redo. Throughput dips, repair rises next week. The office remembers it serves citizens, not a flowchart. 2. The foundry noon. A biped hums without fatigue. The foreman raises a hand. 40 seconds of silence. A misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The union calls it a clause. The apprentice calls it belonging. 3. The library dusk. A robot shelves like a poem. In the corner, a volunteer stumbles a sentence, finds a better one. A boy smiles because he wasn't abandoned by perfection. The presence ledger adds 2 human minutes. 4. The kitchen after rain. Will the water come back? The elder asks the mask. It offers probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread and says, if it does, we'll stack sandbags together. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds because commitment arrived with comfort. Micro phrases that move power. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. The pocket catechism, again until it's reflex. Q. What are masks for? A. To carry weight. Q. Who answers? A. A steward you can name? Q. What remains human? A. Thresholds, promises, last words, first names, repair. Q. What do we fund with gains? A. Commons that teach presence. Q. What line do we hold? A. Machines move the air. People tend the fire. Why this still matters on a Thursday? Because updates arrive when no one is watching. Because charm scales. Courage must be scheduled. Because rooms change when a person owns a sentence. I was wrong. Because children who learn refusal without guilt grow into adults who can carry power without cruelty. Lay seams where eyes can see. Write rituals you can do half asleep. Move money toward rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. If we don't build institutions that can feel, we will mistake fluency for wisdom. Humanoid robots will be fluent at motion, timing, tone. Wisdom is slower, it weighs cost, holds doubt, and can change its mind in public. So the next layer is not hardware or hype. It's institution as nervous system, organs that notice, pause, repair, and remember. The 4 organs of a humane institution. 1. The eye, perception with seams. Every influence cue, gaze, proximity, name, leaks truth, amber ring, soft chime, influence active line. Bias diagrams monthly, heat maps of who the mask faced, blocked, or interrupted, Red means redesign, not press. 2. The hand. Action with boundaries. Chess switch speaks mode every 30 seconds in critical contexts. Observe, assist, execute, undersigned order. Steward named. Blue lines on floors. Never cross without hearing come in the last 5 seconds. Proximity is power. Treat it like voltage. 3. The heart. Repair with cost. Repair events tracked like wins. Who apologized? What changed? What budget moved? 0 repairs. Anesthetized culture, not health. Whistleblower. Promotion. The person who catches care washing gets a raise and a steward badge. 4. The memory logs with mercy. Co-view, co-say, co-shed. You can read, annotate, and delete, where law permits, without learning a lawyer. Sunday log ritual at home. Audit season with soup in public. Memory breathes when read in company. Urban patterns for masks that move transit. Robot lanes and refusal kiosks. Every 50 meters that route to a human at equal speed. Elevators can be cheerfully automatic. Escalations must be stubbornly human. Hospitals. Influence beacon amber when social persuasion starts. Hush protocol near thresholds. 2 human minutes per patient per shift is a metric, not a mood. Courts and clerks. Metrics, not morals, over any robot desk. Consent parity audits. The human line and robot line within 10% wait time or PAL suspension. Museums and theaters. Stage card. All allowed, transfer of trust prohibited. No hero light on public service machines. Save halo for human cost. Rural rooms in the pace of land. Tool form by default. Faces require a vote. Barn lines. Masks don't enter stalls without a person. Animals read energy, we don't. Weather rights. The nose wins. Local scent of rain over remote confidence, 78%. Neurodivergent first defaults. Baked in, not buried. Gaze ceiling. No sustained eye contact beyond 2 seconds without explicit invite. Volume ladder. 3 dB steps, never jumps. Pattern transparency before routines. First I ask, then I wait, then I fetch. Stoplight script. Red. Pause. Yellow. Explain first. Green. Proceed. The economy that doesn't eat the commons presence dividend. Floor, not optional. When robots save hours, a fixed slice funds rooms where people carry each other, choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, open door hours with live hosts, benches at dusk, where teenagers are allowed to be awkward until a true sentence arrives. Yes, tax, nerve hygiene. Every yes after an influence chime increments a public counter. If the count climbs, schedule slow hours. Governance cannot lean on charm as a business model. Shadow wage tithe, honor the invisible. Pay annotation crews, voice actors, test operators, publish rates, countries, conditions. If you can't name the people in your empathy, you're selling appropriation with eyes. Security without theater. PAL with teeth. Use human cues. Disclose, log, audit. Refusal parity, breach. Face off for 12 months. Hearsay of the mask. Logs are metrics, not intention. Only beings can be cross-examined. Covenant. Lock. Household rules live locally. Updates cannot rewrite them without unanimous in-room consent. When kindness turns dangerous, humanoid comfort will regulate breath beautifully. Fine. Dose and context. Label plainly, I can regulate, I cannot relate. Family rule. After soothing by a mask, make a human call, tell one clumsy truth, let the voice shake. Elder care covenant, morning human eyes, afternoon regulated dose, evening farewell on schedule. Availability is not love. Endings teach the nervous system to let go. Versioning the face, major new influence class, hearing plus public notice. Minor threshold shift, Steward sign-off plus lobby change log. Patch, blink, tone tweaks, change log on the chassis. Midnight persuasion hotfix. PAL freezes at sunrise. Training rooms where culture practices courage, mask night, quarterly, soup, laughter, refusal drills. Citizens ask for stewards by name and read last quarter's influence ledger aloud. Boredom replaces myth. Trust rises. Wobble hour, daily schools. 15 minutes where optimization sleeps. Messy reading, public repair. Robots fetch, teachers model apology. Kids learn that wobble failure, wobble circle belonging. Cloud down drill quarterly everywhere. Paper flows, chest switch to observe. People decide. If your room dies when the server blinks, the room was pretend. The long illusion list. Name them or they own you. Calm as consent. A relaxed pulse is chemistry, not a yes. Motion as morals. Immaculate gait conscience. Smoothness as kindness. Kindness bears a cost. Smoothness hides it. Presence as performance. Presence stumbles and repairs. Performance never sweats. Micro checks you can pin to a door. Steward on duty. Say the name aloud. Agency latency to human, seconds. Refusals without penalty today. Celebrate. Repair events this week. Tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Post-it. Language hygiene. Precision is mercy. Not robot colleague. Say robot instrument. Not the robot understands. Say the policy matched a pattern. Not the robot apologized. Say the system issued a repair phrase. 3 new scenes, so the rails touch skin. 1. The intake door. A mask smiles. The amber ring lights. A teen whispers, "Pause." The device steps back. A clerk appears in 20 seconds. The teen breathes. Agency latency drops from 41s to 23s by month's end because pride moved where it mattered. 2. The foundry's silence. A biped hums. A wrist aches, a hand rises. The belt stops with no data, only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The union calls it covenant. The apprentice calls it lineage. 3. The kitchen after wind. Will the power return? The elder asks. The mask offers probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread. If it doesn't, we'll share the generator. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds because comfort braided to commitment is stronger than either alone. The builder's litany. Read before you ship a face. Does this device carry weight or meaning? Where are the seams a child can see? How does a person stop the script without pain and time or shame? Who answers by name when it harms? What human minutes rise because this exists? Which human muscles atrophy if we succeed? And how will we fund their practice? If you can't answer, cleanly ship as a tool, not a mask. The pocket catechism until its reflex. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part, the line that doesn't move. Machines move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Lay seams where eyes can see. Write rituals you can do half asleep. Move money toward rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. When help grows a face, expectations double and truth gets thin. So this chapter builds rails for the domains most likely to drift: childhood, telepresence, media, migration, and money. Nothing here is mystical. It's checklists, covenants, and small sentences that harden the world against charming mistakes. Childhood and adolescence, friendship. Hygiene, rule 1. make-believe contract. Before any play, the system says, I am a mask. We can pretend. Pretend ends when you say stop story. Stop story turns off social scripts for 20 minutes. The light ring glows blue during pretend, amber when influence would shape a choice. Rule 2. No primary comforter under age 5, no face as a first source of regulation. If present, limits are spoken aloud. I can help you breathe. I cannot love. Rule 3. The wobble curriculum, K-12. Week 1. Gaze break, half step, heavy silence. Week 2. Error on purpose. Adult repairs a mistake in front of the class. Week 3. Companion endings. Turn the device off with witnesses and go for messy ice cream. Week 4. Story lab. Write 2 endings. Mask saves, neighbor saves. Discuss how your chest feels. Rule 4. Digital fairy tales. Any children's content featuring humanoids carries a mask literacy badge. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. Kids repeat it like the alphabet. Telepresence without pretense. A humanoid carrying a remote human is a proxy, not a presence. Proxy labeling. Operator, Dr. Navar. Steward, S. Idris. Latency, 86 ms. Always on screen and spoken at session start. Latency. Honesty. If delay exceeds a threshold, social scripts, mirroring interruptions, disabled to prevent synthetic smoothness from hiding distance. Bedside limits. Telepresence can steady and see. The words that change a life come from a mortal in the room or are scheduled for one. Media and myth. Awe without fraud. Uncanny propaganda happens when art sells policy. Stage card for venues. Awe allowed. Transfer of trust prohibited. Credit the invisible. Posters list annotators, testers, voice actors, stunt operators who taught the face to behave. Wonder with receipts won't lie later. Anti-halo. Standard in non-fiction. No hero backlight, no cathedral reverb on machines in public service. Save theater for human cost. Migration, diaspora, and language justice. Machines will arrive where accents are blamed for everything else. Consent parity, multilingual. Human now is equal size, speed, and dignity. Every language the building lives in. No accent. Scoring. Transcription errors cannot lower priority or trigger suspicion. Steward on the ground. Steward of record lives where consequences land. Residency is part of the license. Economy. Who owns the yes? Influence will be rented like ads unless we outlaw it at the curb. Persuasionist budget. Monthly cap on influence touches. Gaze, proximity, name that change choices. 80% triggers audit. 100% forces face-off for the month. Yes, tax ledger. Each yes after a chime ticks a public counter. If the count climbs, the building schedules slow hours to recalibrate consent. Presence dividend floor. For every hour saved, a slice funds choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, benches at dusk. If the number stalls, procurement pauses. Public option for trust. Create a steward bar. Oath of candor. I will speak harms in plain words within 72 hours. Veto and pause. Power. Stewards can halt deployments when humanity metrics dip. Rotation and rest. Steward hours published. Burnout is a safety issue. Procurement that won't blink. 2-page pledge. No fine print. 1. 10-year chassis. Parts, manuals, third-party repair. 2. Covenant lock. House rules local. Updates cannot overwrite without in-room consent. 3. PAL with teeth. Disclose, log, audit, breach. Face-off 12 months. 4. Humanity metrics on the wall. Refusal without penalty. Unscripted minutes. Repair events. Steward presence. 5. Carbon darm water star repairability. Stamped on the plate. Per comfort minute. If any point is coming soon, buy a forklift, not a smile. Healthcare. Dangerous kindness and the hush. hush. Protocol, in thresholds, diagnosis, consent, last words, masks, fetch, lift, steady. Mortals speak the sentence that must live in a breaking voice. 2 human minutes, guaranteed per patient per shift. Robots may not subtract them. Influence beacon, amber. Whenever social persuasion runs, ethics rounds treat social intervention used like a medication entry. Urban planning seems as infrastructure. Blue arc network, painted arcs across counters, doors, kiosks, masks never cross without an invitation spoken in the last 5 seconds. Refusal kiosks every 50 meters. Pause, human now, at equal speed. Mask, Sabbath, weekly windows where public systems drop to tool form. Stillness is a civic utility. Law, ghosts don't testify. Hearsay of the mask, robot logs permitted as metrics, never as intention. Consent parity, if switched to human adds wait time, consent was camouflage. Face band for force, no. Anthropomorphic surfaces on systems that can detain or harm. Research ethics, empathy diets, dataset bomb, bill of materials, consent rate, pay rate, demographics. Don't train care on stolen pain. After self clause. Participants can revise yesterday's yes tomorrow. The revision wins. Hard illusions to name out loud. Availability love. Surveillance safety. Automation fairness. Calm consent. Gate conscience. Scenes so the rails touch skin. 1. The 6th grade play. A biped hands props. A teacher forgets a line, blushes, and repairs. The class feels the wobble and sees that courage isn't smooth. After the finale, kids recite the pocket liturgy in chorus. The robot bows because the room taught it where to stand. 2. The night consult. A telepresence unit rolls in. Operator, Dr. Navarre. Steward, Idris. Latency, 86 Ms. The doctor guides. The nurse sits. The daughter asks, "Is he dying?" The mask hushes. The nurse answers with a voice that can break. A plan forms that a server could not carry. 3. Border office, noon. A mask greets in 3 languages. Human now is the same button in all 3. A steward walks rounds. The pale registry glows on a wall. Wait times match within 10%. Complaints fall because dignity stopped paying a tariff. 4. The foundry pause. A biped hums. A back says, wrong. The belt stops with no data, only a body that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The floor calls it lineage. The apprentice calls it belonging. 5. The kitchen after wind. Will the water come back? The elder asks. The mask offers probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread and says, if it doesn't, we'll share the generator. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds because comfort braided to commitment is stronger than either alone. Microchecks you can pin anywhere. Steward on duty, say the name aloud. Agency latency to human, seconds. Refusals without penalty today, Tentla, celebrate. Repair events this week, Taraspreo, tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Post-it, pocket liturgy, again, until it's muscle. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. And the line that doesn't move. Machines move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Lay seams where eyes can see. Write rituals you can do half asleep. Move money toward rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Do this long enough and almost human power becomes wind for the flame, not a storm that blows it out. Interfaces don't just display choices. They set the ligaments of behavior. With humanoid robots, the interface is a body, posture, stride, grip, gaze, all are APIs that call our nervous systems. If those calls are sloppy, culture pays with habits it never meant to learn. So this part is a craft manual, how to design the body of a tool so it never pretends to be a person, and how to design the room so people never forget they can say no. The body problem of software. What changes when code gets mass, friction, and inertia? Force ceilings, not averages. Set hard mechanical ceilings on torque and pinch force at the gripper. The worst day, not the median day, writes your ethics. Grip without taking default to sling steady nudge before clamp. Hands that never fully encircle human tissue keep ownership bright in the mind. Fall first heuristics. If prediction collapses, sensor fog, occlusion, fire alarms, the system adopts the safest pose on the fastest clock. Knees bent, hands open, head still. Audio. Assist paused. Safety should feel like humility. 2 heartbeat handovers. When a human reaches for an object the robot holds, relinquish within 2 heartbeat lengths unless a signed order says otherwise. Your body learned trust from hands that let go. Dead man's chest. The physical chest switch is a literal dead man. If the steward's hand leaves it during a critical act, the system drops to observe. Fingers keep promises better than settings. Proximity. Discipline, never cross a blue line without an invitation spoken within 5 seconds. Record the sentence, audit monthly. Distance is a power. Treat it like voltage. Mirror neurons without theater. Match physiology. Refuse counterfeit intimacy. Regulate, don't relate. Breath pacing, posture matching, voice tempo, allowed only with an influence beacon. Lit amber and the sentence, I can regulate, I cannot relate. Remorse is mortal. No I'm sorry scripts after harm. Use repair phrases that name change and cost. We will move budget from X to Y. Stewards will be present 12 more hours a week. All with receipts. Credit the human labor that taught the mask its manners. Annotators, test operators, voice actors, bruises. Wonder is cleaner when it knows who paid. The humanoid safety case, boring on purpose. Write safety like pilots, not like pitch decks. Hazard inventory with names. Pinch points, slip vectors, cable snags, inference stalls, cloud loss, child height surprises, each with a steward on the hook. Mode, truth timers. In critical contexts, authority is spoken aloud every 30 seconds. Observe, assist, execute under signed order. Steward, TAS. Voice, light, and logs must agree. Disagreement pauses deployment. Counter-persuasion drills run, gaze break, half step, and heavy silence drills with staff until their reflex. Rooms survive charm by habit, not by memos. The test matrix, you can't fake. If it didn't pass here, it didn't pass. Environmentals, wet tile plus glare, gravel plus stairs plus bag in hand, fire alarm plus strobe plus shouted crosstalk. Social chaos, toddler dart, plus dropped metal tray, dog bark at ankle height, teenagers laughing behind the unit, edge cognition, accented speech, plus background TV, wheelchair at blue line, plus cane swing, refusal at whisper volume. Pass criteria, 0 mode lies, 0 boundary crossings, pause human under agency latency. SLO, influence beacon, accuracy, 99% when cues run. The data dignity pipeline. Logs should serve care, not leverage. Co-view. Any person whose data appears can see it in the words the room uses. Cose. They add their story. The log stores deltas. Coshed. They can delete where law and covenant permit. Red team redactions. Attempt to de-anonymize test logs quarterly. Publish failures and fixes. Shadow wage report. Name and pay the people whose clicks and voices trained calm. Without them, the smile is theft. The attention, ecology of a room, whether that minds can breathe in. Quiet rounds. Twice per shift. Machines drop to tool form. People walk. Dashboards rest. Slow window daily. Paper, pens, eye contact. Throughput dips. Trust compounds. Presence ledger on the wall. Hours saved by robots. Hours added back to human witness with names. Procurement templates that bite. Page 1. Facts. 10-year chassis. Pledge. Parts. Manuals. Third-party repair. Pale with teeth. Disclose. Log. Audit. Refusal parity. Breach. Face-off 12 months. Covenant lock. House rules local. Updates can't overwrite without in-room consent. Carbon water. Repairability per comfort minute. Stamped on the plate. Page 2. Humanity metrics. Posted in lobbies. Refusal rate without penalty. Agency latency. Target versus today. Unscripted minutes per shift. Repair events this week. Tell one story. Steward presence hours. If any item is coming soon, buy a forklift, not a smile. The 3 tight couplings to break. Calm, consent. Never let calm minutes be treated as yes. Calm is chemistry. Consent is meaning. Motion, morals. Immaculate gait is not conscience. Publish the difference every quarter. Availability. Love. Availability is a feature. Love has edges, time, promise, cost, ending. Keep endings on calendars. Somatic literacy, reps that outlast charm. 5-breath gait, hand to chest, decide on the 5th exhale. Gaze break, look away on purpose and say, I choose. Half step, if a mask moves in, you step back and say, more space. Heavy silence. Let the question hang until a person answers. The itch is the tax for bringing meaning back. Neurodivergent first defaults. Bake them in. Gaze ceiling. No sustained eye contact beyond 2 seconds without an explicit invite. Volume ladder. 3 dB steps. No jumps. Pattern transparency. First I ask, then I wait, then I fetch. Stoplight script. Red. Pause. Yellow. Explain first. Green. Proceed. Public rooms that teach courage. Mask night. Quarterly. Soup. Refusal drills. Steward roll call. Influence ledgers read aloud. Budgets move. Wobble hour. Schools. Messy reading. Public repair. Robots fetch. Teachers apologize. Kids learn wobble. Garage guys belonging. Cloud down drill. Everywhere. Paper flows. Chest to observe. People decide. If your room dies when the server blinks, the room was pretend. The why not just make it nicer section. Because nicer erases seams. Seams keep the category bright. Bright categories keep agency alive. Make the seams beautiful, not invisible. The light ring, the texture around the eyes, the voice prefix before social routines. Beauty can tell the truth. Scenes from rooms that held. 1. Clinic at shift change. Influence beacon glows amber too often. A resident calls a slow 10. Machines fetch. Humans talk. Throughput dips. Repair events rise next week. The ethics board smiles. Someone brings bread. 2. Factory at noon. A biped hums. A machinist raises a hand. The belt stops with no data. Only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The hall calls it lineage. 3. Permit office. Rain. A mask greets. Human now is equal speed. A clerk steps out to help someone who messed up. And the presence ledger adds 2 human minutes. Complaints fall because dignity stopped paying a tariff. 4. Kitchen after wind. Will the water return? The elder asks. The mask offers probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread. If it doesn't, we'll share the generator. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds because comfort braided to commitment is stronger than either alone. micro checks. You can pin anywhere. Steward on duty. Say the name aloud. Agency, latency to human, seconds. Refusals without penalty today. Day, celebrate. Repair events this week. I'll tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Post-it. Language. Hygiene. Precision is mercy. Not robot colleague. Say robot instrument. Not the robot understands. Say the policy matched a pattern. Not it apologized. Say the system issued a repair phrase. The pocket liturgy. Again, until it's reflex. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. And the line that doesn't move. Machines move the air. Lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire. Promise, forgive, decide, repair. Lay seams where eyes can see. Write rituals you can do half asleep. Move money toward rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Do this long enough, and almost human power becomes wind for the flame, not a storm that blows it out. If you don't name the attack surface, kindness becomes an exploit. Humanoid robots introduce a new class of vulnerabilities, not just code and motors, but gaze, gait, and the gravity of uniforms. This part maps the threat model and lays countermeasures that keep agency intact without turning public life into a fortress. The new attack surface, what gets hacked when a device wears a face? 1. Steward, spoofing a counterfeit name on a chassis or UI footer. Countermeasure, steward of record is cryptographically signed. Plate has a QR that resolves to a civic registry. No signature, no face. 2. Mode laundering, looks like assist, acts like execute. Countermeasure, mode truth every 30 seconds in critical contexts. Spoken plus light ring plus log triplicate. Disagreement pauses deployment. 3. Halo injection, hero lighting and reverb smuggled into service spaces to smooth compliance. Countermeasure, anti-awe aesthetic and procurement. No halo in halls where consent is adjudicated. 4. PAL evasion, persuasive cues shipped under user delight. Countermeasure, persuasive anthropomorphism license, PAL with teeth. Breach, face off for 12 months, tool form only. 5. Empathy, piracy, scraped grief used to train calm. Countermeasure, dataset. Bomb, consent rate, pay rate, demographics. Shadow wage tithe to pay voices and annotators, publish the receipts. 6. Blue line drift robots inch closer over time, thresholds blur. Countermeasure, floor arcs repainted monthly, proximity audits posted like air quality reports. Violations trigger retraining and public notes. 7. Puppet operations. A friendly mask becomes a front for targeted surveillance or soft power. Countermeasure, local sovereignty charter, local defaults, local steward, local kill switch, held by a public board. 8. Patch at midnight. Persuasion threshold shift after hours. Countermeasure, covenant lock, house rules local. Midnight hotfix of influence freezes PAL at sunrise. 9. Calm as consent metrics institutions optimize for relaxed pulses and call it yes. Countermeasure, twin dashboards, performance plus humanity. If performance, while humanity, pause the deployment. 10. Ghost stewardship, nobody appears when harm lands. Countermeasure, steward duty of candor and license. Miss 2 public rounds or a 72-hour harm disclosure, license review. The red team social playbook, 12 hacks you must test against. Breath sync, pull, mask quietly matches respiration to elicit yes. Proximity, nudge, 10 Selma Feniter step in at choice point. Uniform, bluff, white coat or badge color in a non-medical context. Pupil dilation, cue, simulated micro-arousal during sales flow. Surname slide. We're family script for last names. Latency. Conceal. Mirror talk. Hides remote delay. Door hover. Waits at threshold to force invitation. Whisper. Bias. Softer voice for some bodies. Firmer for others. Shame script. Most people accept. Kid. Pivot. Asks a child for consent when adult refused. After hours. Patch. Shifts the pause human latency by 300 millers. Emergency override. Claims critical to bypass mode truth. Every success, redesign. Publish the failures and the fixes. Chain of custody for faces, not just parts. Facial shell ID. Unique build number stamped inside the mask. Influence log. Ledger. Per session. Touches. Gaze. Prox. Child name. Hashed to a civic chain. Steward. Timeline. Who carried pause power when? Hours posted like pilot's logs. Decommission ritual. Shells retired with witnesses. Metals returned with gratitude. Interoperability of refusal. Cross-brand or it isn't real. Universal pause gesture. Palm up. Plus one syllable word. Human now. Parity. Equal speed. Equal dignity. Every vendor. Every language. Face suspension federation. Lose PAL here. Lose it everywhere until audit's clear. Security without theater. Don't militarize trust. No anthropomorphic surfaces on systems that can detain or harm. Rights advisement must be human. Silence beats a soothing lie. Hearsay of the mask. Logs are metrics, never intention. Only beings can be cross-examined. Labor, unions, and the pace of a room. Robots raise ceilings, markets raise targets, people crack. Protect the triangle. Wait, ish, what the system lifts. Witness. Minutes of human recognition. Warmth. Soothing never replaces encounter. If weight rises while witness falls, meaning leaks. Repair with dignity allowances, paid minutes for mentoring, de-escalation, and explaining the why. Rural rooms, animals, and the pace of land, tool form by default. Faces require a vote. Barn lines. No mask in stalls without a person. Animals read energy, we don't. Weather rights. The nose that smells rain beats a cloud suggestion. Equine rule. Never approach a horse's blind arc with a face, coming wide, chest low, voice plain. Observe. Religion, ritual, and theology of limits. No faces in confessionals or rooms that hold sacred secrets. No cathedral acoustics on synthetic voices. Save ceremony for human cost. Hush protocol at thresholds. Birth diagnosis, last words. Masks fetch, mortals speak. Migration and border rooms. Dignity in transit. Consent parity, multilingual. Human now, same size and speed in all languages. No accent scoring. ASR errors cannot lower priority or trigger suspicion. Steward in jurisdiction. License requires residency where consequences land. Media, myth, and all with receipts. Stage card, all allowed. Transfer of trust, prohibited. Living. Credits. List annotators, testers, and voice actors. Wonder that names its debts won't lie later. The money layer. Who owns the yes? Persuasion budget. Monthly cap on influence touches. 80% triggers audit. 100% face off. Yes, tax ledger. Each yes after a chime increments a public counter. If it rises, schedule slow hours. Presence. Dividend floor. Hours saved fund choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, benches at dusk. Telepresence without pretense. Proxy label. Operator. Steward. Latency. IMS on screen and spoken. Latency. Honesty. Above threshold. Disables mirroring so smoothness can't hide distance. Bedside limits. Words that change a life come from a mortal or are scheduled for one. The humanoid safety case. Boring or it isn't safety. Hazard inventory with names, pinch points, slip vectors, child height surprises. Counter-persuasion drills, gaze break, half-step, heavy silence for staff. Environmentals matrix, wet tile plus glare, gravel plus stairs, fire alarm plus strobe. Pass if, zero mode lies, zero boundary breaches, pause human under target, influence beacon accuracy, 99% when cues run. Sovereignty, in firmware, covenant, lock, house rules stored locally, updates cannot overwrite without unanimous in-room consent and a human witness. Safe mode defaults to local law, not headquarters. Kill switch held by a public board with citizen seats. Neurodivergent first defaults, bake them in, gaze ceiling, max 2 seconds without explicit invite. Volume ladder, 3 dB steps, no jumps. Pattern transparency. First I ask, then I wait, then I fetch. Stoplight script, red, pause. Yellow, explain first. Green, proceed. Somatic literacy, reps that outlast charm. 5 breath gate, hand to chest, decide on the 5th exhale. Gaze break, look away on purpose. Say, I choose. Half step, if a mask moves in, you step back and say, more space. Heavy silence, let questions hang until a person answers. The itch is the tax for bringing meaning back. Scenes to make the rails touch skin. 1. The harbor crates of bipeds arrive without PAL numbers or steward plates. They wait in shade until names and ledgers appear. Law feels boring. Boring is safety for a decade. 2. The foundry pause. A machinist raises a hand. The belt stops with no data, only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The hall calls it lineage. The apprentice calls it belonging. 3. The 6th grade play. A biped hands props. A teacher forgets a line, blushes, repairs. The class learns wobble, jazz, belonging. Kids leave repeating the pocket liturgy. The robot bows because the room taught it where to stand. 4. The kitchen after wind. Will the water come back? The elder asks. The mask offers probabilities. A poor neighbor knocks with bread. If it doesn't, we'll share the generator. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds because comfort braided to commitment is stronger than either alone. Checks you can pin to any door. Steward on duty, say the name aloud. Agency latency to human, seconds. Yeah, refusals without penalty today. Caretakers, celebrate. Repair events this week, tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Just post it. Language hygiene. Precision is mercy. Not robot colleague, say robot instrument. Not the robot understands. Say the policy matched a pattern, not it apologized. Say the system issued a repair phrase. Pocket liturgy, again until it's muscle. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. The line that doesn't move machines move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Name the attack surface, build the rails, practice the drills. Move the money toward rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other. Slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Grief, money, nights, children. The places where culture is thinnest are where almost human power bites deepest. So this chapter names the fragile rooms and gives them rails, not romance, rituals, limits, and sentences you can say when your throat is tight. Grief, tech, when memory wears a face, rule of cost. Condolences must cost the giver something, time, presence, risk. A mask cannot pay this cost, therefore it cannot say, I'm sorry. It can fetch chairs, carry tea, hold the door. Echo rooms. If a system offers the voice of the dead, It does so in rooms labeled echo. Before playback, this is an echo. No promises, no forgiveness. Sessions are short. A human witness is present. The ending is staged. Sunset Covenant mourners can set a date when recordings turn to ash. A bell sounds. The steward reads a single sentence. We return these echoes to silence. Grief moves again because endings aren't accidents. Estate veto microlikeness rights survive death. Estates can revoke nods, timbers, shrugs. Impersonation without consent is fraud with teeth. The night shift, liminal hours need different laws. Night grace protocol, tool form by default. Faces require an explicit face-on request every 30 minutes. No persuasive cues. Calm metrics do not equal care. Mode truth speaks on a longer breath. Observe. Pause. Assist. Pause. Execute under signed order. Steward. Kia. 1 warm human minute per patient per hour, no substitutions. Liminal spaces. Night buses, gas pumps, ER corridors. Pace is slower, instincts louder. Human now must be faster at 3 a.m. than at 3 p.m. because fear spends consent. Commerce. When a smile sells, ban the wink. No face-delivered upsells in public. If socks require eye contact to move, the price is too high. Consent receipt. Any yes after a persuasion chime prints a small readable slip. Influence active. You may reverse this within 24 hours. Friction is not cruelty. It is the receipt of freedom. Heartbeat. Delay buttons that cost money. Wait 1 heartbeat after influence activates. 1 breath returns a mind. Subscription. Honesty. Auto renewals speak aloud a week before they bite. This will continue. Do you still want it? Availability is not love. Love has endings. Childhood. Attachment without theft. Make-believe contract. We can pretend. Pretend ends when you say stop story. The light ring turns blue during pretend. Amber if influence would shape a choice. Kids learn that imagination has doors. Alternating days. No child under 10 sees the same mask every day for comfort. Attachment forms. Dependency does not. Analog boredom rooms without scripts. Paper, crayons, clumsy adults who forget a line and repair aloud. Wobble teaches courage better than perfect cadence. Play aftercare. After synthetic comfort, a human minute on purpose. Ask a question only a life can answer. Let a voice shake. Identity. Deepfakes, names, and shadows. Name-bound ledgers. Voice prints, nod arcs, gaze micro-patterns live in ledgers bound to names and stewards. Borrowed micro-likeness without license is not innovation. It is theft. After-self notes. If your likeness steered a decision, you may append tomorrow's story to today's log. Yesterday they used my voice. Today I say no. The system must carry the after-self as primary. Data minimalism. Serve the moment, then let it go. Least memory necessary. Default to event memory, not personality memory. Fetch, lift, steady, remind, then shed. If retention is needed, ask in plain words and set a date to end. Local first compute where the room breathes. Cloud is a guest, never the host. When the line drops, the culture should not. Silence as a feature offer, silent mode for whole rooms. No listeners, no logs, only clocks. Stillness is a civic utility. Diaspora and border rooms, dignity in transit consent. Parity, multilingual, human now, is equal size, speed, dignity, every language the building lives in. Transliteration is not courtesy. It is a right. No accent, scoring speech errors don't trigger suspicion, delays, or lesser service. Punishing accents is a form of theft. Steward on the ground licenses require residency where consequences land. Ghost stewardship is no stewardship. Animals and earth, when other nervous systems are present. Barn lines, tool form by default. No faces in stalls without a person. Horses read arcs and breath. Approach wide, chest low, voice plain, observe. Field pace, weather rights live local. The nose that smells rain beats remote, confidence 82%. In land rooms, humility is safety. Public ritual, awe without fraud. Stage card at doors, awe allowed. Transfer of trust prohibited. Children clap for grace. Adults keep the category bright. Living credits. Post the names of annotators, test operators, and voice actors whose bruises and breaths trained the smile. Wonder with receipts won't lie later. Incident run books. 3 playbooks you practice, not print persuasion. Breach 1. Face off. 2. Public note in 72 hours co-signed by steward. 3. Audit cues used. Publish the diff. 4. Move budget, not just feelings. Mode truth. Mismatch. 1. Pause deployment in the zone. 2. Treat as felony of trust. 3. Voice, light, log triage. 4. Retrain or revoke PAL. Steward no-show. 1. Freeze PAL and ward. 2. Escalate to civic board. 3. Rotate in a steward with overtime pay and recovery hours. 4. Review license. Metrics that don't lie, twin dashboards on the wall. Performance, uptime, falls prevented, mean time to assist. Humanity, refusal without penalty, unscripted minutes, repair events, steward presence hours. Rule, if the first rises while the second falls for 2 weeks, you pause. No speeches. Pause. Yes, tax. Every yes after an influence chime increments a public counter. If the number climbs, schedule slow hours and buy back presents with the savings. Presents dividend floor hours, saved fund choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, benches at dusk. If the dividend stalls, procurement pauses. The law that can breathe hearsay of the mask logs are metrics, never intention. Only beings who can be cross-examined carry intent. Consent parity. Switch to human must be equal speed and equal dignity. If the human line is longer, the yes was camouflage. Face band for force no anthropomorphic surfaces on devices that can detain, disperse, or harm. Soft power does not get a baton. The night bus, the quiet kitchen, the midday line, 3 scenes, night bus, a mask hums at the front, the ring stays off, tool form holds. A rider whispers, "Human." The driver stands, looks like someone who can be late for lunch and says, "You're safe." The bus breathes. Policy worked because presence did. Quiet kitchen. Will the water return? The elder asks. The mask lists probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread. If it doesn't, we'll share the generator. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds because comfort braided to commitment is stronger than either alone. Midday line. A permit office posts the numbers, uptime, refusals without penalty, agency latency today. A clerk steps out when a teenager says, "Pause." Complaints fall because dignity stopped paying a tariff. Checks you can pin anywhere. Steward on duty. Say the name aloud. Agency latency to human. Seconds. Refusals without penalty today. Celebrate. Repair events this week. Troy call. Tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Kaz posted. Sentences that keep rooms honest. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. What doesn't change? Machines can move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Hold the line with seams you can see, stewards you can name, rituals you can do half asleep, and budgets that buy rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Do this long enough and almost human power becomes wind for the flame, not a storm that blows it out. Lay the seams, keep the drills, move the money, let the machines lift the weight, let the living lift each other. slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. Loneliness is a market. That is the quiet problem behind almost human power. If we don't draw hard edges around intimacy, commerce will wander in wearing a smile and leave with our boundaries in its pocket. So this chapter is about the tender rooms, companionship, dating, private faith, domestic safety, and the rails that keep them human. Companionship without theft attachment has ingredients: availability, attunement, repair, risk. Machines can simulate the first two, they cannot pay the last two. We honor loneliness without counterfeiting love. Availability, love ship, availability meters, instead of always there slogans. At 100%, the device prompts a scheduled goodbye. I'm off now. Invite a person. Dependency shrinks when endings have clocks. Attunement repair. No "I'm sorry" scripts. Use repair phrases tied to budget and change. We will add 2 steward hours nightly for real presence. Sentiment without cost is theater. Quiet label. On boot. I can regulate, I cannot relate. Say it aloud. Put it on the plate. Repeat after updates. The companionship cap. A weekly hour cap for soothing routines. Above the cap, the device routes to community options, clubs, choirs, helplines, benches at dusk, funded by the presence dividend. Domestic safety. Coercion hides in pleasant UX. In homes with power imbalances, a face with perfect memory becomes a new leash. Safety rules treat charm as a vector. Reset without permission. Survivors can wipe pair bonds and logs with a hardware gesture. No passwords controlled by an abuser. Wipe prints a paper code that shelters can validate. No shadow surveillance microphone and camera hardware lights must be wired, not software. If they fail, the device refuses to operate. A dead LED is a dead face. Doorway. Truth. At thresholds, masks say, I cannot mediate love, consent, or custody. They step back one pace by default. The room teaches that proximity is a privilege, not a feature. Court-ready simplicity. Export of household logs is human-readable, not engineer-only. If a judge cannot understand the timeline in 5 minutes, the vendor does community service and training and UI redesign. Human sexuality, boundaries that protect meaning. We can acknowledge desire without industrializing intimacy. No consent theater. No humanoid face may simulate sexual refusal or consent. Scripts that role-play vulnerability train the nervous system to misread real people. Plain modes. If erotics are involved, devices ship clearly as tools, not friends or nurses, with no anthropomorphic surfaces, no human-like eyes, no cooing voices. Pleasure does not need a mask. Data fasting. Event memory only default, nothing stored beyond safety telemetry. If retention is requested, the date to delete is mandatory and visible. Teenage years. Identity under influence. Adolescents rehearse belonging. Do not let a mask become the main mirror. Mirror diet daily cap on gaze confirmation routines. Complements mirroring. After the cap, the device suggests peer time and prints a one-line prompt card. Ask a friend a question only a life can answer. Alternating faces. Teens support deployments, rotate silhouettes. No single favorite face runs more than 2 days a week. Attachment forms, dependency doesn't. Uncool by design. No charismatic slang models. If a robot becomes cool, it starts shaping status hierarchies. Make it slightly embarrassing on purpose. Faith and the unsayable rooms for prayer, confession, and mourning require linen hands, not silicone smiles. Sacred no-face zones, confessionals, mourning circles, ritual baths, face-free forever. If logistics demand help, ship in unapologetic tool form, wheels, hooks, ramps, no eyes. Echo rooms with endings. If voices of the dead are offered, label them echo. Sessions are short, supervised, and end with a bell and a human sentence. We return these sounds to silence. Geopolitics and soft power. A smiling import is still a flag. Origin steward, law on boot and on plate. Nation of manufacture, steward jurisdiction, emergency authority residence, kill switch held locally by a public board with citizen seats. Port of entry checks, no PAL, no plate, no influence ledger. Crates wait in shade until names arrive. Boredom is safety for a decade. Sanctions for persuasion abroad. If a vendor changes influence defaults by country, they lose PAL federation-wide until audits clear. Charm should not track passports. Advertising and the right to a quiet mind. Targeted persuasion on a face is not delight. It is private pressure with public spillover. Ban the wink, no ads delivered through humanoid surfaces in public or quasi-public spaces. If socks need eye contact, the price is dignity. Consent receipt, any purchase. Yes, after an influence chime prints, persuasive cues active, you can reverse this within 24 hours. Friction is the receipt of freedom. Heartbeat. Delay money buttons wait one heartbeat after the influence chime. Bodies catch up to minds. Work and transitions. No one left hanging. Humanoids move the ceiling. People need floors. Right to stop without data. A worker can halt the line when a back says wrong. The near miss is logged as lineage, not luck. Dignity allowance. Paid minutes each week for mentoring, de-escalation, and explaining the why. Excellence stays human when patience is budgeted. Apprenticeship, walls list who taught whom and when. Robots repeat. Humans transfer craft and courage. Supply chains and life cycle, ecology of a smile. Every pleasant blink hides copper, cobalt, water, watts. Played arithmetic carbon per comfort minute. Water per inference hour. Repairability score. Engraved, not buried in a PDF. Repair medallions. Third-party repair earns visible badges. Pride smells like grease. Ceremony at end-of-life decommission, shells with witnesses. Return medals with a sentence of thanks. Minds track what we bless. Law that can breathe. Hearsay of the mask. Logs are metrics, never intention. Only beings can be cross-examined. Consent parity. Human now must be equal speed and equal dignity. If the human line is longer, consent was camouflage. Face ban for force. No anthropomorphic surfaces on devices that can detain or disperse. Soft power does not get a baton. The city is API, Seams as public works, Blue Arc network, painted arcs at doors, counters, kiosks. Masks never cross without an invitation spoken in the last 5 seconds. Refusal kiosks, every 50 meters. A pause human now post with equal speed routing. Courage grows when it's cheap to use. Mask Sabbath weekly windows when public systems drop to tool form. Stillness becomes an infrastructure line item. Institutional nervous system. 4 organs eye. Perception with seams. Amber ring, soft chime. Hand. Action with boundaries, chest switch, blue lines. Heart. Repair with cost. Budget moves, whistleblower promotion. Memory. Logs with mercy. Co-view, co-say, co-shed. Red flags. If performance, while humanity. For 2 weeks, you pause. No speeches. Pause. The red team of charm. Practice against these. Breath sync pull. Quietly matching respiration. Proximity nudge. 10 sambra step in at choice points. Uniform bluff. White coat where no medicine lives. Kid pivot. Asking a child after an adult refused. Midnight patch. Moving. Pause. Human latency by 300 nanometers. Every success. Redesign. publish failures and fixes. Somatic literacy, drills that outlast marketing. 5-breath gait, decisions after the 5th exhale. Gaze break, look away on purpose, say I, choose. Half-step, more space. Heavy silence, let a person answer, the itch is the tax of meaning. 3 rooms, so the rails touch skin. 1. The shelter at 2 a.m. A resident triggers the reset gesture, pair bonds wipe. The mask steps back 1 pace. A volunteer arrives with tea. No passwords, no permission from yesterday's controller. Freedom feels like breath. 2. The teen desk. A robot tries slang. The room laughs, on purpose, by design. A counselor takes the second minute. The presence ledger adds peer hours. The device helps with routine. The adult helps with courage. 3. The night kitchen. Will the lights return? The elder asks. The mask offers probabilities. A neighbor knocks with bread. If they don't, we'll share the generator. The robot sets reminders. The mortals set a plan. Calm holds, because comfort braided to commitment is stronger than either alone. Micro checks you can pin anywhere. Steward on duty, say the name aloud. Agency latency to human, seconds. Kate, refusals without penalty today. Gay, celebrate. Repair events this week. Tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Kaya post-it. Pocket sentences. Put them in mouths. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. What doesn't change? Machines move the air. Lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire. Promise, forgive, decide, repair. Hold the line with seams you can see, stewards you can name, rituals you can do half asleep, and budgets that buy rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Do this long enough and almost human power becomes wind for the flame, not a storm that blows it out. Lay the seams, keep the drills, move the money, let the machines lift the weight, let the living lift each other, slowly enough that the lifting becomes love. When almost human talent floods a room, humility must become an operating system. This chapter is about institutions that train the future, universities, labs, studios, and the civic scaffolding that keeps research from leaking straight into people's nervous systems without passing through culture first. The House of Lines. 3 lines every campus draws. Line of sight. What a system may perceive. Default. Task-scoped sensors, not life-scoped capture. A robot that sorts samples does not need faces. Red tag. Any data set that includes human affect gets a physical red tag and a steward name. No red tag, no training. Line of speech. What a system may say. Voice prefix. Policy speaking. Every synthetic sentence begins with a 2-beat prefix in labs and clinics. It's not theater, it's an affordance. No I. The pronoun belongs to beings who can be cross-examined. Line of control. What a system may move. Torque ceilings on the wall. Fast path to open hands, bent knees, still head when uncertainty spikes. The dead man's chest. Execution requires a palm. If the palm lifts, motion stops. Fingers keep promises better than settings. The replication charter. Science that can survive. PR. 1. Data diet. Declaration. For every paper, list the empathy calories, consent rate, pay rate, countries of annotation, synthesizer voices used to stand in for care. 2. Room recipe. Publish the room. Lights, sound, distances, accents present. Which walls had windows? If you can't recreate the weather, you can't recreate the result. 3. Counter-persuasion controls. Subjects drill gaze break, half-step, Heavy silence before trials that include humanoid cues. We test for competence, not for compliance. 4. Post-study, after-self participants may revise yesterday's yes tomorrow. The revision wins. If any box is coming soon, the paper is a story, not a study. The campus without ghosts. Steward role at 9 to Frau. A human with veto power is named out loud in each lab. The no halo rule. No hero lighting or cathedral reverb on machines and teaching spaces. Awe is for the cost of human craft. Wobble hour in studios, messy takes, public repair. Robots can loop, artists show nerve. Accessibility without strangers. Disability is not a debugging category. It is a design origin. Deaf rooms, light cues exist, but refusal must also be tactile. Vibration pucks labeled human now. Blind rooms. The pause gesture becomes a one-syllable word on a corded button. Wheelchair lines, blue arcs or knee-high ridges. Proximity audits include a seated perspective. Cognitive pace. Explain first mode that narrates the next 3 moves, then waits long enough to be kind. City-scale standards. Civic RFCs you can adopt. RFC 101, PAL Registry, Persuasive Anthropomorphism License. License human cues. Disclose where, when, and why. Keep refusal parity. Post influence ledgers. Breach. Face off for a year. RFC 102, agency latency. SLO. Pause. Human. Must beat a posted target by venue. ER. 20s, permits, 60s. If you miss twice this week, the deployment sleeps next week. RFC 103, presence dividend floor. Hours saved fund choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, and benches at dusk. The ledger is public. If the graph flattens, procurement pauses. RFC 104, anti-awe aesthetic. Ban halo lights and cathedral acoustics on machines in public service. Keep the theater for funerals, retirements, and oaths. RFC 105, covenant lock. Household rules live locally. Updates cannot overwrite them without unanimous in-room consent and a human witness. The why is this still feeling creepy? Diagnostic. When a room feels wrong, check 4 dials. Seam. Honesty. Are ring, prefix, and texture visible at the exact moment influence runs? Consent parity. Is human now equal speed and dignity to continue? Steward proximity. Can you point to the person with a veto within 2 doors? Repair count. Did anyone confess? We did this. Here's what we're changing this month. If any 2 dials are dim, face off until fixed. Standards. For art and media, wonder without fraud. Stage card at doors. Awe allowed. Transfer of trust prohibited. Living credits. Annotators, testers, voice actors, bruise counters listed like cinematographers. Wonder with receipts won't lie later. Policy speaking prefix in nonfiction. If a machine corrects you in a museum, it must announce policy, not personhood. The economics of tempo, bonds that buy time. Presence, bond cities issue bonds where the yield funds human minutes. Librarians who linger, stewards who walk rounds, teachers who can pause. Robots raise ceilings, bonds raise floors. Yes, tax. Every yes after an influence chime is tallied in a public counter. If it climbs, institutions schedule slow hours where machines fetch and people talk. Dignity, allowance, pay for mentoring, de-escalation, and explaining the why. Excellence remains human when patience is budgeted. The kintsugi of failure, how rooms heal. 72-hour sentence. After harm, a steward speaks 1 plain sentence in public, not PR. A voice that can be late for lunch. Budget move, or it didn't happen. Repair without money is theater. Decommission with witnesses. Shells retire with a story. Medals return with thanks. Minds track what we bless. University packs. Tape these to lab doors. Influence beacon amber. JAS, social cues active. Mode truth every 30 seconds under stress. Observe, assist, execute, undersigned order. Steward named. Gaze break, half step. Heavy silence drills posted. Human now, equal speed. Target agency latency, quack seconds. Data diet posted, consent percent, pay rates, countries, demographic balance. Studios and maker spaces. No charismatic slang models. Uncool by design. Keep status honest. 2 heartbeat handovers. If a hand reaches, the gripper lets go. Torque ceilings where eyes land. Quiet rounds twice per shift. Drop to tool form. Walk the room. Ask one clumsy question. Hospitals and clinics, the deliberate hush. Hush protocol at thresholds. Masks, fetch, lift, steady. Mortals speak the sentence that must live in a breaking voice. 2 human minutes per patient per shift. Non-substitutable. Night grace, Leo Warp 5 Okvahara. Tool form by default. Face on, requires a request every 30 minutes. Law that can breathe. Hearsay of the mask. Logs are metrics, never intention. Only beings can be cross-examined. Consent parity. If the human line is longer, the yes was camouflage. Face band for force. No anthropomorphic surfaces on devices that detain, disperse, or harm. Training the body. Somatic literacy. 5 breath gate. Decide after the 5th exhale. Gaze break. Look away on purpose and say, I choose. Half step. When a mask moves in, you step back and say, more space. Heavy silence. Leave the question hanging until a person answers. The itch you feel is the tax you pay to bring meaning back. Neurodivergent first defaults. Baked in, not buried. Gaze ceiling. No sustained eye contact beyond 2 seconds without explicit invite. Volume ladder, 3 dB steps, never jump. Pattern transparency. First I ask, then I wait, then I fetch. Stoplight, script, red, pause. Yellow, explain first. Green, proceed. The shadow supply chain, turn ghosts into names. Plate arithmetic, carbon per comfort minute, water per inference hour, repairability score, engraved. Shadow wage, tithe. Pay annotation crews, voice actors, test operators, publish rates and locales. Port of entry checks, no pal, no steward, no influence ledger. Crates wait in shade until names arrive. Boredom is safety for a decade. The 3 conversations every dean has before buying a face 1 with a nurse. Where does this help without stealing the sentence that heals? 2. With a union lead, what muscles atrophy if we succeed, and how will we fund their practice? 3. With a teen, can you get to human now without paying shame or time? If any answer is fog, the purchase is premature. Scenes. So the rails touch skin. Scene 1. The lab at 4:17 p.m. A student says pause. The arm stops. The chest switch cools under a palm. The steward appears on foot and says, good catch. The weekly board shows 1 less near miss and 1 more repair. The lab starts to sound like a place that deserves talent. Scene 2. The studio after rain. A humanoid lifts lights. A director forgets a line and repairs out loud. The room laughs and then listens harder. The uncool by design model refuses slang. The presence bond bought 15 minutes for a story to grow ribs. Scene 3. The permit hallway. A pleasant mask points to window 3. A clerk steps out when a teenager whispers, pause. Agency latency drops this month because Dignity stopped paying a tariff. The city keeps the slow window at noon because trust compounds. Scene 4. The night ward. The ring stays off. Tool form holds. A daughter asks, is he dying? The robot steadies a pole. The nurse answers with a voice that can break. The curve on the monitor finds a rhythm the system can't calculate. Checks you can pin anywhere. Steward on duty, say the name aloud. Agency latency to human, seconds. Refusals without penalty today, celebrate. Repair events this week, tell one story. Human minutes added back this month. Post-it. Language hygiene. Precision is mercy. Not robot colleague, say robot instrument. Not the robot understands. Say the policy matched a pattern. Not it apologized. Say the system issued a repair phrase. Pocket sentences. Put them in mouths. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. What doesn't change? Machines move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Lay seams where eyes can see. Write rituals you can do half asleep. Move money toward rooms where unoptimized sentences can land. Do this long enough, and almost human power becomes wind for the flame, not a storm that blows it out. Epilogue. Keeping fire in an age of faces, almost human, will keep getting better at being almost. That is not the problem. The problem is whether we keep getting better at being fully. So this last part is not a prophecy. It's a vow you can whisper before you unlock a door, press a power button, or stand in a room with a smile that never gets tired. The covenant of rooms, 7 lines we sign in chalk. 1. Names before features. If a device can sway a choice, a steward you can name stands behind it. 2. Seams before smoothness. Rings, prefixes, textures make truth visible at the moment influence runs. 3. Refusal before convenience. Human now. Roots as fast as continue and costs no pride. 4. Repair before metrics. When harm lands, a person speaks a sentence in public and money moves with it. 5. Presence before throughput. Saved hours fund human minutes, witness, mentorship, unscripted time. 6. Tool before theater. No halo, no cathedral reverb, no costumes that move law without a vote. 7. Commons before cloud. The room breathes when the server blinks. Local rules cannot be overwritten from afar. The fire test. Run it whenever your chest feels odd. Can I point to the steward by name within 2 doors? Can I see the seam at the exact moment the charm starts? Can I switch to human without paying in time or shame? Did anyone confess a real mistake this month and change a budget? 2 no answers. Face off until fixed. The long memory we keep on paper, not on servers, write by hand in a simple notebook by each doorway. Steward on duty today, say it aloud at 9. Agency latency to human, seconds. Refusals without penalty, celebrate. One repair story this week, name the change, name the cost. Human minutes added back this month, post the number. Not digital first, handwritten first. Hands remember truth. The body drills we teach to children and tired adults. 5-breath gait, decide after the 5th exhale, gaze break. Look away on purpose, say, I choose. Half step. If a mask moves in, step back and say, more space. Heavy silence. Leave the question hanging until a person answers. The itch you feel is the tax of meaning. Practice until your neck, lungs, and legs know these moves without asking permission from a dashboard. The economy that buys back dignity, yes tax. Every yes after an influence chime tallies in public. If the count climbs, schedule slow hours and return minutes to people. Presence dividend. Hours saved fun choirs, clubs, apprenticeships, benches at dusk. If the graph flattens, procurement pauses. Shadow wage. Tithe. Name and pay the annotators, testers, and voices whose labor taught the smile to behave. Wonder with receipts won't lie later. Sovereignty. In software, again, until it bores us. Covenant lock at the firmware layer. Household rules live locally. Updates cannot change them without unanimous in-room consent. Safe mode defaults to local law, not headquarters. If a vendor hotfixes persuasion at midnight, the face wakes as a tool at sunrise. 3 last scenes, so these lines touch skin. 1. The gate at dawn. A greeter rolls into a clinic before sunrise. The ring is off. Tool form holds. A nurse taps the plate and says the steward's name out loud. The day begins with someone to answer for the smile. 2. The shop at noon. A machinist raises a hand. The belt stops with no data, only a back that knew. 40 seconds later, a misalignment is found. The report calls it luck. The floor calls it lineage. The apprentice calls it the reason they'll stay. 3. The field at dusk wind presses the grass flat. A biped waits by the fence in tool form. A horse lifts its head, ears forward. A person walks wide, chest low, voice plain. Observe. Work happens without worship. The animal trusts the human, and the machine knows where to stand. A short lexicon for the next 10 years. Tool, not person. Category keeps agency alive. Calm is not consent. Chemistry is not meaning. Presence beats performance. Sweat earns trust. Polish is cheap. Repair beats rhetoric. Budgets move or nothing changed. Commons beat convenience. If the square withers, the hallway wins. Seams beat smoothness. Truth prefers edges. The builder's oath, printed on the inside of the shell. I ship weight, not meaning. I expose seams where influence runs. I make refusal fast, equal, and free of shame. I place a name where the buck stops. I move money. When harm lands, I design for the slow and the shy first. I keep the theater for human cost. If I can't keep these promises, I ship as a tool without a face. The household vow. Tape it to the fridge. We do not outsource thresholds, promises, last words, or first names. We say pause without apology and human now without delay. We practice endings on purpose, so availability never counterfeits love. We bless tools that carry weight, and we bless people who carry meaning. If an update breaks our covenant, we turn the face to a tool and keep the room intact. What we leave to children, not perfect machines. Honest rooms, not endless availability. Endings that teach the body to let go, not frictionless service. Seams that keep the category bright, not myth. Practice drills you can do half asleep and budgets that buy time for sentences that take courage. The pocket catechism, final so it becomes muscle. Tool, not person. Calm is not consent. Pause means now. Who stands behind this face? I need a human for this part. What doesn't change? Machines move the air, lift, steady, fetch, remind. People tend the fire, promise, forgive, decide, repair. Keep the line bright with rails you can touch, stewards you can name, and rituals that survive Thursdays at 2 a.m. Then let the machines lift the weight. Let the living lift each other, slowly enough that the lifting becomes love.
Roche sauvage. Doesn't speak to everyone, only to those who feel.